Bam, bam, bam. Bam, 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 bam. Oh no! What's up, guys? What's up, guys? How we doing? Webcam, why you no worky? Please! Alright, hold up. I guess we're starting with some technical difficulties. Oh, there we go. Yeah! How's it going, ladies and gentlemen? Dude, the auto-translate feature already going off. Sup Pookie turns into Pookie Soup. Pookie Soup. Alright, we've got 24 minutes till the kickoff. We have some housekeeping to do, as per usual. So, we actually have a couple of extra things to do that we don't normally have to do at the start of the Dokkan Day stream. So, let's get a move on with this quickly. So, very first thing is the power level screenshot. We are at 34,275,000, which is really exciting because we are getting... Oh my god, I'm already yanking cords. Holy moly. We are getting pretty close to the 9 million mark. 9 million away from Migate. So that's definitely going to happen at some point during the stream. We'll take a look at the power level leaderboard later on once we start grinding. Not going to bother opening that up yet. Okay. Now this is big too. We're going to get Piccolo Jr. pretty close to 100k uses. Obviously we're not going to be able to do, what is that, like 1776 runs? 1776. Yeah, that's how many we would need to do to get him to 100,000. We would basically have to manual grind the entire time for that to happen and not get distracted with like other stream activities and stuff, right? So that's probably not going to be realistic to see him at 100k by the end of this Dokkan Day, but he will be very, very close. So yeah, we'll see how close we can get him. And then we are going to be peaking over 50,000 bonus events here this Dokkan Day pretty easily. Alright, so yeah, we're chilling with all of that. Okay, we need to spend our Zenny. So we don't fill up. We don't get a ton of Zenny during Dokkan Day, but just to be safe, I want to make sure to spend it before we get into things. Hello? Oh my goodness, I need to turn my Wi-Fi on. Things are loading slow. So yeah, what I've been doing with Zenny these days is just maxing out these medals. Just buying 500 at a time, because that gets you, that spends about 1 billion, and then I just wait for it to fill up again. I had a little bit of a lull of not being able to fill up on more of these for a while because of all of the extra characters I just added to my workshop. Awakening all of those costed a lot, so that kind of held me back for a little bit, but I'm done with that now. So we're up to 3,000 of those. Alright, we have one other exciting little thing to do, we have to do right here at the start of the stream. Alright, do you actually get 0 from the stage? There's no way. That's actually really funny. I didn't realize that it was 0. I thought it was just like a minuscule amount. I actually did take some time earlier, to do the Seriously Serious, so we've got 7 tickets. So we'll see if we can try our luck at Super Saiyan 3 Goku here with the 7 tickets before we get the stream started. How is everybody doing today, though? A lot of the usual suspects here. What's up, Delta Ryan, Osiris, Chewy, Pixie, Danchin, Night Shroud. Oh my goodness. What's up, Night Shroud? How you doing? How you doing? Are you excited for the watch party? You got a +1 all lined up for the watch party? Yeah, he's so good. Top 4 2 are in the game. Yeah, the fact that he also has a turn 1 active, I'm a little bit, you know, kind of fiending for him. This is definitely the kind of banner I would have summoned on, by the way, because I could always use dupes for this character. Him being a turn 1 active. I still don't have this Daima Mini 4-Ku. He's whatever. I mean, these guys obviously just easy aid. I don't have either of them rainbowed, I don't think. And then, yeah, the back end of the banner is kind of bad. It isn't really the best banner overall. It really isn't. There's like maybe 3 or 4 units I would be okay to pull here. Alright, let's see if we get any Dokkan Day luck in our favor. Let's see, let's see. Oh, damn. You're not home yet? Well, good thing Dokkan is a mobile game, so you don't have to be home to play it. Am I right? Am I right? Let's get off that Iron Cane mentality. How about it? Okay, we got Vegeta. We got Vegeta. Are we about to get blessed with a fusion here? Come on. Nope. Okay. Probably gonna be a dud here. Probably gonna be a dud. It's alright. I'm not gonna count, I'm not gonna count this, like, against my ticket luck that I've been having, because, let's be real, it's one multi, right? Is what it is. Is what it is. Can't win them all. A bit unfortunate. Oh, that's the other thing I need to make sure, is that I have... Do I have 2 B-Pans currently sitting? I do. I have 2 B-Pans. Okay. I just wanted to make sure I would be able to do the super attack mission. Once D-Day actually starts. Alright. A whole ass 19 minutes. Is there really nothing else I needed to do? My goodness. We might as well pull up the power level leaderboard right now so I can show you guys my gains on Megate. I actually did really bad this last power level reset. Comparatively to, like, how I've been doing. Let's do... I guess this? Yeah, perfect. So I got a solid 189 in almost 6 days. That's handedly under where it should have been. Probably another 50k on top of that would have been ideal. Where I would have liked to be at. But look at the comparison! Look at this! Look at this! Another 200k, and I'm literally 9 mil away from Megate. So we're getting there. We're getting there. So yeah, we'll be able to celebrate the 480k mark during this Dokkan Day. Will be 9 million. Because obviously he's not really gaining anymore, so I don't expect he's going to gain much during this Dokkan Day. We'll see, though. Yeah, that could be fun. Only 19 people had 100k plus this reset. Yeah, I noticed it was a pretty small amount when I was kind of glancing through the website, which makes me even more upset about the fact that I'm 6th. Definitely not okay with that. Did you finish the graphic yet, Chewy? Are you still working on that? Mr. Chustifer? Christian Garcia, you got AGL 21 off the rainbow tickets with Hercule Boo animation. Nice. That is cool, that is cool. I was wanting the Android 21 on my JP account for a really long time, because I didn't actually have a unit that had like a 170 plus Peppy Gals lead. Made it really hard to run Peppy Gals teams until I got her. Still don't even have STR Videl on that account. Where are you at? What's your power level right now, Night Shroud? You said it's something you've very recently been getting into? So I assume that means you're not top 1,000 yet? In order to be top 1,000, you'd need to have 7.4 mil. 7.5 mil. Which, that's actually really satisfying to think about, because 7.5 mil is basically like you only collect top copies of units, and then you've finished your entire box. Assuming you've got a couple thousand characters, right? Like you've been playing for years. Usually around the 7 mil, 8 mil range is when people are finishing that journey. So that's kind of cool that that is representative of the top 1,000. Oh yeah, we're gaining on him. We're gaining on him. I'm not quite close enough to Megate yet to be able to determine exactly when it's going to happen. Like, when I'm going to pass him. Just because there's also been some variance in, like, the speed of my grinds. But yeah, I'm excited to be, like, less than 5 mil away, less than 3 mil away and stuff, right? Later in the year. Maybe it'll be a Christmas miracle, we'll see. You're almost at 5 mil right now. You currently have enough keys and orbs to get you to 10 mil. You just need the characters. Yeah, getting the characters is the hard part. Getting the characters is the hard part. I'm in the reverse situation right now. Because, I mean, I have 300 characters here, sitting, waiting to be used with keys and orbs. Well, the orbs have already been invested. Just keys. I just don't have enough keys yet, right? But hopefully those monthly packs from, or you know, the reward packs that you get from the point accumulation on the web store is going to help me out with that. We'll see, we'll see. Yeah, last night I actually went onto the web store and realized that I hadn't picked up the next set of daily, or weekly packs yet. We can actually go on there right now. Kill a couple more minutes before we get started. Let's see. Web store. Let me log in real quick and then I'll give you guys a view. Okay. So, yeah, I realized that I hadn't bought the weekly packs yet. Which, given that I'm not going to be spending much on much else anymore, my stone count is, like, starting to suffer a little bit. And it's going to be real bad after this Dokkan day. I'm at, like, 250 stones right now. So, probably going to be around 150 stones by the end of Dokkan day. And then, yeah, that's just going to dwindle even further. Obviously, there's all the new content that came out last night, and other than the new Seriously Serious, I didn't play any of it yet, so there's still a lot of stones for me to earn. But I probably will be picking up these weekly packs a little bit more often, just to make sure that with these small little purchases happening per week, that I can actually accumulate enough points to get most of these, you know, most of the, like, key rewards and stuff. Yeah, so it's probably just going to be this. As long as I'm spending 30 bucks a month on the web store, that's all that's going to really be required. Because obviously all the in-game monthly packs aren't going to contribute toward this, so I'm going to need to find a way to spend 30 bucks a month on here. But yeah, so I bought this last night, and then I realized that the turn of the month is coming in 2 days, which is before these weekly packs actually run out. So I waited, because I was like, oh shit, I should be, because I've already, earned all the point rewards for this month, because of all the ridiculous box space packs that came out, right? So, yeah, I should wait until the turn of the month, and then buy these, so that I can start accruing more points for next month. Nice, well that's exciting to hear that you're finally getting in gear, Night Shroud. It's about time. It's about time. Been hearing your name, murmurs of your name across the Dokkan community, probably mostly thanks to Truth, for years and years and years now. I would not have assumed that you didn't have an absolutely busted account already. So good on you for finally joining the ranks. That is a crazy take. Killer Zykor? Is that what we are? Killer Zykor? You want a free-to-play LR Kid Buu? That would anger so many people. If we have waited 11 years, almost 12 years now for Kid Buu, and then all of a sudden he just gets released as a free-to-play, people would definitely quit. There is a population of players that would quit the game over that. You finished, Chewy? Okay, drop a link. Throw it in the chat. I'll put it up on screen. The new RE fights are good. SSJ3 Mini Goku is cracked for them. Are they good fights? Are they actually good fights? Nice, here we go. Boom! Alright, so this is the top 10 for the most recent reset. Oh, yeah. In the bottom half. And you could tell even, like, numbers-wise. Oh, yeah. It's so pain. I don't even like looking at it. That's totally for you guys. This feels like such a failure to me. I should have easily been up there with Xeon. Like 250. Damn. Oh. Currently doxing my Discord. Whoops. You would love a DFA standalone, DFE standalone Harudegarn so we can link with the Easy 8 into Harudegarn? I guess. Yeah, sure. I don't think it's, like, too needed. He doesn't have that many, like, unique links that he can't get from other villains, right? As long as you got BBB, you're fine. The new RE fights are easy? Okay, well, that's good to know. But also, Danchin, I don't know if I really can trust your word on that. Because you are the type of person that just absolutely blazes through challenge content the moment that it releases, pretty much no matter what. So when you say something is easy, in my interpretation, the entirety of Dokkan Battle is easy in your, in your case. And I don't usually have that same experience, so I'm gonna take that with a grain of salt. Nitroud, you've been hanging with Truth for years, but once you actually discovered my channel, you knew that you wanted to begin grinding power level. Nice. Awesome. It makes me proud how often I hear that sentiment these days. That people have, like, that I was their inspiration to start power level grinding. That's always a fun one. It's always a nice pat on the back for myself. Like, yeah, take that, Truth. Because he was the one who intended to, like, start... I mean, he kind of did start that, right? Like, I started power level grinding around the same time he did. Around the time that I started my YouTube channel, which was... I mean, I guess technically he started grinding power level before, like, Auto came into the game. And I didn't really start doing it seriously until after Auto got added. But that was right around the time that I had started my YouTube channel. But I've always been about it. So it's cool to be known as the power level guy. That was always my goal. Obviously, it was made a little bit easier by the fact that Truth can't really grind power level the way he once could. So he can't really be the power level guy anymore. But it's nice to have taken that spotlight away from him. Alright, 8 minutes. 8 minutes! We're almost there. I'm, in fact, going to need to take a new screenshot, because the power level's still going up. Before the start. We were at 75 in the original screenshot. We've already gotten 2 more links. Okay, Osiris, you're saying that the new fights are pretty easy, too. Gotcha. You think Toon mentioned me in one of his live streams? That makes sense. I'm on his radar now. He knows about me. We've chatted and stuff. So that makes sense. If there's anything related to, like, if he talked about the watch party, I think I did get mentioned in a video of his about the watch party. Just because he talked about battle hour and stuff, and he was talking about, like, the speed battle rankings and stuff, and obviously I was on that list. I'm pretty sure I heard that he had talked about me then. But yeah. Not too surprising to hear about that one. I've been thinking about if I could plot toward a collab with Toon. I think that'd be pretty cool. I just don't know what we would do. That's the tough thing about a collab. I've thought about it multiple times, but it's like I'd really have to come forward with like a strong idea, you know? That would be worth doing, so. And obviously like a summon collab wouldn't be it, because I can't really summon on his level. I can't just like jump in and be in a voice chat for a couple hours while we both spend thousands of stones. Like, that's not really realistic for me, so. You love talking basketball with Toon? Yeah, see, I wouldn't be able to... That's the other thing, is, like, a lot of Toon's other interests and hobbies and stuff, I wouldn't even be able to vibe on that. Basically, the only thing we have in common is Dokkan Battle. Like, I'm not into a lot of the other video games he's into, right? I definitely don't dabble with Legends. I don't dabble with, like, Mega Man or Yu-Gi-Oh! Or, I don't know, any of the other stuff that he does, right? Sports, I'm definitely not really into sports that much. Definitely not basketball. I guess maybe a bit of voice acting. Voice acting and impressions, that's probably another place that we kind of collide a little bit. Do I think that Tapion and Minosha will Easy A during the celebration. Oh, you're just saying because we have a Hirudegarn Easy A to kind of match along with it? No, I don't think so. I don't think so. No, I'm not a Zelda enjoyer. Never played a Zelda game in my life. I haven't played most games. I'm not really that hardcore of a gamer, if I'm honest. Alright, 4 minutes! 4 minutes! We're almost there. Oh, actually, I should build a team. I should build a team to get Dokkan Day started. It's a good idea. I always forget to do this, and then I have to jump in and, like, fix my previously cleared team, because it'll have, like, 1 or 2 units that are done for, right? I need to go make one right now. That way I can get started a little quicker. Did I summon for the new Goku? No, I did not. I did not. I'm actually not going to be summoning at all anymore. You know, buying box space packs thing is over. That is done. Unless I come into a gigantic lump sum of money and I have the extra funds for it, buy like a lot, then yeah, those days are numbered. I'm not going to be buying box space anymore, so I will not be summoning basically ever again. Yeah, maybe anime, I guess. Toon likes a lot of anime. Like, maybe we could do some type of collaboration around the new Dragon Ball releases later in the fall when that comes out, if he's planning on doing, like, you know, because, like Dotto and Nano are gonna have their Key Moments podcast thing going, and they're definitely gonna review all the new episodes, so maybe me and him could do something like that together. I don't know. It's a good idea. A Link Levelers podcast? I do like the idea of that, too. That does sound cool. But the problem is, like, is it supposed to be, like, you're saying a thing of, like, solo hosted by me, and then I have to find guests to bring on all the time? That's really difficult to do when you don't already have your own massive following, right? It'd be very, very difficult for me to get other creators on. Exactly, see, you and me and other guys, that's... But you're not a creator, Danshin. It would be me pulling my viewers in, which is, like, less desirable. The whole point of doing collaborations and stuff like that is meant to be... you know, so that I can, like, you're crossing audiences, so that other people's audiences get to see you and stuff, but if I'm just bringing my viewers on, it's kind of, it doesn't have the same effect. Yeah, no, it would have been another couple hundred, you're right, Chewy. I think it was like 175 this time. It would have been another 25 box space for 175 bucks. So, W savings, I guess, on me. Let's see. I still have this guy sitting in my workshop, by the way. This is SSR copy of Piccolo Jr. I'm just waiting for the day that he Easy A's, because if they Easy A him and they give him orb changing, then I'll know that I need to keep this second copy so I can have an un-Easy A'd copy to use for him, so I don't have to deal with the orb changing. But if that doesn't happen, and his Easy A is fine and usable the way it is now, then I'm just gonna bobble that card. So I haven't worked on him yet. Okay, I also want to make sure that I don't have any other straggler cards sitting in the workshop. That it's only the free-to-play dupes. Because there was a couple of other ones. Yeah, see, like, these two are still in here. I need to finish these guys. Oh, also, I shouldn't be doing level 1s. What am I doing? Okay, I'm gonna put Weirus on now. Okay, cool. He's almost done. 1 link. And then, let's go... There we go. Much better, much better. And then, SR Goku. Boom. Oh, wait. This is wrong. This is wrong. Hold on. I need to take off him. Mr. 12 Links is not good enough. He needs to be the one that's sacrificed because we have Weirus on the team. And then... Oh, actually, we have these to finish as well. I need to get through all of these first, and then you're never going to see this... AGL Angel Goku again. Alright, it's time. Let's do it. Alright, first thing, let's jump into the time chamber so I can use a boost immediately. Oh no. Yeah, you really like the turn 1 active. That makes sense. He is like Yamcha. But that's the thing. He's like Yamcha, and for me, like, I have Yamcha, so I don't really need any other turn 1 actives, because my entire, like, everything I link level now is all Earthbred fighters, so I'm never gonna not be able to depend on Yamcha, you know? So it's kind of okay. I could just do me and Pixie? Yeah. That's probably in the works at some point in the future, but, like she just said, kinda gonna allow her to play more Dokkan, you know? She has downloaded the game. She has at least downloaded the game. She does own, you know, it is on her phone. She has an account, like, she's on my friends list. But, yeah, not much of an enjoyer of the game yet. We'll get there eventually. Alright, let's, level up that honey pan, get the mission done. I really need to pick a new card to do this with, because every single time I jump in here, I have these multiple copies of B-Pan that are, like, unlocked, but that are also link level 10, that I want to make sure not to accidentally feed into her. Yep, the beginner guide, exactly, the beginner guides with Jordan and Pixie. I am, that was the idea, to be able to just redo the entire Truth Iron series that I've shit on all this time, because I think that Truth has done such a horrible job teaching him how to play the game. Subsequently, doing a horrible job teaching all the viewers how to play the game that are watching it specifically because they're new to Dokkan, right? So, yeah. I definitely would love to be able to do that at some point. Gotta do our other dailies real quick. Yeah, I think that would be a ton of fun. No, I can't lock them. I can't lock them. No, 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 no. They are not lockable. You know the deal. The Zenosama tag, all of the units that are not, that do not have hidden potential investment will stay unlocked. I'm not going to relock those characters. No way. Not happening. It's not really that much of a threat anyway, because the batch cell only goes up to SSR, so I don't really need to worry about UR characters and higher. Just for that situation, but it's not a mistake I'm ever going to make, because I would have to manually click the cards. It's just, I have to pause for a moment and make sure that I don't accidentally click the wrong thing, right? I don't even know that, I can't even say that. No, I would say that is an inaccurate statement, Night Shroud. Truth did not handhold Iron through it. Because here's the thing. If he handheld Iron through it and actually gave him... That basically means, like, he did it all for him and gave him, like, a way more advice than he actually needed. That's handholding. He didn't handhold him. He just straight up... He didn't even hold his hand. He wasn't even on... They weren't even walking on the same sidewalk. Truth was just doing his own thing, hoping Iron would pick up the pieces, and Iron wasn't smart enough to figure it out on his own, and then Truth gets mad about that. But Truth didn't teach him shit. So I don't know if I would go as far as to say he held his hand. Yeah, I don't know about that. Yeah, I probably will be holding Pixie's hand. Maybe actually literally. Who knows? Who knows? Why am I blanking on the other missions? Oh, that's because they're all done. Okay. Cool. Alright, Dokkan Day complete. That was a fun stream, guys. I don't think that teaching the game is a nightmare. I think that teaching the game is pretty easy. As long as you're smart enough. Wow, why am I about to go back to Quest? As long as you're smart enough to know what you're doing. I mean, I literally have an entire YouTube channel, aside from the power level focus parts, that is about teaching people how to play this game. So, I don't know. I don't find it that difficult. And I find my channel to be a lot more instructional than someone like The Truth's. Pixie does live in the same city as me. I guess that's not even fully accurate. Same county? Basically same city. Yeah, that's the thing, is like there is a lot to do in Dokkan, but it really isn't that difficult, right? There's just so many different, like, parts of the game. Oh, okay, so the official start now is 279. Right? This is the official starting power level, 279. Unless we actually got a level 10 Link during any of these last couple runs we did here. Or the dailies. Well, I guess the dailies don't really count, right? Yeah, there's just a lot of unique things to learn. That's fair. Keep track of. Every time I jump into one of the public discords and talk to people for a little bit, I'm reminded how little people know about the game. And there's just like so many more efficient ways to do things that people don't think about. Whew. I mean, it's ironic that you say this, Delta Ryan. Iron not being able to comprehend and read passives is the only thing that holds him back. I'm kind of the same way, to be honest. Not much of a reader over here. I do be struggling in challenge content myself. Yeah, I don't think they do a quite a good enough job with, like, the tutorial. It's still pretty basic. I feel like they could definitely teach you more. Yeah, you laugh at that, Night Shroud, but you have not been here for a Frontier stream, so... Yeah, if you want some real amusement, you're gonna have to show up for one of those. I mean... Okay, that's kind of another hot take, Delta Ryan. I don't think that Tech Beast Gohan is that bad. Like, he's not cracked or insane. But he's not, like, garbage tier or unusable the way that people talk about him. Not at all. Yeah, the Frontier streams are usually a disaster. I hate Frontier so much. In case that wasn't already obvious. Yeah, that's true. The new Goku with the guaranteed crit definitely helps Beast output more damage. That's fair. Would be nice if he did that for himself, but, you know. I also will mention that my Beast is 90%, just because I got that lucky with all the ticket packs. So, he does perform a little better for me than he would for a lot of other people. Yeah, Chewy, I did see that. I did see that panel mission for Frontier. But you only have to play one stage. It's fine. No big deal. And you don't have to do any of the missions. You just have to clear the stage, right? So. Ugh. Why is my hair being so funky today? Fun fact, still never fixed my hair. It's just growing out. Oh, are we pausing already? Nice. Exactly, you just gotta use him strategically. Yep, yep, yep. Yeah, he is unfortunately one of those units that does rely on dupes, though. The 55% version of him is just not quite as potent. Thank you, Pixie. Thank you, Pixie. I appreciate it. Wait, Mini 3Q's active bubble starting to get real annoying? Fix it. Come on, Schustifer. You got this. There's an activation condition for it. What is the activation condition? Doesn't he need a demonic power ally on rotation with him? Hello? Oh, the demonic power ally is Piccolo Jr. I see. Yeah, that might be, that might not be the best unit for Dokkan Day, bud. That's really funny. Yeah, you might have to take the L and just do that one on 38-7. I wouldn't do him on Dokkan Day. It's a waste. 1.5 seconds per run wasted is definitely not worth if you're gonna have to do 200, 300 runs in a row with him on the team. I wouldn't recommend it. Yeah, that was the same issue I ran into with Lude, right? It was just horrible to use him on Dokkan Day because he makes everything go slower with his transformation. I did finally finish him, by the way. Took almost the next 2 weeks of running him on 39.3, because I only do, you know, so many 39.3 runs per day. Most of the time I'm on 38.7, but any of my runs that I was doing on 39.3, I had Lude on the team until he was fully done, while just prepping other units at the same time. And, yeah, literally almost took 2 full weeks to get him, like, level 10. Goes without saying, but I hate 39.3. I guess you just gotta hope he doesn't show up turn 1. And then you're kinda fine. Your loot is on 9s at the moment. Yeah, I should have done the same thing. I thought about that when he had like 4 or 5 links left, that I should have just spent some orbs to get him to 9s so that he could be done with. That, in the interest of power level gains over time, that probably would have been the best decision. But yeah, I just kind of opted to finish him out naturally, because I have, like, no large link skill orbs left. I spent so many after the last Dokkan Day that I am basically fully out right now. So I've kind of had to redesign my, you know, the way that I am going about using them, unfortunately. Okay, this one is done. We're going to be getting through these guys real quick. Oh, wow, this guy's only at... Okay, interesting. Oh, is he on 9s? Ooh, nice. Okay, yeah, so that's what we're going to be looking out for this Dokkan Day, because like I said, out of large link skill orbs, so I'm not going to be able to pull units off the team that still have 8s, so that I can just link skill orb them up to 9s. I'm actually going to have to wait for full 9s this time. And if they don't naturally get to all 9s, then I'm going to have to fully finish the characters. So we're going to see. This is going to be a bit of a test run this Dokkan Day, with this 24-hour grind, to see how much power level I can actually gain without depending on link skill orbs, you know, to pop units into 9s. Because there's kind of a give and take with it. There's kind of a give and take with it. Either I'm, like, So, essentially, I'm going to be gaining more power level because instead of stopping a unit that still has, like, 5 links left to go to level 10 and then just putting it on the 9s tag and no longer getting that power level in the moment, I am going to be, like, actively link leveling the characters further, especially if, like I said, they don't naturally get to all 9s, then I'm just going to fully finish the character, right? So, essentially, I'm going to be getting more links per character used, which should help my power level gains on Dokkan Day. But then the problem is that when you have, like, only 1 or 2 links left on a character, it takes a little bit longer for you to gain any power level at all with that character, because sometimes the links can just sit there stagnant, and then you're not gaining anything. So, it's going to be kind of a give and take. I'm not really sure. I'm assuming that those two factors are going to even out by the end, and that I'll still be at my 300,000 power level gains by the end of Dokkan Day, so we'll see. We'll see. But this is going to be a pretty big, trial run to see if this strategy I'm doing this time is going to net more or less gains, right? Not gonna know until probably hours in. It'll probably take like the first 8 hours, so by the end of the stream I'll know if the gains are looking good or not. But the other problem is it depends how much shenanigans we get up to on stream here, because if we end up doing a lot of other side activities, or you know, like, God forbid, I actually play some Dead by Daylight or something that's, like, really distracting, and, you know, we end up slowing down on pace, then that might not give us the most accurate reflection of, like, what we're capable of grinding out with this strat, right? You might be wrong, but I'm pretty sure Lude's name is pronounced Luddy in GT. Luddy. Are you talking about the dub or the sub, though? Yeah, I don't remember. I rewatched GT, like, this year, last year, and I don't remember. Yeah, exactly, or GeoGuessr, which we'll definitely at least do, like, the daily challenge. We'll probably play some GeoGuessr later. We'll get into the Dokkan Dole at some point, too. Make sure to eat, yeah. Haven't eaten yet today, but we'll get there eventually. You're gonna just say lewd? Wait, YouTube blocked your that is so weird. I love that I have the little chat box on screen, because... Wait, did it just block the word lewd? Is that what happened? Because you said the word lewd in your message, it just hid your message? That's really funny. I wonder if there's a way I can, like, toggle that setting off. It's also so weird that it's showing from the chat bot, like, on the screen of the stream, but it's not showing it, like, in my actual message feed. Like, it shouldn't be showing it to you guys in the message feed. That's kind of random. But you can still see it on screen, so... Uh-oh. Dang it, Ryan, you got me in trouble. We'll do the food thing eventually. We'll do the food thing eventually. We will. Well, soon. Soon. Gotta pace myself. We got 24 hours of this shit to go. Can't be eating all at once. Matter of fact, something I am going to do, though, is I'm going to get myself set up with this nice little clean energy drink. My coworker gave me these little energy drink packs to help me get through my grind. Got all kinds of good stuff in it. Maybe I'll just bust one of those out right now. Hold on one sec. You watch anime and dub, is that a hot take? No. I do the same thing. I'm not really a big fan of subs. Why? Because it's harder to grind Dokkan Battle if I can't look away from the screen. No, I am blaming him. It's his fault. It's Ryan's fault. He brought up the subject. No one would have been thinking about the food thing, alright? Okay? If it weren't for... Mr. Delta Ryan over here, calling me out. Nitrod, you can't lie. You would be interested to see what the 24-hour grind does for you in terms of rank. Not 2k yet, so hopefully you get at least 100 levels. Yeah, 100 is You'll get 100. You'll get 100. I guess let's see. What's the math on it? Here, let me pull up a calculator real quick. Probably gonna block the chat. Yeah, get wrecked. Get wrecked. Okay, let's see. So, one level is 5 million. I literally have a spreadsheet that has all this information on it already, but I always just redo the math instead. Divided by 280k, which is one run for Dokkan Day, is 17.8 runs. I guess I should have done it this way. If you do a full 24-hour grind, it's reasonable. If you don't manual grind at all, and you're autoing the entire time, obviously using the Piccolo Jr. strat, 1,300 runs is pretty acceptable. That's about where you land. So if we do 1,300 times 280, and then we'll divide that by 5 million. Oh, that's actually only 72 levels. Wait. Interesting. Okay, yeah, so you would have to go pretty freaking hard to get 100 levels, then. Neat. Neat. Oh, no, not the giving me free food, threat. If that were a love language. People gifting you food or giving you food incentive. I'm very food driven. I am the dog that does the trick for treats, for sure. Gotta get these little energy thingies out of my... I forgot I left them in my work apron. Here we go. Yeah, look at these things. It's a Nello Super Focus. So I can super focus up on my grind. We've got some... It's blue raspberry flavored. It's a focused drink mix. It's got caffeine in it. It is going to be a bit of an energizer. It's got genuine pure alpha GPC, whatever that means. It's got lion's mane, whatever that means. It's got rhodiola rosea, whatever that means. And L-theanine plus caffeine. W. Zero sugar. What sounds good? Raisin Canes? Raisin Canes is yummy. I do be liking some Raisin Canes. But also, legitimately, before I get you to actually buy me food and send it to my home, there is nothing near my house. DoorDash is very expensive to send to my home because I do not have a singular fast food place that is, like, reasonably close to me at all. Just so you know. Alright. Oh! No! I'm spilling water. Where did that water even come from? I think it was just in the lid because I just refilled all my water bottles. Surprised it doesn't have carnitine that helps with energy production. Shit, I actually need to drink this down a little bit. Bro, there is more water on the outside of this damn water bottle than the inside. It's just getting all over me. Can we not? Please? Please? I'm really glad that this is happening off camera. Oh my god. Guys. Guys, I'm struggling. I may or may not have just spilled water all over my desk. Uh-oh. Okay. Bleh. Bro, I'm just trying to make myself this little energy drink mix, Chewy. And I'm over here spilling water everywhere. I just refilled all my water bottles before the stream, so there was, like, residual water underneath the cap that was on the outside of my water bottle, and it was dripping on my hand. So I unscrewed the cap to put the stuff in and drink the water down a little bit so I'd have room to shake it once I poured the thing in, and then I spilled water all over my desk somehow. They really are. I do be hating it. Yeah. Alright. Blue raspberry time. That happened to you earlier with your soda? Payback? Payback? Why is it payback? I didn't spill your soda on you. Rude. If anything, I'm the one that deserves some payback against you for calling me out about my eating habits. How about that? Not supposed to absorb energy drinks through my skin. Oh, I thought it worked like a spirit bomb. Yeah. And then, no? Is that not how it... Oh. I've been misled. Isn't that what it is? Lend me your energy? It's an energy drink. Come on now. True, pour it on your head, yeah. Do it for, ALS or something. What's up, Michael Linson? How you doing? Oh! Chewy, are you out of box space yet? I have to know these things. I must know. Where's the box space at, bud? For those of you that don't know, we've got... Oh, please don't say no. Tell me that was a typo and you misspelled yes. For those of you that don't know, Mr. Chu over here has been going a little bit nutty with the Dokkan Awakenings. And is now second place on Global. Just casually past Vincent. Insane. And is now a lot above me. Holy moly. Let's see. What even is that number? 6146 minus... Which one am I? 4961? Over 1,000 Dokkan Awakenings above me, by the way. Kind of insane. Kind of insane. You're gonna need to stop that, like, immediately, please. Please? No, I did not summon for Super Saiyan 3. I'm not summoning anymore. In fact, I should probably make a video about this. It's occurring to me now. Because I did talk about... Well, I mean, I guess... in, like, the how much money I've spent on Dokkan video and stuff like that, I have talked about a little bit, like, my plan moving forward about how I'm going to, you know, how I'm gonna, like, I don't really need to spend on the game anymore because I don't need any more box space because I can easily get first place in power level with the box space I have now. So, yeah, probably not gonna bother, or, yeah, not gonna bother summoning anymore, but I should probably make a video about that. The funny thing was that I made multiple videos on this exact topic at the beginning of 2026, where I talked about not summoning anymore, and then that immediately changed. So, I'm maybe, honestly, a little traumatized. I don't want to jinx myself by putting a video out, making it this, like, staple, like, set-in-stone thing that I'm not summoning anymore, because that has been the death sentence of that idea in the past, right? So, I don't know. But that's the idea from now on, is not to summon. So I'm going to be relying pretty heavily on those Toon Rami no new unit showcases to get through new content, because I'm not going to have any of the new units coming out ever anymore. So I was up to some other stuff last night, but it wasn't even a consideration for me to be streaming or anything. But in the future, I'm considering going at it from an angle of, like, go live when everyone's summoned, and then just have my stream titled Not Summoning for whatever character's coming out, and then just, like, having a live stream, but actively, like, not summoning while everyone else is, right? Specifically because that's supposed to be the emphasis. We'll see, we'll see. I definitely am going to keep pumping out content in the vein of, like, reminding people that they shouldn't be spending money on these games, and it's a trap, and it's bad for your wallet and your health and your life, and gambling addiction, yada yada yada, right? Honestly, I'm surprised you only spent an hour, Dokkan Awakening. I would have assumed it'd be more. For that many. Yeah, no, you're, Chewy, definitely making me eat my words. When I did say that it wouldn't, I believe that was in the 34 million power level showcase. Shout out, the best thumbnail I've ever made. And yeah, I did mention that it wouldn't be too difficult. It shouldn't be too difficult to pass Chewy again, and he made me eat those words for sure. Now it's going to be a very long time. Big unfortunate, big unfortunate. But I'll be the victor in the end. I'll be the victor in the end. But with my new strat of no longer grinding the Angel SSR Goku, that awakening step of Epic Showdown Goku, once I'm done with, like, the 18 of them I have left or whatever that are in my box now, I'm not going to be link leveling that stage anymore. I'm going to sacrifice that one link that you get from his awakening state and then move him on to the next one. So that means that I'm just going to be getting my Dokkan Awakenings up quicker from this point forward, which will be nice. But, I don't actually know... Do you know your potential? Chewy, do you know the maximum that you can get to? Like, if you just continue to farm out only Epic Showdown Gokus until your box space is full? What that's gonna look like? What your final number is? I'm curious to know. I'm actually gonna pull up my Dokkan Awakening's potential... that spreadsheet I made. Because I can see exactly where I'll be able to get to certain landmark goals, right? Here, let's zoom this in a little bit for you guys. There we go. Okay. So yeah, we'll be here. So by the time I have filled all of my box space and then awakened all of the Epic Showdown Gokus that are currently in my account, by the time I get to that point, I'll be at 6340. So I'd be a little bit above what Chewy's at right now. And then if I wanted to fight for much further than that, I would have to start getting rid of characters and replacing them. Which is the plan. Is the plan. But, yeah, that's obviously just the next generation of progress in my account. Wait, around 10K-ish. What? No, 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 no. Are you serious? I'm not referring to you skipping, I'm not referring to you deleting any units at all. Without deleting a single unit. Just filling up the box space that you have with Epic Showdown Gokus and awakening all of them will give you 10K? That's actually insane. Wow. Yeah, you're in a very good spot at the moment. That's actually insane. You might be able to just hold first forever. Why not? I mean, okay, yeah, you do have the Supreme Kai bottleneck with, like, the Supreme Kai medals that need to be used to awaken him. to UR for the first time. But get your ass in the Baba Shop every 30 minutes. Put a 30-minute timer on your phone. Why not? And then just every 30 minutes go into the Baba Shop. There's no way you would struggle with being able to gain enough of them. If you're actually actively checking the Baba Shop to be able to get them. Oh my goodness. The care package is on the way. I actually have some Raisin Canes coming in. Okay, so now I should be thanking Delta Ryan. Obviously, we're thanking Pixie. But, you know. All this talk of food spurred by Delta Ryan. Where's Cozy when we need him? He wanted this to become a mukbang channel, and I'm about to mukbang. Speaking of which, you've gone up 600 while actively using them over the last 3 months. I mean, fair. Like, wait, what do you mean by gone up 600? Like 600 Dokkan Awakenings? Or 600, you own 600 copies more of him? I'm not sure what you mean by that. Oh, Supreme Kai medals. Duh. There you go. What? Check my... I did check it. Maybe that was just a delayed message, Pixie. I'm assuming. Not the evil left. Not the evil left. Over half your box is ES Gokus at this point. That's so stupid, dude. Yeah, that's quite insane. If it weren't for the fact that, like, I need the power level gains, my box would probably be a lot more Epic Shonen Gokus now, too. But, like, that's the thing. Eventually, I'm going to get to that point where, like, once I'm done with my box, and I'm already handedly first place in power level, that's when I'm going to start being able to look toward that Dokkan Awakenings list. And then I'm going to be able to make some decisions about, like, if it's worthwhile for me to continue to grind the way that I am, where I keep adding all these other free-to-play units that only give you one Dokkan Awakening, or if all the units that I'm replacing, right, like, because I have, okay, let me go back to this view. There's still, like, over 400 SSRs sitting in the Zenosama tag, and obviously because they're SSRs, not yet even awakened to UR, they don't have any hidden potential in system investment, so all of these characters can be gotten rid of. And most of them have 6 links or less. Which means that even deleting these units, replacing them with an Epic Showdown Goku, that I just immediately awaken all the way to the final awakening state and only get 7 links on, I'm still going to be getting more power level from that character, because it's going to have at least 1 extra link, and in a lot of cases more than 1 extra link, like 2 or 3 extra links, and multiple Dokkan Awakenings. So not only am I getting extra power level from the extra Dokkan Awakenings that will be had there, I'm also adding to my amount of Dokkan Awakenings that I have, and that's going to be pretty quick. Because I would only be link leveling, like, the 1 copy of the character each time, right? So, that's something else I'm considering doing at some point in the future. Just to be able to boost my Dokkan Awakenings, but... yeah, we'll see, we'll see. Obviously, all of this stuff is theoretical talk, and none of it's actually going to go down until the first place in power level thing happens, because that is the goal. Exactly. Dokkan Awakenings are not worth sacrificing toward the Crown Jewel, which is why I'm not going to sacrifice anything until we get to that point. But after that, it's going to be the conversation of where we go next, you know? If I have the ability to actually gain on that Dokkan Awakenings leaderboard as well. We'll see, we'll see. Yep, after the full send. Exactly. Alright, I'm getting real unlucky with the Piccolo Jr. procs. Not having it. Not having it. Also, it's a little bit pain having a double orb changer on my team. That's also costing me a lot of time at the moment. Not super stoked about this Weirus situation. He literally did start with one level 9 Link, so hopefully he'll be gone soon. I probably should actually double check my power level after this, thingy-ma-thingy. After this run. You noticed that Pritch has 5860 box space yesterday? Okay. That's not really news to me. I mean, I didn't know his exact box space, but I also knew he definitely had more than me, right? He's been, like, just as long time a player as me, and is not somebody that struggles financially, so... yeah, makes sense that he would have a bunch of box space. The interesting thing about this... I mean, the real reason why I don't need to consider his box space too much is because he's not really a threat right now. You know? Not really a power level grinder, per se. But yeah, he is one of the people that theoretically could eventually get higher than me in power level. There's quite a few out there, right? Him, Discord, Lotad, Saiyan Snake, Toonrami, Gresh. All these people have more box space than me by a mountain. They're just not, they don't have that same level of dedication that I do. That's all that really goes into it at this point, right? Dude, can I get Piccolo Jr. on turn 1? Like, just once. Just one singular time ever would be nice. Good God. I also forgot to check my units. Still gotta do that. Still gotta do that. See, it's insane to me to hear you say that you just want to get into the 4,000s. How the hell are you potentially competing with being literally the #1 player on Dokkan Awakenings, but you're like 2,000 box space behind? That's the most insane thing to me. Absolutely wild. You're going crazy with it. Alright, please tell me Weirus is done. Oh! They're on 9s. Oh no! I never took him off the team, guys! The one that I put on 9s earlier, I never actually took him off the team. Oh, tragic. That's horrible. What a waste. Alright, Dokkan Day off to a bad start, huh? Holy shit. Ugh. No way that just happened. Okay, he's got 1 8 left. Oh, I also need to remind myself about that thing. Okay, hold on. Really important. Something I have to quickly research. Honestly, a little pathetic that I have to research this, but it's something that I'm only 99% sure about, and I need to be 100% sure before I make a mistake. So let me, Okay, it's all in the family. Got it. What I was going to double check is the fact that because I'm no longer going to be link leveling this AGL Angel Goku, this like awakening state of the card, that means that now I need to refer to the links on the Japanese version of the card. So essentially, instead of only getting high compatibility and Saiyan lineage to level 10 before I can take him off the team so that he's ready to be awakened to the next state, I now need to make sure that I get all 4 of these links. So high compatibility, Saiyan lineage, Z fighters, and experienced fighters are all going to need to be level 10 on this guy before I can awaken him. So it's just all in the family that can be left behind. since obviously Z fighters and experienced fighters only continue on this next awakening state that I'm going to be skipping from now on. So, okay, yeah. So I just needed to make sure. I was pretty sure it was just all in the family that was left behind, but I need to make sure I had that right one so that I can, like, look at these units accurately, right? Because, like, this one I still need to get high compatibility up before he can awaken. Those ones, unfortunately, just went in a bad order. I mean, yeah, that's fair, Chewy, that everybody has all these massive collections of lineages, which is mainly from the Chain Battle days is the main thing that did that, right? It was the existence of Chain Battle into the inception of power level grinding, and the fact that Chain Battle existed for long enough that people made these massive collections, and then also continued to power level grind long enough that it was like, okay, well, I'm done with all my real units, what am I gonna do now? So then now you're just grinding lower copies of characters and stuff. Yeah, it's very tough, very tough. But to anybody that never did that, yeah, I guess you're big chillin', right? I mean, okay. Oh, that's right. I would have to do that. Yeah, okay, so look how brutal this would be. Here, hold on. So you talked about 10,000 being, like, the tippity-tip for your Dokkan Awakenings, like, where you could potentially get to. I can get there, too. I can get barely over 10,000, or, you know, a good chunk over 10,000. But I would literally have to get rid of the entire Zenosama tag. And this would include all of the characters that have hidden potential investment, which means in order for me to gain on the Dokkan Awakenings leaderboard at that point, I would literally have to sacrifice on the hidden potential leaderboard, and that's not something I'm willing to do, right? So, yeah, like, you might genuinely be able to gatekeep me away from first place from this, on this leaderboard forever. Potentially, potentially. But also, all the calculations that I've done are based on this graph over here, which is me doing, you know, all these other free-to-play characters that are giving way less Dokkan Awakenings at a time. So if at some point I stopped doing those and did the whole thing I talked about with the Epic Showdown Gokus, then I might be able to make some of that back. We'll see. Yeah, could be interesting. I mean, yeah, the peak is it's technically higher, but again, it is with considering deleting a lot of units. And I just don't know how far into that journey I'm going to get before ultimately my ways of playing Dokkan Battle now become a thing of the past, right? Just because end of service is, like, not anywhere in sight, it seems like Dokkan's probably going to go for another decade or something. I don't see myself still grinding the way that I do today all the way through the game's end of service, right? I could see myself playing the game that long, especially because of having the YouTube channel. That definitely keeps me in it. But I don't know about, like, the hefty ways in which I grind now. Those might be put to rest at some point. So, it'll just depend where my life is at that point. When I'm considering, like, actively grinding for Dokkan Awakenings and seeing if that's, like, worthwhile. At that point, it's just gonna depend on, like, how much work it's actually gonna be. How many thousands of units need to be replaced, right? Calculating all of that out to see how many... Because on top of grinding out the copies of the Epic Showdown Goku card, you also have to grind out all the Dokkan Awakening medals to be able to actually awaken him in the first place. And that doesn't even include link leveling him to replace the power level that I'm losing for the other units that I've deleted, right? So, it's just a lot. There's a lot to that process, and it does not go quickly. Not at all. You don't have the box space to get yourself an uncontested first ever? Really? But you just said your peak was 10,000. I don't understand. That would put you handedly first easily. Like, 10,000 is an uncontested first. Right now, 9,000's an uncontested first. Right? Oh, just that there's hypothetically someone that could get more is what you're saying? I see, I see, I see. Well, yeah. I mean, the same is true for power level, but once I'm above 50 million, I'm considering that uncontested first. Which, I guess for Dokkan Awakenings is a little bit different, right? Because you can climb the Dokkan Awakenings leaderboard a lot quicker than you can climb the power level leaderboard, so I guess theoretically it's not as safe. It's not as safe as, like, being uncontested first in power level. Your spot can kind of be taken overnight. Yeah, that's true. The more box space you have, the easier the climb. That's another thing that's going to be a pain in the ass once I get to the point of, like, having to replace units. Because right now, I've still been going strong. You can look through the entirety of the, all the data pulls on DokkanStats.com. And there is never a negative number for me. Ever. Because well, okay, that's not true. There's never a negative number on the power level leaderboard. There are negative numbers within, like, the Dokkan Awakenings and stuff because of my, my version Z Goku grind that I did once upon a time. Because he drops as a TUR, he is a Dokkan Awakened character, and I farmed up hundreds and thousands of copies of him, and then fed them all into each other for, like, a grand total of 100 SA20 copies. Or SA25 copies, actually. Because I did easy A them all as well, right? But yeah, like, so there was one point where, like, a data pull had calculated the amount of Dokkan Awakenings I had, and then it dropped off massively after I, like, fed all those Gokus into each other. So there is technically some negatives on there, but not on the power level one. I've always made sure to have more power level each update that's happened. But yeah, that's going to be a more interesting task to accomplish once I'm out of box space and I'm actively deleting units to replace them. Because the easiest way to go about it would be to delete hundreds of units at a time so that I have hundreds of box space and then I can go, you know, mass farm up a bunch and then have months worth of grinding to do again. But it would be a lot more meticulous, you know, to only delete a couple at a time and then replace them just to make sure that I don't get, like, a massive sink in my power level number at one point. So, we'll see. We'll see. Not super sure what that's going to end up looking like. But these will be conversations we revisit in 2027 when all this is going down. Yeah, problem for future me. It's probably something that I'll ultimately just accept at some point and bite that bullet, you know? Just because once I'm getting to that level of, like, endgame in my grind, once I'm, like, that late stage of everything going on, it's gonna be very, like, I don't know, like, I'm already gonna be having conversations with myself about the way that I'm spending my time in life, and how worth it and worthwhile it is for me to continue the grinding that I'm doing within Dokkan and stuff, right? So, by trying to keep up this fake metric that really only matters to me about not having a negative number on the power level website and stuff, I might just say screw it and not care, and take one update where I have a massive drop-off, and then it just makes my life easier every day moving forward and stuff, right? So. Oh, Michael Lenzen, yeah, I'm not summoning anymore. No more summons for me. I don't need any more box space to get first place in power level, so I'm just not going to buy it anymore. And I had already decided that I wasn't going to be spending Dragon Stones on summoning at the beginning of 2026, so now we're just adding not buying Pilaf Trove Packs either. So essentially, I'm not summoning anymore. Unless the game gives me ways to summon for absolutely free, I'm just not summoning ever again. And all of my stones will be spent on link leveling. Wait, what actually is happening right now? Is my OST playlist okay? This is the second OST that's played 2 times already during this stream. Because this is the one that we started the stream with. This is, Int Kid Goku. What the heck? And then, the fictional future Gohan and Trunks card, where Trunks has the sword for some reason. That was the OST that was playing twice already, because both times that the music paused, that was the one that was playing. Huh? Wild. We'll have to see what plays after this. If it goes back to that Trunks one, I'm gonna be like, what is happening? Alright, check some more units. Please tell me he's done. Oh my god. Get this Weirus off my team. Get him out of here. I will take all the clapter. All the applause for it. Thank you, Pixie. To be honest, it's never been easier to not spend money on Dokkan. The, you know, the fear was always not being able to, like, permanently be #1 in power level, but based on the way that I'm feeling about the power level grind and stuff, I just don't think I have it in me to hold that #1 spot forever anyway. And mainly the reason is just because, like, it's not financially reasonable for me to be able to do, right? It was always meant to be, the spending was always meant to be a means to an end. The original means was going to be gaining enough popularity on my YouTube channel to have this be able to, like, pay for my ability to summon, and obtain more box space and stuff, but obviously that has not happened. I've switched gears a lot with the channel over time. Not a typical Dokkan content creator at this point, so it's a little bit more difficult for me to gain traction. Just because I don't really cover, like, celebration details and new units and showcases, and I don't even really do content videos anymore, so. But yeah, the fact that I am going to be able to be first place for a long time is okay enough with me. Oh, wow. You were in an earthquake? That's pretty scary. I hope that you are safe and everybody is okay. Big respect for the IRL clapping. Thank you. Thank you, Chewy. You do need to get your butt up there to 7.5. Yeah, we need to get you on that, we need to get you on that leaderboard right away. Stat. Happy Dokkan Day, Dinkelberg. How's the grind going so far? You in it already? It passed by 6 blocks away? That's insane. Oh, I said earthquake, but it was tornado. Duh. That's actually so scary. I could never. I feel like I would rather be in an earthquake than next to a tornado, if I'm honest. Oh, yeah. You actually are. Here, I'll show you. I'll show you, Dinkle. Check it out. These are the top gains for this last update. You are at the top. 350k, bud. Are we gonna see another 350k on the next one? 300k on Dokkan Day? Yeah? Going for the full 24-hour grind? What say you? Is it happening? Is it happening? Of course the Californians over here are like, yeah, we'll take an earthquake over a tornado any day. That's funny. You need sleep? Nah. You don't need sleep. That's some bullshit. You sleep when you're dead. Come on now. Wait. Dinkelberg, I have a really important question for you. Really important question for you. How much box space do you have? How much box space? Ooh, Chewy, I might defer to you for another graphic. I think the very next, oh, is that how you got that? Was orbs and keys? You cheated? You cheated for that reset? Oh, buddy. Oh, buddy. But yeah, Chewy, I might defer to you for that next graphic. Getting, like, the top 20 power levels, and then getting, like, an accurate box space number for all of them that we can begin to track. I would love that. Total or occupied or both? I really just want the total. You can share the rest of it if you want, but I'm curious about your actual total. Oh my god. Raising Cane's out here, moving the goalpost. They shifted my delivery time later. It's alright. Looking like less than 10 minutes. Not gonna lie, that sentence is really bittersweet to read. That you haven't been buying ticket packs. As someone that wants to be able to hold, my first place spot once I get it, I recommend that no one ever buy any box space. But also, as someone that wants to be supportive of my fellow power level grinders, and someone who's doing very well for themselves on power level, I say shame. You should absolutely be obtaining all the box space. Especially because what it sounds like, based on what you just said, is you haven't been buying ticket packs because the tickets have been effing you. Does that mean that you've just been buying Dragon Stones instead? So you're still spending money on the characters, you're still spending money on the game, and you're opting not to get the extra Link skill orbs? Meat? Like, what are we doing? And obviously box space that you could be getting from those packs? Buddy, if you're spending $1, the first dollar should be going into those peel-off packs for box space. That is absolutely true. Oh, nice. Oh my god! Wait. Oh. Oh. Bro has a lot. Bro has 5120. 5120. That's scary. No, 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 no. That is not correct. That is not correct. It is not way cheaper for stones and monthly orbs. No, it is not. No, it is not. It is cheaper for the monthly packs. The monthly packs you should buy. Yes. Like the I'm still buying the monthly packs, right? That's the only thing that I'll be buying at this point. The monthly packs in game, and then the like enough like weekly packs or whatever little packs on the web store to be able to spend $30 a month so that I can get the point bonuses. That's it. And that's all that I would be buying. But to say that straight up buying Dragon Stones is a better monetary value than buying the tickets is false. It is wrong. It is absolutely wrong. If you are attempting to spend the least amount of money for the most amount of summons on a banner, you buy the peel-off ticket trove packs every single time. They are always the best value. Even if you factor in getting, like, nothing else in the pack. If all that's in there is the tickets, and you compare the direct dollar value of the tickets for the pack versus what it would cost you to buy Dragon Stones, even with sales up, it's still a better deal to get the peel-off trove packs. Every single time. Every single time. I promise you. I promise you. I'm not, no, okay, yeah, so $170 for box space every new release is brutal, for sure. I'm not saying, like, oh, keeping up with absolutely all of it. But yes, exactly. I'm talking value per summon. I'm talking how much each, so, like, one ticket is equivalent to 5 Dragon Stones, if you think of it that way. Because you can single summon a character for 5 Dragon Stones, you can single summon a character for 1 ticket. So if you just factor in the dollar value price of a singular ticket versus the dollar value price of 5 stones, the singular ticket is way better value. So you should be buying those over buying stones ever. If the intention behind buying your stones is to spend them on summoning for characters, then you should buy the tickets instead. Especially as a power level grinder who's going to get the box space out of it. Like, that's just an insane thing for me to hear. Yeah, right. But if you're saying that, like, you're not buying the stones for summons, then I hear you. If you're just buying the stones to be able to replenish stamina, and you're just getting yourself a little bit and you don't summon at all, then sure. That's now exactly where I'm at, so I get you. Now, the other thing I didn't really comment on, because you distracted me with this whole peel-off trove ticket pack slander, is my box base is not that much higher than yours, bud. We are looking pretty neck and neck. Over here at 5120. Let me see what my exact total is. I think it's like 5280. I'm pretty sure. So I have 160 on you right now. Yeah, I'm at 5280. That's only 160. That's really not that much. Now, the other thing is, are you link leveling Epic Showdown Gokus? What are you actually link leveling these days? I am very, very curious about this, honestly. Because, like, you know, obviously I've been talking about Lotad a lot, as far as, like, the next looming threat, but it's looking like Dinkelberg is not that far off. But it does depend on your current box, what that looks like and stuff, because the amount of Epic Showdown Gokus I'm going to be grinding, and all of these other really, really good free-to-play duped characters and stuff, you know. I don't need as much box space as the average player in order to get a higher power level. So, it depends what you've been collecting. You're clearing up your box with Dokkan Awakened URs. Oh, okay, so you're still collecting one in every slot. Did the reverse update screw you over, or did you never pre-awaken your units for extra links and power level and stuff before? Because that makes sense. If the reverse update didn't mess you up, or if you're just pulling a Truth DT and actually redoing your collection. You posted in my Discord a while back of your strat after you finished your box. I kind of forgot. That was like right when you got on my radar. There's no way that Raising Cane's delayed the delivery time again. Oh my goodness. The blasphemy. Pixie, these people are out to get us. Didn't reverse much, but it still messed you up. Okay, okay. Oh, it was dropped off? That's not... Bro, literally the arrival time thing says that it's not even here yet. It says that it won't be for another couple minutes. Oh, there we go. Now it's complete. Okay. Yep. I'm gonna give it a second because there's nothing worse than opening your front door to a DoorDash driver standing there. So we're gonna wait for them to like leave. I also hate the thing where DoorDash drivers find an excuse to sit in front of your house for another 10 minutes after you after they drop off the food. That just irks me so bad. Especially when you don't tip them. Then it's a little bit scary. Like, are you gonna come back out of that car with a weapon for me or something? Yeah, never been a fan of that. I will, like, actively camp inside and, like, look through the peephole and wait for them to drive away before I go out and get the food. I usually do that. I'm excited to see what I got. Obviously, there's not a ton of options. It is just Raising Cane's. They sell one thing. They got the chicken. They got the chicken, but... Yeah. Okay, let me go grab this food real quick, and then I will respond to these messages. Un momento. Okay, well, first, hold on. Let me, reset the run. And then I skedaddle. Okay, BRB, BRB. Hell yeah! Raising Cane's, baby. Let's do it. Did you buy me a water puddle too, or was that complimentary because it's hot out? What is going on? Just knows that I'm a water enjoyer like that, I guess. Not a fan of Raising Cane's? Oh, buddy. Whew. You're lucky I'm in a good mood. That one would earn you a $5 on a regular day. Yeah. Yeah, that's fair. Water is Dios. Water is Dios. Maybe we can adopt this. Okay, so fun fact. There's this parkour YouTube channel. These guys from, the GB, the Great Britain, the UK, and they go by Storer. They're very popular. They've got a cool, like, what, 10 million subscribers or something like that, so some of you probably heard of them. But yeah, they used to have this trope on their channel where they would say that water is God, and I vibe with that statement so much, I might just adopt it for my own channel, because they don't use it anymore. Okay, somebody said something about a new chatter. Oh, Indigex. Recently found your channel from the Friend Point guide. Thanks for that. Now I might be able to do more than 20k multis, more than 2 20k multis next time the banner rolls around. Yeah, of course. Actually, since that video, we have discovered more new things. So now it is apparent to us that your friend code is actually indicative of priority on the friends list. So if you have a 10-digit friend code, that is going to be worse than having a 9-digit friend code. I want to say a solid, if I just had to throw out random numbers and guess. I don't even know that these numbers are true, but based on what I've seen, it feels like 90% of the player base has a 10-digit friend code, a solid 8% have a 9-digit friend code, and like 2% have an 8-digit friend code. So if you have less digits in your friend code, you're going to have a better, more prioritied account that's going to be pulled for friend points more often. So essentially, when you're looking at a list of characters like this, where every single character has maxed out god equips and they're all equivalent, which obviously on this list is not true, mine is the best here at the top, but if we had a bunch of them with all the exact same stat lines, then it would just order them by friend code instead, would be the way that works. So yeah, if you have a big giant friend code like me and Dinkle over here having a 10-digit friend code that starts with a 2, yeah, we're kind of cooked. We're kind of cooked. So, yeah, your friend code is definitely going to be another, factor that you don't really have any control over. Just so that you know. Just so that you know. Alright, guys, we got all the goodies. All the goodies. Look at this. Boom, boom. Oh, yeah. Raising Cane's, baby. So we got the best Texas toast in the world. Absolutely amazing. The best breaded chicken fingers. Some amazing crinkle-cut french fries. And you can't forget about the coleslaw. Literally, so many people don't like the coleslaw from this place that they'll just, like, swap out the coleslaw for an extra bread, swap it out for extra cane sauce. They have their own specialty sauce, really yummy. And so much so that every time I try to order my meal at Raising Cane's and I ask for, like, an extra bread or I ask for an extra sauce or something like that, they always assume that I want to remove the coleslaw and add the other thing in. And I always have to correct them and say, no, no, no. I would like the coleslaw, please. It is yummy. Give me the coleslaws. Yummy, yummy. Thank you, baby. I appreciate you. As a new player, should you summon on Super Saiyan 3 Daimagoku? No. Definitely don't. Next month we have the Global Dokkan campaign coming. And that celebration is going to be massive. New players should absolutely be saving up right now, because there is a huge celebration on the horizon. Save up for like a month. You would get ramen or Mexican if you had to eat out. That's fair. Mexican's very good. I do be liking some Mexican. Wait. Chewy, no. Your message that just says Mexican got blocked. Oh my god. So apparently you're like inappropriate and racist today, is what YouTube thinks about your messages. Mexican food's just a little bit hard to eat on stream, I would say. A little messy and stuff, you know? You have a 10-digit friend code that starts with a 1. Is that bad? You're never going to be one of those people that can just stockpile millions and millions. If you don't have a 9-digit or an 8-digit friend code, you can't stockpile millions and millions. It's just not possible. However, having a 10-digit code that starts with a 1, you're going to be significantly better off than people that have a 10-digit code that starts with a 2. So, you'll get some. You could still potentially, with, like, optimal characters, optimal lineups with, like, rainbowed with full god equips and stuff, you could still get hundreds of thousands per day, potentially. There is also another factor that we still don't know about, which is batching. We don't understand the way, because if you, basically, I'll show you in a second when this run resets. The one final factor that we actually cannot calculate with like, friend point earning, and the way that it, like, procs friend leads, is that this list right here that I'm looking at, if I were to take my filters off and whatever, this list right here is not every single account in the game. And if I click update, right, there's, like, multiple pages that it can show me. This is not every single account in the game. What we don't know is how you get on this list to begin with. And some accounts seem to have an easier time getting on this list, and sometimes people just don't. And I have no idea. That doesn't even seem to be related to friend code or the units you have set or anything. So yeah, that's one factor that we still have no idea about. That's all buried in the back end. No one knows. Your counterpoint is top key. He has a 10-digit code. Does he? Hold on. I'll look right now. Where's he at? Oh, right. He's Ori. Ori in-game, not top key. Yeah, right here. Okay, he does have a 10-digit code. 1-8. Does he gets millions, right? I guess. So yeah, that's not the worst. But yeah, it's certainly not as good as someone like Angelo, right? Who's got that 9-digit code, 1-4. That's kind of insane. Wait, does Proton also have a 9-digit code? He does, wow. Oh, I guess that's how these are in order, right? Is by friend code. Even Xeon has a 9-digit code. Nice. That's pretty cool. Yeah, and then meanwhile, I'm all the way down here. Hate it! Absolutely hate it. Is what it is. Alright, let's do a quick unit check. Please tell me someone's done. Your 10-digit code starts with 29? Dude, you're screwed. Yeah, you're never getting a friend point in your life. Sorry. That's tough. Meanwhile, Dark Rust? Wait, where was he at on here? I didn't even see. Oh, no, yeah. A 10-digit code that starts with 3? Bros literally doesn't even know what a friend point is. Wait, that's brutal. The Whis event still never gave you the level 8-8 for bronze you needed after 10,000 runs. That's pretty nutty. But believable, considering the fact that it took me 25,000 runs to get one copy of every single equip in there. So, potentially you're not even halfway done to seeing that equip, if it wants to be the very last one that the game gives you. Yeah, 10-digit code starting with a 3 is so AIDS. That's insane. I cannot imagine. You're going for the blues. Why not Yamcha or Manga Gohan? I mean, do you. Yeah, go ahead and grind Whis after you get to 20 mil. Just grind Whis indefinitely. Never stop that, you know? Like, realistically, okay, here's the thing. Lotad is technically still my biggest looming threat for power level. One, because he is the highest, like, the next highest power level behind me that has more box space than me to be able to catch up to me. But also because he is actively focused on getting to that first place in power level, right? So I have a question for you, Dinkle. Because you're still collecting ones in every slot, will that ever change? Or will your power level journey max out when you're done with those characters? Like, what are you going to do with the rest of your box space once you're finished grinding every single card that's in your box now is done? What are you doing with the extra? Are you going to start doing free-to-play grinding strats, or are you just leaving the box space and not power level grinding anymore? I'm very curious about that, because, I mean, essentially, based on what I'm seeing, your account has what it takes to be first place in, like, in power level. You totally could, at some point. And my point in saying that is, Obviously, you're not going to be able to get there before me. You're not going to be able to, like, beat Megate before I do. But you could pass me before Lotad does. That's the point that I'm making. Did he? Did I just miss the message? I might have. All good. Doing the Nagi strat. Okay, okay. Well, if that is the plan, you probably won't beat me then. I don't think you can beat me without Epic Showdown Goku, especially because of all of the extra copies you have saved in your box. Because, like, my box was once that way too, but I have since gotten rid of hundreds of those characters, right? I don't have, like, a ton of extra rares and stuff like that. Just sitting, like, waiting to be, or like, sitting, taking up box space. That aren't really providing that much power level. That's why I didn't see it. I have the DBC server open right now, but I didn't have my server open. I wasn't paying attention. I also had the power level leaderboard over the top of my Discord on that screen. Yeah, so it is straight up the Nagi strat. I mean, yeah, that's fair. You do say that. You say you're a regular guy and that you have other things in life to grind and whatever, but then also you were the first. You got the biggest gains in the last update. Did I see your last message? Yeah, I responded to your last message. You said you're a new player in the game. Should you summon for the Daimagoku? No, no, no. Do not do it. Save for the next celebration. The GDC celebration is coming in a month. And that will have way better banners than the one that you could summon on right now. I would absolutely skip this one. Do not summon. You have a sizable amount of free time, but you're not free to grind all day, every day was your point. I mean, I'm not either. What? Oh, okay. I see what's happening here. You're responding specifically to me saying that you could pass me before Lotad does. So you're comparing your grind to his. Lotad is a 710 simp. You can beat him easily. He has no interest in going as fast as possible. He has every interest in saving as many Dragon Stones as he possibly can, so that he can spend those on summoning. That's the reality of it. That's why I'm definitely going to be able to be first place, even though Lotad inevitably will take that spot from me one day. Because he is only moving as fast as he's moving. And while we are on the time chamber right now, bro's on 710. He just grinds 710. Yes, Lotad can link level at work. Yeah, Dinkle, I did see you tag me in the Discord. I peeped that. You don't think you have it in you to get first place, TBH? I mean, to each their own. To each their own. Like I said, it's bittersweet. It's bittersweet. There's definitely a part of me that wants to see you go as hard as you possibly can, because you're set up for it. You're in the exact same situation as me. Having a basically equivalent box space, you know, and just, like, the ability to get there. But, I don't know, just stick with it. You never know what can happen. But yeah, it is bittersweet, because there's the other part of me that wants to tell you just like, okay, good, then never go for first place. I'll just hang on to that title. You don't have to worry about it. It's not that far away, come on. You can do it, you can do it. Like, if you think about it in terms of, like, okay, you're probably not going to be able to go for something like 2 million per month in power level gains. That's a little bit ridiculous because you're not doing, like, a power level lucrative strat right now. Like, once you start the Nagi strat, the one that you showed me over here, then 2 mil a month is absolutely obtainable. Without that strat, you should easily be able to get 1 mil a month, though. And more likely, like, 1.2, 1.3, something like that. So, considering that, 20 mil to 30 mil should only take you, like, what, 9 months? 8 months? Something like that? That's not that terribly long. Guys, the Canes is absolutely hitting right now. Absolutely hitting. This is definitely what I needed. What's the Nagi strat? I'll show you. It's that. All of these characters, obviously you have Yamcha as the leader. And then all of these characters have more than 7 links. So the point is to be able to link level a larger amount of link skills at one time to gain power level more quickly. And then also so that you're obtaining more power level per box space obtained, right? So you do all of these. Because all of these characters are free to play, so you can dupe farm them over and over and over again without penalty, and they're all Earthbred fighters, so you can use them under the Yamcha active, is the idea. So, Hercule Buu, Krillin, Vegeta each have 13 links. Super Saiyan 3 Goku has 12 links. The Great Saiyaman has 11 links, and they have 9 links. Or, no, he has 10 links, they have 9 links. Another unit that gets added onto this team build is the LR Babidi, because LR Babidi has 11 links. But you, in that strategy, would not use Yamcha, and you would actually lead with the Hercule Buu, because most of these cards are on Majin Buu Saga, which is what he leads, and then you put Babidi on the team as well. So that's what some people do with that strat. That's another, like, variant of it. Yeah, all those characters are counting for Dokkan Awakenings, but it's only one Dokkan Awakening for each of them, so it's not really that much to consider. Unless you're doing Epic Showdown Gokus, you're probably not actually going to be competitive on Dokkan Awakenings. By the way, since you asked, Osiris, the Nagi strat is just what some people call it, because of the fact that Nagi, one of the, like, Japanese players on the, power level leaderboard, has actively used that strat, and, like, I have proof that he has used that strat in order to get where he is at in power level. But the reality of the situation is that there's a lot more players than just Nagi who have used that strat over time, and Nagi wasn't even the first one to do it. So it is kind of funny that people refer to it as the Nagi strat. Because Migate used the exact same strat, Sakura used the exact same strat. I don't know enough about this player. Runo used the exact same strat. I don't know enough about this player. I'm doing something similar, even though mine has been developed to add Epic Showdown Goku, which none of these players used. And then Nagi also used it. So, yeah, there were quite a few different players that have done the Nagi strat over time. Alright, let's check links again, see where we're at. Oh! Dude, there's no way. Weirus has been on the team for an hour and 35 minutes now, and he still hasn't gotten a single link. This is so brutal. Okay, we're done with this character. I mean, I say that, but he is 13th. He is 13th. What are you talking about? Oh, the Dokkan Awakenings. You're saying Dinkelberg is 13th? Oh, I assume if I toggle by just global, is what you mean? Then he's 13th. Yeah, but look at, yeah, he's 13th, but that's not, I'm sorry, that's not competitive. Look at where, the unfortunate part about the, oh, I didn't even pull it up for you guys. The unfortunate part about the Dokkan Awakening leaderboard is look at, like, how large of a gap there is between the top 5 and everyone else. Like, just because you have the placement of 13th doesn't mean you're even close to competitive with these players. Yeah, sorry. That's just the reality of it. Does he completely max them out, like, SA10 and 100% or just link level them? No. Yeah, no one's maxing out those cards. It's a waste to max out those cards. You literally, like, even all the ones in my box, they're SA1 and they have no dupe paths unlocked at all. And then you just awaken them so that they're Dokkan Awakened, because they have to be Dokkan Awakened in order to get the exchanges that, you know, like Hercule Boo only has 7 links, and then once you Dokkan Awaken him, then he has the exchange to be able to go to Boo from Hercule, and then that's where he gets all those extra links, right? By the way, guys, just realized, the same OST is playing. What is happening to this playlist? We've been going for an hour and a half, and 2 OSTs have played. I'm just straight up gonna refresh this entire... Hold on. One second. I'm gonna start this over. Let's go to playlists. No. YouTube. Here we go. Get rid of that shit. Okay. Yes. Shuffle is on. Skip. Okay. Now let's see if YouTube is going to work properly and actually give me some different OSTs. What the hell? That's so random. Ah! Thank you, time loss. Don't stress me out, please. Please. It's so early in Dokkan Day. What is the reasoning for Epic Showdown Goku? You're unaware. Does he count for Dokkan Awakenings? He is... It's because he has the most links. Epic Showdown Goku has 15 links. So I can show this off to you here. Alright, check this out. Ignore the bottom row. That's just for the JP version of the game, because they don't have the, you know, the AGL state on the card. But for On Global, he's got 4 Dokkan Awakenings and 15 links, which means it is the most possible power level that you can get per box space use at 15,600 power level. The problem is, unlike all of those other free-to-play characters that you can fully awaken right away and then just link level in their top form, you have to link level this guy on his way up because his links change as you awaken him. That's why he has access to 15 links, but it means you also have to link level him 4 times. Once all the way down at the very bottom awakening state, then the AGL Angel Goku. You skip this one because he's got the same links as the Super Saiyan Angel. Then you do the Super Saiyan Angel, and then you do the Super Saiyan 3 Angel. Yeah. Yep. So that's how that goes. Yeah, but it just takes a really, really long time, because think about it this way. If you were to do a team that has 4 copies of him on the team, you're doing all 4 of his awakening states at once. That means you're only doing a team full of characters with it's 15 links total. Because by the time you start the very first iteration of him, up until you finish the very last copy of him at Super Saiyan 3, that's 15 links that you've gotten. As opposed to your team idea, which has 15 links basically per character. So, yeah, it makes the grinding go a lot slower, and that's why I have adjusted the team build to the way I have now, where I only have 2 of him on the team. Because when I first started the Epic Showdown Goku strat, I was doing 4 copies of him on the team at once, and I was getting no power level at all. The gains are just so freaking slow. So, yeah, definitely is not the idea. I will say, if you were to just link level him twice, these top 2 awakening states, which in fact, the way to get the most out of him is to link level the very lowest one, because you can get 4 unique links out of the very bottom one, and then another entire 7 from the top form. So if you only wanted to do him twice, you could do him in his very lowest form, and then you could do him in his very highest form. In which case, if you were going to do that, you would need to get all 5 links, because All in the Family disappears at the 3rd state, not the 4th. So yeah, you'd have to do all 5 links at the low end. Oh, and actually, yeah, no, because you're getting 5 links here, and then 7. So that would still be 12 links on him. If you only link leveled him twice, you're still getting 12 links. And you're still getting more Dokkan Awakenings than any other character is going to offer you. So, technically, he is, even if you only do him at the lowest state and then the highest state, he is still going to be the highest power level gain units for you, besides Hercule Buu and Krillin Vegeta. Those are the only 2 that will beat him. And it's going to be by less than 1,000. So, yeah, you could potentially go at it that way if you wanted to. Which video explains the full ES Goku strat? It's... Oh, shit. Which one is it? I don't remember the name of it off the top of my head. I did so many videos focused around him at that time. I'm trying to remember. I'm gonna pull up my, posted videos and we'll scroll through it. I'll let you know. Hold on. I will take a look. Yeah, that's a big reason to do Epic Showdown Goku, is because you don't need keys to farm him up. His event is always live, right? And super cheap. Only 7 stamina to run. It's just a shitty fact that there's a labyrinth on the map, and because it's a beginner event, that means that there's dialogue that pops up on the map that you can't skip if you're on auto. And yeah, it takes a long time to grind his stages. It's not the most convenient thing. Hold on, just got some more links, gotta double check. Yes! I'm free! He's done! Oh my goodness, finally. Okay, let's get that Gohan on here. Oh wait, I'm toggled by SR. There we go. He's probably only got 1 link left too. Yeah. Which, honestly, silly as it is, I probably shouldn't even be link leveling this guy now, because he's gonna get more awakenings, and then I'm just gonna have to add those on. And, like, re-link level him. But I'll probably just use orbs for that at some point in the future, we'll see. 1-9 left on him. Okay. Alright, alright. Yeah, if only auto skip dialogue, right? That would be good. Finally have returned, Night Shroud. Link leveling and driving is not for the faint of heart. Yeah, it's not. It's definitely something to get used to. I've got years of practice of that under my belt. Okay, let's see here. Here, I might as well show you this since I'm looking at it myself. Nothing to hide here, just all my public videos that you've already seen. That you've all already watched and gone and liked and commented on, yeah? Speaking of which... 10 likes. 10 likes? We've only got 10 likes on the stream right now, guys? Ain't no way. Let's get that number up, please. Holy moly. Was it here? I think it was here. Maybe I did it after that one? Because this one right here, this is the Nagi strat video. Do this to gain power level the fastest. The ultimate power level strategy guide. This video right here talks all about the Nagi strat. Does not talk about the ES Goku strat. Because the Nagi strat is the one that does allow you to gain the absolute fastest, right? The Epic Showdown Goku is not the fastest strat by any means. But it is the way to get the most overall power level. So I know I did a video on that one too, but what was it called? 29 mil. Did I not make that video ever? I don't think I made that video. Have I not actually made the video on... That's actually so confusing, because I know this is what kicked it off, and I didn't do it before then, right? Let's go back one more page and see if maybe I'm just misremembering that I made this video before. Because I'm also trying to think what the thumbnail would have been for that video. I would have remembered, like, making the thumbnail for that. Yeah, this was, like, prior to 2026. Wow, I don't think I ever... Yeah, this is where I discovered Migate. So, Epic Showdown Goku strat hadn't even been developed at this point. Wow. Okay, yeah, I guess I haven't made a video on it. Yeah, that's really interesting. Yeah, I do have the Epic Showdown Goku philosophy video, right? We do have that one. Let's see. That one's the next page forward. Where is that? That one's right here. The Epic Showdown Goku philosophy was mainly me highlighting always keeping the tech SR on the back end of your team and just fully using him all the time, no matter what. That's what this video is focused around, but I guess I do also go into some detail about the strategy itself, so... Awesome. Okay, some of you guys are on it with the likes. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Wow. Oh, Dinkle, you just give them out to anybody willy-nilly, huh? They don't even have to ask for the likes or beg for them. You just give that shit right off the bat. Hell yeah. Oh. You're right. Hold on. Hold on. I do remember. Thank you, Night Shroud. It was the story of the best endgame link leveling strategy. That's right. And I believe that one was after the other one that had Super Saiyan 4 Daima Goku on it. The thumbnail. But what was the thumbnail for that video? Why can't I find it? I must have made a cursed thumbnail that was, like, shitty, and that's why I'm not remembering. Because it was... I know I could just search for it, but I'm trying to place it in time. I mean, okay, here. It should come up with that. Oh, it was that one! Okay, I didn't remember the... Yeah, okay, this is the video. This is the video that shows the full Epic Showdown Goku strategy. I hate this video, by the way. This is, like, one of the... If I were to show someone, like, my portfolio and be like, look how good of a content creator I am, this video sucks. Not only is the thumbnail low budget and low effort and terrible, I also did such a bad job just explaining things throughout this video. I'm, like, talking over myself. I jump back and forth between points. I forget things. I didn't start at the spot I should have started at. Like, this is a horrible video. I really, really don't like the way that this one turned out. But, yeah, this one does fully give you all the details you need with the Epic Showdown Goku strategy. Good shout, Chewy. While we have people here, become a Relic Hunter today. Join the Discord, link in description. and you can join the external Dokkan battle progression system, and gain level-upable roles in my Discord server. Lots of fun lore about being relic hunters. It's a fun thing. Go and take a look. It is criminal that you were the first like on that ancient zero damage Super Battle Road run. It was W content. Yeah, at the time that was a pretty cool thing. That's why it's in my Hall of Fame playlist, right? Yeah, I did put that video in the Hall of Fame playlist on purpose. It's still sitting there. If you're ever bored and just want some videos to roll through, check out my Hall of Fame playlist, because I've got some bangers in here. Here we go. But yeah, the very first video I ever posted in there. Perfect run. We took 0 damage in all of Super Battle Road. We did the entire Super Battle Road, did not take one singular point of damage the entire time. It was really fun. Which obviously nowadays, that'd be really easy to do. You could just go back to any of the oldest possible... Like, you could just do Extreme Class, Super Battle Road, and then bring Piccolo Jr. as your lead and friend lead, and then just win with his turn 1 actives on all the fights, right? Like, you could very easily do it, but this is prior to those guys existing. So I was doing things like dodging with UI Gokus, and then using Jocko and Chaozu to stun the enemies. Like, it was really cool. It was really cool. The fact that, dude, this video has 13 views. Oh no! I unplugged Dokkan. Yeah, this video has 13 views. It's really funny. But it's in here. The duality of videos in this playlist. Some have 10k, some have 12. Yeah. Love it, love it. Great playlist, though. Lots of fun stuff in there. You don't spend money on YouTube, so you like to support with likes. Well, I appreciate you supporting me by even being here, Dinkle. I will say that. I'm glad that you love the video, Night Shroud. I'm sure that a lot of people found it instructional and entertaining, but I just feel like it wasn't my best work. That's all I mean. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Guys, you know, it's really hard to talk and eat at the same time. I don't know if you knew that. Not the easiest thing I've ever done. Exactly. Gotta keep evolving. Keep getting better and better. It's all about growth. Yep. I think my channel has grown a lot in 2026. Not in, you know, size as far as, like, amount of engagement that I get or anything. It's kind of at a low at the moment as far as engagement and, like, how many subscribers I'm gaining and things like that. My dollar value earned is massive compared to what it once was, but it's just because I added the ability to join, become a member on my YouTube channel, which, by the way, you should do, because you'll get instant access to any videos that I upload instead of having to wait until usually the next day for them to be uploaded. There is also a boost you can get in the Relic Hunter system by being a member on the channel. You'll get access to some fun little emotes that you can throw in chat if you are a member. Let me see. Boom, 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 boom. All kinds of fun little emotes. Some of those are related to the Relic Hunter system, so if they don't make sense to you here, you have to go and read about them in the Discord server. And then I also offer... There's a lot of people in the community that are on my friends list regardless, but if you are a member of my YouTube channel, then that is one of the guarantees, is that I'll give you a spot on my friends list. In-game. You know, like two people IRL that play Dokkan, so it's nice that you can be with your people. Yeah, that's always fun, right? Most of you are familiar with Nightman Flock. That is an IRL friend that I have, who is actually the person that got me into Dokkan Battle. So yeah, it's always fun to be able to play Dokkan IRL with people. And that's why I'm so bummed about the watch party. Guys. I still can't believe that no one made a video on it. Like, I am so floored about that. I went and watched Truth's summon stream for Super Saiyan 3 Goku, and I noticed that he had mentioned Iron. He asked Iron Kane. He was like, "Oh, did you get invited?" And they were like flaming. Him and Gresh were flaming Iron for the fact that it's been multiple days and he hasn't even bothered to check the news and blah blah blah. All the typical them bullying Iron stuff. But then like, I was like, okay, this is the only acknowledgement of this that's happened on any of your channels in the last week. Like, they announced that the watch party thing was happening when that announcement first went out in the news, and then no one has made a video talking about the fact that the results have been revealed and the people that got invited, right? It's just really random how radio silent everyone's been. You feel so bad about the watch party application? Why? Why do you feel bad? Just because you got invited and, like, no one else did, and you're gonna be there by yourself with Dr. Pritch? It's gonna be you, Pritch, and Chaos, just hanging out. The three of you in an empty room together. And Geppy and Omatsu won't even be there. So... Oh, nice. Xeon just submitted some upgrades. That's cool, that's cool. Good eye. I have not been, checking that at all lately. Yeah, a couple of your friends, yeah. I would say every single one of my friends, both IRL and virtual, have applied, and no one got in, basically. Unless you consider me a friend now, then I would say one of my friends got in. Since I have you here, that is a good question. How did the like, registration thing go? I assume you did that part. Was there, like, was the +1 thing a part of the registration form? Or how does that actually work? Okay, well, to be fair, truly, I wasn't talking about in-game friends. I was talking about, like, you know, actual friends. Alright, we're about to do this again, aren't we? This whole having Gohan on the team for 2 hours bullshit. Unfortunately, I think that's the reality we're signing up for at the moment. Which I hate. It's eating into my ability to link level the more power level lucrative units, so I'm not happy about it. Alright, we got 15 of these guys left, and most of them look like this, where I just have this one level 9 int fighter that needs to be leveled up. In fact, let's do this. 989, 9. Yeah, okay. Basically, all of them are at 8s and 9s left, so that's good. The last one we did was going to take the longest because he was at level 5 to begin with, right? All the other ones are basically almost done. So those should actually help me make up some time, because usually those ones go really quick. Yeah, you gotta give some personal details and stuff of you and the person coming with you and attending. Or if you aren't going with anyone, then you leave it blank. Oh, wow. Okay, so it actually is in there. Interesting. Well, you have yet to answer the question. I'm assuming you already have someone lined up for your +1. You don't have to tell me who if you're keeping that on the low for some reason or other. But I am curious if you have a +1 or not. A simple yes or no would suffice. You know what you should do just to BM? You should just make Final Chaos your +1. Just go be Dr. Purchase +1. And throw your own invite in the trash. How about that? Oh yeah. +1ing another person that has a ticket would be the greatest idea of all time. Nice. Someone that you're talking to from California for the first time. Cool. That's exciting. Whereabouts are you from, Night Shroud? Where do you reside in the world? Obviously, I know you're in the States. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been invited to the watch party. But I don't know where. West Coast, East Coast, all that? Not sure. Yes, I'm still eating the canes. What's your problem with that? Bro, are you out of your mind? You're literally gonna give me shit for this? I already told you I'm trying to stream, bro. I'm trying to live stream. I mean, realistically, I'll give you that. I'm not the quickest eater. But also, I'm trying to talk and do things and come on. I'm using my hands and my mouth for multiple things at the moment. You gotta give me some slack here, bud. But there we go. There. Everything except the french fries is gone now. It's been eaten. Holy moly. Well, let me tell you something else, Chewy. Here's what comes with eating slowly. Alright? Fucking washboard, baby. Exactly. 6% body fat. Count it. Now you're jealous. Now you're just jealous. Let's see yours. Come on, ping me in the Discord. Let's see it, bud. Let's see that kangaroo pouch. Uh-huh, I knew it, I knew it. You got a keg, not a six-pack. Oh. Too good, too good. Wait, Dinkelberg, you're from California too? Just over here peeping Discord messages, don't mind me. Hey, I just gave the side profile. They didn't even get to see the belly ring. Like, nothing was given away for free. Are you kidding me? They didn't even get a single tattoo glimpse. Nothing. Nothing. You'll bench press me? Okay. Now you can calm down. Now you can calm down. It's already hot enough in here. My goodness. Those rights are reserved, okay? Yes, I do have tattoos. I have multiple tattoos. I have one on my wrist right here that you've probably seen a bunch. A whole bunch. I've showed this one off too before. My collarbone. To be fair, also have some behind my ears, but you obviously can't see them due to headphones. But yeah, I got a couple others. Yeah. Opinion on Super Saiyan 3 Daimagoku. You actually really like him. Love the support unit. I can't really give you an opinion on him because I haven't read his kit. I don't know what he does. I would say, officially, you're asking the wrong guy. I couldn't be more checked out on new units at this point, considering they are never going to be mine. I don't really care what they do. Yeah, my favorite unit of all time. Favorite unit in Dokkan history. Alright, let's get this Canes out of the way. Yes, I'm not eating the fries right now, because I'm full. Thanks again for the food, babes. Oh. This will actually be interesting. This is going to be the very first 24-hour day Dokkan grind. 24-hour Dokkan day grind. Where I have eaten at the start of the stream, instead of waiting like 8 to 10 hours to 12 hours to 14 hours in to eat something. Like, a lot of the time, I'm ending the stream at like 1 a.m., 2 a.m. my time, and then going to, like, eat some food after. So, I'm curious if this is going to be a good or a bad thing, because while it means that I should be nice and energized at least through the rest of the stream, what it also means is that I am not going to be hungry after the stream. And ready to eat more, so if I am feeling tired around that time, I'm not going to be able to depend on a meal to, like, wake me up. But I am also consuming caffeine at the moment, so. Whole lot. Whole lot. I don't know. It doesn't really matter. At the end of the day, it's just going to be a difference in how I feel, but not a difference in what I'm able to perform. There's basically nothing that could stop me from getting through a 24-hour grind, right? As far as, like, my body physically not being able to do it. I would literally have had to, like, take melatonin or something like that to actually get myself, you know, like, tired enough. Ever since that 100-hour session, during, what was it? What was that World Tournament 60? I think it was World Tournament 60. What was the World Tournament number that had the big shenanigans with Bonig and Discord doing the whole first place cheese thing that happened? That was World Tournament 60, right? I'm pretty sure it was 60. That World Tournament, I ended up staying up for 100 hours straight. I stayed up for the entire World Tournament, and then Dokkan Day led in right after, and I stayed up for all of that as well, right? So ever since I did that, and proved to myself that I have the physical capability to keep myself awake for 100 plus hours, chillin'. 24 hours is never going to be an issue again. You somehow got Mini Super Saiyan 3 Goku to 69% and still haven't bought the web store packs. That's good. That's pretty good. Do you plan to buy the web store packs? Are you going to get more? I don't think you should. I think you should probably stop there. That was the 61st World Tournament. Okay, okay. Thought you were talking about when they started the tournament early and screwed us out of stones and stamina. I believe that was the same tournament. I'm pretty sure that was the same tournament that happened. That was a big time. I think. I'm almost 100% sure that was the exact same World Tournament that had that problem. Yeah, the Monday Night World Tournament. That shit was so funny. Yeah, I'm not really good with the World Tournament numbers either. Which, actually, that's really funny, because that was the World Tournament that I got 7th place in. I should have at least been able to remember which number that was off the top of my head, right? Silly me. Yeah, I actually have it here. Okay, it was 61st, because... I keep track of all my wins for World Tournament. And 61st, that was the one where I got 7th place. By the way, look at this. This is really funny. My total wins was 679, and my consecutive wins was 678, because I literally lost on the last round. At the very end of the World Tournament, I took an L. And then I got one more win before it ended. So my win streak at the end was 1. I always think that's pretty funny. No, no, no. No, no, no. Don't be talking like that. We do not need a World Tournament. We do not need a World Tournament. We're good. No more World Tournaments for the rest of forever would be the most desirable thing for me. I'm good. Good off-world tournaments. You're hungry for a serious World Tournament grind? World Tournament unit collection is nowhere near done. You hate seeing the non-rainbow stars. I guess that's fair, right? Most people out there still have a lot of collecting to do. I personally do not. Because my collection's done. All rainbowed. At this point, I'm probably not going to continue the collection either. I talked about that for a little while, not really knowing what to do with my World Tournament collection, if I was going to keep collecting one in every slot for the World Tournament characters specifically. But yeah, probably won't worry about it. I mean, okay, that's the thing. Yes, the orbs. That's exactly why I don't want there to be a World Tournament. Because if there is a World Tournament, I have to grind hard so that I can get orbs. And with the way power level grinding has been going, and the fact that, like, I'm so easily on my way to the top, it is easily worth it for me to stop power level grinding for 3 days to then World Tournament grind instead, so that I can get orbs, right? Definitely. definitely would be worth. But that's why I don't want it to happen, because I don't want to have to grind it. I hate World Tournament. I don't enjoy it. I don't want to do it. But also my work schedule is a bit of a stress. Because they never announce the World Tournaments far enough in advance, I can't get the time off work. So, I'm either going to have to be struggling to, like, try and get my shifts covered and, like, clear the schedule, or I'd have to straight up use sick time to, like, call into work, which isn't ideal either, to be able to grind World Tournament and stuff. So yeah, I don't know. It's a pain. And ultimately, that's why I had to stay up for 100 hours last time. It wasn't because I grinded the World Tournament the entire time. Like, I was awake 100% of the time and I ended 7th. You know how horrible that is? I should have been top 3 easily, if not first place, right? But that's because I had to go to work multiple times in that 100 hours. Just because I was awake doesn't mean I was sitting there playing the World Tournament the whole time. I was living the rest of my life at the same time. And that's probably what's going to happen for the next World Tournaments as well. If I want to be competitive, if I want to get as many orbs as I desire, I'm going to have to sacrifice sleep to get that. But then I'm also still going to have to go to work and stuff. Like, it was absolutely miserable being awake for 3 days straight and then going to work. That was horrible. Like, I don't want to have to do that. So I would rather they just continue the trend of there being no more World Tournaments, and just, we don't have to do that shit anymore. Please! I mean, honestly, at this point, I'm a little bit worried that there's going to be a mid-GDC World Tournament. That's seeming likely at this point. I kind of, if anything, I hope that they do release one now, because at least it'll happen before GDC, and it won't interrupt GDC. Would be nice. That would be, like, the most ideal situation. Yeah. We'll see. Could be one in this time slot. Could be, could not. But I definitely am not going to be able to take time off for it if it's, like, now. Because, next month is my birthday. September 10th is my birthday. So I'm definitely, on top of the time I already take off work for Dokkan Day, I'm going to have additional time off for my birthday. So yeah, just taking any other time off right now isn't reasonable. I'm kind of okay with the fact that they don't have the World Tournament units in the general SSR pool. I'm kind of good with that. If they wanted to take all of the World Tournament rares and SRs that are no longer obtainable and put those in the general SSR pool, I'm all for that. That's fine. But all of the ones that you can buy with Satan signatures in the shop should absolutely remain exclusive there. Otherwise, what was the point of all of those years of dedicated grinding that people did to grow those collections, right? It just kind of ruins it. I don't think that that's very fair. I'ma hand deliver you a cake? Are you talking to me or Night Shroud? I would love to be hand-delivered a cake. Love a good bit of cake in my hand. It's a birthday cake, so you... Oh, I see, I see. That's what you meant. I wasn't sure if you were responding to what I said or what Night Shroud was saying in the chat. You sure that Pixie is aware of that fact? Yes, I'm sure that she is too. I have made it abundantly clear how much I like cake in my hand. I'm no doubts that she is well aware of that one. True, then you'll say this, at least increase the amount of signatures given out, because it'll genuinely be years before you finish your collection. I mean, I guess. Yeah. I mean, really where you messed up was not starting it sooner. Right? That's the actual issue. You should have just thought of this years ago. You should have started playing Dokkan longer ago. What are your login days at, Night Shroud? When did you start playing Dokkan? How long time of a player are you, actually? I have no idea. The signature shop is a massive downgrade in the availability of cards. That is true if you're on the earlier end of your collection. And you still have a lot to acquire. Then spending on, like, with the tickets we used to get, you'd be able to get a lot more new units per World Tournament. But if you're on the later end of your collection, the signature shop is so much better. Like, it worked out really good for me, because I was able to get most units acquired, most units rainbowed, and then the signature shop came out, and I was able to do the cleanup at the end, and not have to, like, blow hundreds and hundreds of tickets just fishing for random unfeatured pulls. I could just straight up buy the copies that I needed. So that worked out better for me. But yeah, if you're on the earlier end of collection, and most units you could pull from the banner, featured or unfeatured, you still need, then the tickets were better, obviously. Yeah. Yeah, no, Indigex, they got rid of that. Before, like, World Tournament 60? Or something like that? They don't do the banners anymore. Those tickets are gone. Not a thing. Okay, they do a banner, but it's the shit banner. It's the one where you can spend World Tournament tickets to get copies of, like, general SSR pool characters. That one still exists. You still earn tickets every World Tournament for that banner, and they'll make a new one of those. But the banners that had the World Tournament specific characters on it, those ones no longer exist. And now it's just the Satan signatures that you can buy them with in the shop instead. Which, actually, thinking about it, that's kind of an interesting thing to think about. Over time, I might actually get some value out of those ticket banners, because I'm going to be missing a lot of banner units and stuff as I continue to skip summoning. So eventually there will come a point where that World Tournament banner goes live, and I've got tickets saved up from however many previous World Tournaments of just not using them because there's no characters on there I can actually use. And then there will be, like, multiple featured characters I don't have, and I'll be able to pick up some banner units. So that's definitely one incentive to have a World Tournament. I might actually be able to get some new banner units. Okay, your current login days are 2441. You started during the 3rd anniversary after losing your first account, which you started after 1st anniversary. I see. So, what you're saying is, you have just been sleeping on the World Tournament for a really long time. Because I started playing a year before that. Like, well, I mean, based on my login days, 2 years before that. But I actually started playing, like, a year before that. So I guess you are at 2441, but, like, you're not on a consistent streak, and you've had breaks in there, is what it's sounding like. But yeah, so you probably just haven't been focusing World Tournament as much as you should have, because you have definitely been playing this game long enough to have a near rainbowed collection. So if you're not even close, then that is kind of on you. You just recently started playing again from, like, GDC Part 1 last year, so it feels like you time traveled. Oh, wow. Cool. Always nice to take the breaks. It's always fun to get back into the game after a really long break. That's how I feel whenever I put down my JP account for a really long time, and then I pick it up again after however many months or years even. And then I just have all of this content to do. There's so many different things in the game, which obviously for me, because I'm still playing the main account and following the game, it wouldn't be like all this surprise stuff that I don't really know about, but it would just be like a way to experience my account that isn't, like, maxed out or complete, right? You weren't on a consistent streak because you did actually pass the account off to a friend for a time, just because you couldn't play Dokkan. Gotcha. Gotcha. Yeah, well, no worries. It's kind of a fool's errand to be on a consistent streak like that. Not even Brother Russia could foot that bill. Oh, man. That's always so tragic to me. That Brother Russia almost got to 4,000 days logged in straight and then missed a login day. That's insane. I can't imagine. Alright, unit check. Okay, at least that link went up to level 9 now. That makes me feel a little bit better. Yeah, this is the tough part. I wasn't really too sure what to expect from this. What I was talking about earlier in the stream about, you know, my expected power level gains for today. Just because of the fact that I don't have the ability to get my characters to 9s as easily. Because I lack the large link skill orbs to do so. That means I'm going to have a lot of times where there's only 1 link left on a character, or 2 links left on a character, that I'm sitting here waiting for them to level up, and it just means I'm getting a lot less gains. So, I don't know. So far, I'm a little bit scared that our overall gains are going to be lower this Dokkan Day. Which will be massively unfortunate, but we'll see. We'll see. The thing is, all of this is going to even out at some point in the future anyway. Because we're getting to the point where, like, I'm able to prep so many more units in between Dokkan days than I can actually finish on any given Dokkan day. And now with the new strategy of not using orbs on characters to get them 9s, I'm finishing characters even slower. So that means I'm going to be able to prep even more characters than I can finish on Dokkan Day from now on. Which just means that there will come a point soon where my entire box is prepped, and I have no units that are at link level 1 anymore. Eventually that'll happen. And at that point, I'm going to need to have a conversation with myself of if it makes more sense to start deleting units at that point so I can continue to prep more, or if I should just then only focus on all the prepped units and then fully finish my box. Even outside of Dokkan Day, just like finish units that had been previously prepped. Because if I do that, my power level gains will go up so quickly. Because all these units that I've already invested all of this time into power level grinding, and I haven't gotten any power level out of them, because they're just prepped but not yet, like, finished, then I could just go through and finish all of them, would probably mean massive gains in a short amount of time. But yeah, we'll see. Because if I do choose to do that, then the next step beyond that would be deleting units and replacing them. And then that just means that my gains would be even lower at that point if I didn't have that, like, wall of prepped units on top of that, right? So we'll see, we'll see. Not 100% sure what I am going to do once I get to that point. We'll see. One day you'll get on that level. Goal is to currently finish cleaning out your box. I mean, yeah, if you're not even done with, like, all of the base characters in your box, then yeah, I would say focus that first. But one thing I will say, I mean, you've seen the videos. You've just revealed to me you've been watching my videos. So if you have seen the Epic Showdown Goku philosophy video, then you know that every moment that you're not using that SR on the back end of your team is a sin. You should be using him right now. I know you put a message in chat earlier saying something about not having time to prep some Epic Showdown Gokus prior to Dokkan Day. So all good. Definitely wouldn't recommend spending your time chamber time grinding Epic Showdown Gokus, right? So don't do it today, since you haven't done it yet. But immediately after this Dokkan Day ends, I would recommend go get yourself a stockpile of Epic Showdown Gokus and get one of him on the back end of your team right away. It only serves to help you in the long run. It'll take a little longer to actually get through the rest of your box because you're only going to be link leveling 4 characters at a time instead of 5. But overall, it's worth it. I promise you it's worth it. If major power level gains is your goal, then putting Epic Showdown Goku on the team as quickly as you possibly can is definitely what you want to do. Alright, I feel like I should manual grind for a little bit. I just feel like we haven't been getting enough gains. We're not really far enough in for me to calculate how many gains we should have. I mean, technically, it's just the problem is, like, with it being so early in the grind still, the regression to the means could be different and stuff. We haven't even been doing the full free-to-play team, because I've been doing the Weirus and then now this Gohan. So that's affecting it a little bit as well. Gains are also going to change once I finish all of the copies of this guy that I need to do, right? Gains will go up a little bit as I put a unit in his place that has a little bit more links to get at one time. So we'll see, we'll see. But let's see, we're 2.5 hours in. So 2 hours, or wait, hold on. This is icky math, isn't it? It's really icky math. Oh my goodness, we're pausing again. That was weird. Not sure why that OST just cut itself off. Okay. So, our starting power level was, like, 70... It was 79, and now we're at 07. So, that's 28,000? 28,000? Let me see. Let me do 24 divided by 2.5, because that's how many hours in we are now, right? So, that's 9.6. So, then I need to do 28,000 times 9.6 puts us only at, that would put us at only 268 by the end of Dokkan Day, and we want to be at 300,000 by the end of Dokkan Day, so we are technically under gains right now. We are behind at the moment. That is unfortunate. But like I said, there's a couple of things holding us back at the moment. Could also be paired with just like a little bit of bad luck. We haven't been getting the luckiest with the links popping, right? There could be some regression to the means a little bit later on. You know, your laziness genuinely frustrates you because you're currently trying an Iron Box and at least being fully awakened Easy Aid before GDC. Oh, okay. Because if Training in the Clouds comes back. Oh. Okay. Now I gotta show you the picture. I've been posting this picture in the DBC server, in the World Tournament chat, because people are really funny. In like, you know, really hoping and wishing that a World Tournament would come back. So I've been posting this image in there. This image right here. If we got any fans of skateboarding in the chat, you would know that the edge of a pool like this is commonly referred to as coping. Coping. Yeah, Training in the Clouds isn't coming back, bud. Sorry. It's not happening. There is absolutely zero reason for you to prepare for that. Training in the Clouds is not going to come. Mark my words, Training in the Clouds is gone forever. I promise you it's not coming back. That was a 10th anniversary thing. Alright? It's not happening. Not happening. What we have is Dokkan Day instead. Unfortunately. Yes, Jordan has 8. I did eat my Raisin Canes. Were you gone that whole time, Delta Ryan? I was eating for like an hour. Yeah, sorry, bud. I promise you it's not coming back. Because here's the thing. We had like about 90 days worth of... we had about 90 days worth of Training in the Clouds. Between when it was live during the 10th anniversary and then when it was live during GDC. It was about 90 days. And they have replaced that with Dokkan Day. Obviously, Dokkan Day isn't 90 days over the total of the year. Over the whole of the year. It's only 48 or 24 days. So it's like sizably less. But it seems to be what they have wanted to go with instead. I really don't see it ever coming back. Especially considering the only other event that we have had of that, the only other event that we have had of that caliber as far as link leveling has been the Natate Village event, and that one has never returned. I don't have a lot of faith that it'll ever happen. Yeah, Nightman, you won't have to yell at me later about it. Though, I will say, Dokkan Day is 24 hours long, and instead I went ahead and ate right at the beginning of that 24 hours, so... Yeah. You missed the calculations, right before you came back into the stream. Ryan. I just calculated the fact that I have gotten a total of, well, now 29,000, and that is putting me behind by a little bit. I think I need to be somewhere closer to, like, 35,000 gains to be on track right now. But also there is specific reasons why I'm behind, because of having to link level a couple normal characters that aren't, like, my free-to-play dupe characters, so they're slowing me down a little bit. And also the AGL SR, the AGL SSR Goku. All the copies of him that I'm putting on the team basically only have one link to earn, and there's only a small stack of those left, and then I'm going to be able to replace him with, like, the Super Saiyan 3 Angel Goku or someone else that has more links. So gains are probably going to change at some point throughout the stream, but right now they're very slow. So we'll see. Why must everything get stolen and taken away from us? Yeah, first the Metal Cooler Army God Link level event, now Training in the Clouds. Well, to be fair, those things happened in the opposite order. Training in the Clouds got taken from us after GDC 2025 and still has not returned. The Metal Cooler Army event, I'm honestly not even salty about the Metal Cooler Army event because it was only ever supposed to be live during that live stream, and as it happened, I was at work during that live stream, so I wouldn't have been able to participate anyway. Also, the fact that that live stream was only going to be an hour long, no one was ever going to get massive gains out of that anyway. Like, you were probably going to get, like 30k, 50k power level at the most, and then that was it, right? Maybe finish, like, a couple teams, but just how short the time period was going to be on it made it feel, like, not super worth anyway. Especially for, like, one random one-off thing that they did one time ever. Whatever, right? If they made it like a Dokkan Day thing, where it's like, now we can assume that every single time they do a live stream, there's going to be a link level event to go along with it, then heck yeah, now it's like something you want to start trying to invest toward, right? But with like a little one-time thing like that, meh, wouldn't have been the worst to miss out on it. Now, obviously, an account like mine could have gotten the most amount of gains out of it, because I have so many units prepped that are all at, like, level 8 and 9 links and stuff, ready to hit those massive link skills, so I probably could have gotten a good amount out of it, but like I said, I wouldn't have been able to participate anyway. Yeah, I think that's a great marketing strategy. They probably should continue to do that kind of thing moving forward. As long as they limit them. As long as they limit them and make it so that there are time constraints on the back end of them, right? I do appreciate those kind of things. And honestly, thinking about the way that, like, Dokkan Day exists now and the way that modern power level grinding is going, I am kind of glad. In the grand scheme of things, I am kind of glad that they don't do... That Training in the Clouds hasn't come back. Because I think that a lot of people would probably be a considerable amount higher in power level if, you know, the ease of Training in the Clouds was around. It stands to make my account look better when there are less and less easy and good ways to grind power level, right? Because most players are deterred from the idea of even doing it or spending an intense amount of time doing it because of how tedious it is. And if it were a lot easier, then a lot more people would probably invest in it, and then it would just be easier for other people to catch up to where I'm at, having put in less effort overall, right? If that makes sense. What did I get from Raising Cane's? We don't have that here. You don't know what they sell. Oh, it's chicken fingers. Raising Cane's chicken fingers. So I had some breaded chicken fingers, some Texas toast, some buttered Texas style toast, yummy stuff, some French fries, and some coleslaw. Yeah, exactly. Like an hour or something is good. Too much of a good thing is bad. Exactly. They could absolutely destroy the way that power level grinding goes if they were to do something like that. Kind of a KFC type deal. Interesting. Yeah. Similar. They would be considered some competition, yeah. But Raising Cane's has a much more limited menu. In the sense that every item I just named, that's every item on their menu. You can get chicken, you can get toast, you can get French fries, and you can get coleslaw. And then they have a signature sauce. And those are all the items on their menu. They also have hamburger buns so that you can get a chicken sandwich if you prefer to have a sandwich instead of just the chicken, but it's the exact same chicken that you would get by itself. And that's the only things that they sell. Whereas KFC has like a ton of other sides and different options and like various different types of chicken cooked different ways and different parts of chicken bodies, like thighs and drumsticks or wings or whatever, and it's just chicken tenders at this place. Yeah, they literally sell the one thing. Like, basically, the way that their menu looks when you go up there is the exact same thing that they're selling you in each their number 1, the number 2, the number 3. They're just, like, adding different amounts of the stuff that you get in each of those. So, yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah, good shout, Nightman. Technically, they have, Dude, I do not know what is going on with YouTube today. This playlist thing has been such a pain in my ass. It just ended. There's 300 songs in this playlist, and it just ended, even though the whole thing was on shuffle, and I just started shuffling it like 40 minutes ago. Okay, really quick, I'm going to fully close that YouTube tab and just restart it from scratch and open it, because there's been a problem this entire stream. I am so sorry, guys. Okay. Playlist shuffle is on. Alright. Hopefully, now, we're in business. Oh my god. Yeah, I do like that lingo. The chicken burger lingo is funny. I've heard that before. Love a good chicken burger. Alright, they're done. They're not done. They're not done. He's not done. Toxic Jordan. I'm a goofy guy, guys. Just a goofy guy, don't mind me. The YouTube gods are not on your side. Oh, with the playlist thing? Yeah, I know. It's been such a pain. About to make you guys sit in silence if it doesn't work this time. We could also do a reaction video. I do still have at least one more of those history of Dokkan videos to watch. I wouldn't be surprised if there's a second one by now that I need to watch. Hold on. Do that research real quick. Oh, pain. Pain, Nightman. Yeah, no. Believe it or not, I have actually never heard anyone say that before. Okay, the last one that we reacted to was 2018. So we gotta see what else is on Shikra's channel. The 2018 React was the last one we did. I know 2019 is released. I'm not sure about 2020. Yep, looks like 2020 is the or 2019 is the latest one still. Okay, cool. Well, I guess I'm glad I went at those as slow as I did, because I was thinking of the fact that, like, he was releasing them at a pace, and I thought that, I would start to fall behind, because I haven't been reacting to them nearly as quickly as he was putting them out. But then he kind of fell off, like, the posting schedule, and hasn't posted in 4 weeks. So. It is what it is. But yeah, we could probably do that during this stream at some point. Maybe in a little bit. We'll do the 2019 review. I mean, if I'm spitting straight facts at you, Nightman, it's because you're not digging that deep in the well of a joke bag. I think it's just too obvious that it doesn't need to be said. You know what I mean? It's just kind of right on the money there. You were surprised in one of my videos that I follow Ploof. He also does a lot of Dokkan history stuff and interactive tier lists with his community. Yeah. Yeah, I've very recently been put on to Ploof. Very recently. Which, funny enough, I rewatched one of Ploof's streams recently, and in the chat I saw one Delta Ryan and one Z Gaming chatting with each other, talking about the fact that they always run into each other in the Dokkan Battle YouTube spaces. So I guess you guys are cheating on me together, which I can't be too upset about, because if I'm not streaming, it's not like you're gonna go nowhere, right? But yeah, I do be liking some Ploof. Gonna be paying more attention to him from now on. Oh, you're actually a mod for Ploof. Wow. Yeah, Beast Gohan is the ever-polarizing unit right now, isn't he? Everyone's got a different opinion. Yep, Z is a cool guy. Don't know where he's at. He's usually here. Maybe he'll show up a little bit later. He is one of the regulars I expect to see around during the Dokkan Day streams, though. Was it a tier list one? Oh, the video that I watched? It was a live stream. It was a live stream that I rewatched, because someone told me that he mentioned me in the live stream. So I watched the whole thing to see what he said about me. It was a Festival Battles live stream. It was the Plunk stream. It was the Plunk stream, because everyone was calling him Unk, and then they were like, he's Ploof and he's Unk, so they started calling him Plunk the whole stream. It was that one. Not sure how often it happens, but another little tidbit was someone got him to say the N-word because of the way that they typed their message, and he read it back, and it made him accidentally say the N-word on stream. That one. That stream. I mean, do it if you want. Whatever. It was actually really, really anticlimactic because someone that let me know that, like, there was a Toxic Jordan mention. Plouf wasn't even the one that mentioned me. Literally someone, like, just mentioned me in the chat, and he read the message, and then that was it. And he moved on from it. But someone said that he, like, talked about, my Dokkan spending video and stuff, which he didn't. That was just kind of a fib, I guess. Yes, festival battle's our favorite event. I don't hate it. I don't hate it. Yeah, no, he literally just said my name, that's it. And it wasn't even spelled properly in the chat for the person who typed the message, so... Also, to clarify, when you say someone clipped it, do you mean the N-word thing or the my name thing? What are you talking about specifically here? Or the plunk thing? I guess I mentioned a couple of things from that stream. Man, I haven't even beat Fob that many times. I've only beat Fob enough times to get all the missions done. Because obviously I got more important things to do with my time in Dokkan. But I don't hate the event. I'd pick Fob over Frontier any day of the week. Oh, nice. You just now beat the Extreme Class mission. With the return of Wrath Broly on Cellmax's banner. Cool, cool. My most recent Festival of Battles video is me beating both the Super Class and Extreme Class missions with one team. That did not include Wrathful Broly. And because I did that before getting Wrathful Broly, I literally have never used Wrathful Broly in Festival a single time. I'm sure there will be some type of a category mission that comes up at some point in the future that makes it relevant to do, but yeah, as of now, I've never had a reason to use him. Because I did actually just get my first copy of him, at least on my global account. I got my first copy of him on Cellmax's banner as well. Oh, he was kind of useful for the uncontrollable power in the Cellmax missions. Yeah. There was, like, that limited event. It's done now, right? I'm pretty sure you had to beat that already. That one hasn't gone away. I'm pretty sure I just skipped the uncontrollable power mission. I just didn't do it. Yeah, and that's exactly why I didn't do it, Nightman. Because you just said for all the attempts that you did. And after attempting it once, or basically put it this way, I never attempted it with an uncontrollable power team. Because I had already beaten this stage multiple times to get all the other missions done. So I knew how tough that stage was. And then I built a couple of uncontrollable power teams based on what I had available in my box. And even just looking at the teams, I was like, yeah, no. That's not happening. This is going to be, at the very least, hours of attempts that I'm going to have to put into this to make something happen. So I just decided it was not worth it. For a couple stones, when I could, you know, I would have to be sacrificing power level gains the entire time. Just not worth it anymore. That's kind of how I've been operating for the last couple of months, is any missions that are gonna take me, like, hours to beat, potentially, and they aren't just, like, try the event a couple times and get it done, I don't even do them anymore. I'd rather just spend time gaining power level. I do at least make sure to beat every stage, right? Because they're still doing this stupid limited content thing where missions are going away after a certain amount of time and stages are disappearing after a certain amount of time. So I make sure to at least get the stages cleared, because I don't ever want that number to start dwindling. But as far as missions cleared, couldn't be bothered. Don't care. Do not care. Yeah. Right, like, I'll get the bulk of missions done, here and there, because you do still get quite a bit of Dragon Stones for free, if you're, you know, playing all the content in the game type of thing. And that will obviously make a pretty massive difference in the amount I have to spend on the game to continue to be able to grind all the time. But, outside of all of that, it's not worth to min-max for every single mission cleared. Interesting. That's not a bad team. AGL Cell Max, Tech Broly, Wrathful Broly, Int Broly, Mira, and Janemba. Yeah, that's a decent setup, I guess. I would just be a little bit skeptical, especially of Int Broly. But yeah, interesting. Because the thing is, you have Cell Max that has the domain, but Int Broly without his own domain up is kind of a fish. So, that's a little bit interesting, I'll say. But I guess, like, he's still getting a buff in some way from Cell Max's domain, so maybe it isn't the worst thing? Yeah, he has the domain revived, but you have to use his domain first. And you can only have one domain up at a time. Which means you don't have Cell Max's domain up if his is up. That's my point. Well, to be fair, Nightman, you can't really say you're jealous when you never tried that team. There is, in fact, one unit on that team that you are 100% unwilling to use. So, you can't really be that jealous when that team goes directly against your morals, no? Isn't that fair to say? Have to get good rotations, also had to not have any of the dodge units fail a dodge, which is what lost me half my runs, even though I only had one on the team. Is your dodge unit built full dodge? I'm mistaken. You don't rely on dodge if you can avoid it. You did try using Janemba. He just died like a bitch. Again, is he built full dodge? Or did you build him like a bitch? And he's just getting what he deserves. Yeah, Challenge Dokkan is a slot machine. It is unfortunate. There's a lot of RNG that goes into it. Which is why I don't really mind using dodge builds, because a lot of people like to assume that there's, like, more that goes into it, and that dodge or die strats are just, like, this RNG roll, and so they're uninterested in doing it. Like, that's pretty much Nightman's main philosophy, is that, like, yeah, it can win, but it's just 100% up to chance whether that happens or not. And I just think that that's also true regardless of whatever else you use. Unless you're playing an easy enough event that every single unit on your team, or at least almost every single unit on your team, is basically fully capable of just not dying at any point throughout the event. I mean, then at that point, are you really even playing challenge content, right? But for something challenging, genuinely challenging, where, like, most of the units on your team, if faced with having to deal with a super attack, are gonna need some type of an RNG whatever for success to happen. Like, that's just playing Dokkan. That's just how the game goes, right? Whether it be RNG not because of dodge, but then because of a chance to nullify, or a chance to counter, or RNG to get enough super attacks to proc that aren't additional normals, but that are actually additional supers that you build up enough defense needed, or, you know, there's a million different things that RNG can affect on your teams, right? That's why I like using dodge builds, because there's just the least amount of complications and moving parts throughout the team. There's still RNG, but it's very simple RNG. You get hit or you don't. And then it's win or loss based on that. You don't have to ever read kits, you don't have to ever understand anything to a greater degree, and you're still faced with RNG the same way. But it's just a lot easier to palette. EX Supers are the new slot machine Dokkan staple. No. I wouldn't say that they're the staple. I wouldn't say that they're the staple. Not really. There's not enough of them to go around. And, more importantly, there's really only one or two units that really rely on those EX Supers. Like, if you are getting the EX Supers, you win event. If you aren't getting EX Supers, you lose event. And that's just the Daima adults. The 11th anniversary Daimas. It's them. They are make or break. If they don't get EXs, they suck and they're useless. And if they do get EXs, they are gods. They are insane, and they do so much more to help your team than any other units you have on the team, right? But, like, UI Goku and SSBE, they don't really need their EX Supers to perform optimally the way that they do, right? The Int 4s, other than, like, Festival of Battles runs, where you really need those EX Supers to give the support to the rest of the team. Other than that, if they're not getting EX Supers, they're still stacking themselves a little bit. It's still fine, right? So yeah, I don't know. It's not super staple for, like, that RNG to actually proc. I think there's quite a few EX Super style units that can get away with just not getting their EXs and still being useful. And still clearing runs. No, yeah, exactly. That's why I said just specifically for the Int 4s in Festival. Yeah. Yep. Good question, Chewy. How is the grind going? Now we're 3 hours in. I could probably do some more maths here real quick. I don't think it's going too well, if I'm honest with you. I think we're struggling at the moment. $312. Okay, here, let's pull the calculator up. I think we're pretty far behind at the moment. Okay, so we're 3 hours in. Which means... Okay, so hold on. 3 hours... comparative to 24 would be divisible by 8. So we need to be 1/8 of the way through. So basically we need to calculate our full 300,000 and divide that by 8. We need to be at 37,500. That's the gains that we need to have right now. We started the stream at 279, right? So 279,000 minus 312 is what we were just at there. That was the number I saw. So we're at 33. So we're a little bit under. A little bit under. We're not that far under, though. 33 to, like, 37.5. So, yeah. A cool 4,500 below. You wonder how they'll do EXs going forward. You hope we get less. 60% chance is just painful. Yeah. I imagine... Oh, wait. Was it 259? Oh, you're saying you were incorrect about the assumption that it was actually 279. Okay. Yeah, you had me scared. I was like, wait, am I way over my gains? There's no way. It feels like I've been getting nothing. Okay, yeah. Yeah. But yeah, I think it's more likely that they continue to release EXs, because there's nothing like, okay, kits get a little bit bogged down when they have an active skill, and a revive, and an intro, and a transformation, and a giant form, and a domain, and like all of these other things added on. They can't really do all of that stuff at once on a kit. So they often just pick and choose the little things that go here and there, but EX Supers can kind of be added on to, like, anything, right? They could really just tack that on to any character, and just be like, oh, this additional chance for a different kind of super attack. I just think it's important that they continue to roll them out in the way that they have more recently, where it's not a make-or-break thing, that a unit doesn't actually need to get those EX Supers in order for there to be the help there, right? It should still be that most of the super attack effect that they get is from the normal super attack that happens, and then the EX super attack just gives, like, you know, 10% attack and defense for 2 turns to all allies or something. So it's just like a little bit of a bonus on there, but it's not like if you don't get that, that unit is just screwed for the turn, or that unit just goes from doing, like, 4 bars of health on this enemy to doing half a 1 or something, right? Like, it shouldn't be that detrimental. That's really all they need to do, is just balance them a little bit better. Or they need to not make them RNG chance to proc. They need to make them very, very specific conditions to be able to get, but then when you get them, it'd be guaranteed, right? So, for instance, like Daimaforku, if his EX Super was 100% chance to launch the Super, as long as the first attack is a critical hit, and you have a full rotation of Goku's family, or something like that, right? Then now there's conditions to proc. So if you have him on rotation with Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta, now you don't get the EX Super, because there's not full Goku's family there, right? But you have conditions that allow you to get that under certain setups. That's what I would like to see from EX Supers moving forward. Make them more like active skill conditions, right? Where you're guaranteed to be able to set yourself up to get them, but there's specific conditions you have to meet in order for that to happen in the first place. So it just kind of makes units better on the teams that you run them on, but then less runnable across more of the game. I think that's always the better option. Always the better option. Okay, well, actually, I have to backpedal on that a little bit. I can't say that that's always the better option, because I'm really against something specific that they do that technically goes right along with that mindset. And something that they do is like what they did with the Dokkan Vespiris, where they put in his kit that Whis units have 10% dodge. Bad idea, right? The whole Mira and Toa thing, how Mira gives Toa units dodge, that's bad. Because then inherently, Toa units on their own are worse, and Whis units on their own are worse, even though it technically makes them better for that one specific team setup. So, technically that's a counterpoint to what I just said. It's crazy the Daima team has 3 EX Super characters already, though. The Daima team has 6 EX super characters. Daima 4 Ku, Daima 3 Jita, Daima 3 Ku, Tamagami 1, 2, 3. There's 6 units on Daima that have EXs. Adult Daima 3, Vegeta really got screwed by EX Supers. If he doesn't get them off, he can get smoked. Yeah, that is unfortunate for him. Yeah, I figured you meant summonable. I was just being a smartass. Yeah, the slot machine super team. That's actually a funny idea. If I had Super Saiyan 3 Goku, I'd go for it. Maybe I could do, like, full Daima team, led by my Super Saiyan 4 Goku, put Dende on the team so he doesn't super, and then use a friend Super Saiyan 3 Goku. What's his leader skill, even? I literally haven't looked at this unit at all. Like, at all. I have no idea anything about him. Just a funny guy like that. I'll pull him up real quick. We'll take a look. Okay, he doesn't actually lead Daima. Yeah, Bastard Evo, Dragon Ball Seekers, and T-Boost. Interesting. Okay, let's see. So, when you have 3 or more Seekers or Mastered Evos on the team, 300% stats, guards, and launches an additional for 5 turns. Okay. 300% stats, AGL to Rainbow. What type is he? Physical? Okay. That's weird. Changing AGL orbs? Okay. Chance to crit, evasion, and DR 33%. When there's 6 or more superclass allies on the team, he gets an additional, and survives KO attacks. Okay. Love that ability. That is one of my favorite in the game. For 3 turns, he has 33% DR before attacking. Okay. When activating active skill or key is 12 or more, 333% attack. Recovers 3%. Oh, this is huge. Oh, that's so good. Oh my god, that's so awesome. Recovers 3% HP when HP is 1% or less, and he does that when attacking. That's huge. That means that he can survive a KO in slot 0, attack in slot 1, and then you still have enough HP to tank normals for the rest of the rotation. Instead of just having 1 HP and then everyone would have to fully dodge, right? That's kind of sick. I do like that for him a lot. And this survive KO ability paired with Beast Gohan. Let's go. When receiving an attack, 333% defense. 33% evasion when HP is 33% or less. Okay, so if he gets hit, I like this kit. Wow, this guy's fun. Yeah, this is a pretty cool unit. I definitely don't hate this. Full dodge, by the way, in case you were curious. Absolutely full dodge on him. There is an active skill incoming as well, right? Okay, let's see. Chance to... Oh, for every key sphere obtained, chance to crit 10%. Okay, cool, cool. Not mad at that. Okay, so when there's a demonic power ally attacking the same turn, or from turn 5 on... Yeah, okay. 1,333% attack temporarily, causes ultimate damage to enemy, and recovers 30% HP. And then 30% defense boost for 3 turns. Yeah, that's not too bad. That's not too bad. Wait, what about the... He doesn't have any... I thought there was crit support. Am I just tripping? There's no crit support. Oh, or unless is it... Hold on. There it is. That's what it is. It's the EX Super. Okay. So the regular super attack greatly raises attack, raises defense for 1 turn, and then the EX, when the first attack Yeah, and I hate the way they word this. It's so convoluted, and it doesn't even make sense for what they're trying to say. When the first attack in the turn is a super attack that performs a critical hit, 60% chance for the super attack to become an EX super. That's too low. 60% is not good enough. That's pretty bad. But if it procs, then the effect is massively raises attack and defense, and raises defense for one turn. Ultimate damage to the enemy. Raises allies' chance to perform a crit by 100% for one turn. Yeah, that's pretty strong. That's pretty strong. Not bad. Not bad. It's still a little bit situational. Definitely. With, like, the fact that, you know, you literally have to be running him slot 1. I guess his survivability has to be pretty good in slot 1, right? Because of the survive KO and the stackable dodge that he has on there. Could be quite interesting. Could be. Could be. But, like, the problem is if you get him below the point, below, like, the 33% HP to where he's going to have that extra dodge available on the kit, that means he's likely already survived a KO attack. Because what are the chances he gets damaged enough to get below 30% HP to proc the extra dodge, but didn't just straight up get, like, mollywop down to 1 HP, right? So, that's a little bit concerning, because then once he has that dodge up, it's only 66%. So he could still get hit through that. I don't know. He's interesting. If he also had a revive, now we'd be talking. Now we'd be talking, for sure. So I guess as long as you have another unit on the team that has a revive around while you're doing all this, like, survive KO shenanigans, maybe you'll be alright. But yeah, outside of that, I can definitely see that where there is still a bit of weakness between him and Beast Gohan as, like, a rotation. Interesting stuff, though. He does seem like a fun unit. The 333% defense he gets is actually insane. I mean, fair. Yeah. That is quite a bit of defense. I don't really like to rate units based on their defense. I think we're listening to Garlic Jr. right now. Yeah, it's Garlic Jr. Garlic Jr. intro. But yeah, I don't like to rate units based on that, because defense power creeps. Survive KO mechanic doesn't power creep. Dodge doesn't power creep. But defense power creeps. So, yeah, if his place in the meta is that he can survive in slot 1 because that's where he needs to be run and stuff, then sure, that's just not always going to be true. Because eventually, that 333% defense he gets on hit just won't be enough. That also doesn't help him in all situations. Because, okay, let me put it this way. If you have a unit that needs to dodge, right? They're dodge or die, straight up. So, AGLUI Goku. If you're going into a dodge cancel fight, you 100% cannot use AGLUI Goku. Even though outside of a dodge cancel fight, he is, like, literally one of the best units to choose, period. Always. Because of the fact that he will just survive everything in the game, right? When you're talking about a unit that gets a massive amount of defense on hit like that, you don't really need to... People don't really factor the same way of, like, oh, what if I'm bringing him into an event that has crits, and so you just can't use him in this case? I don't know. I feel like it's not as black and white there. So I like to judge those units around what can be done outside of that part of their kit. But yeah, I mean, I guess that is fair. He does have a stack of DR, and he has guard on top of that for 5 turns, right? So he's probably doing alright. Probably doing alright. Oh. Oh my god. I didn't even think about that until now. Daima Vegeta can give him guard. Once that wears off. I don't know how big the guard is going to be with defense alone. Once he doesn't have the DR anymore, but I guess it's better than nothing, right? That is kind of insane. His active also heals, provides 3-turn support. Well, to be fair, the only reason his active heals is because he is a survive KO mechanic character, so they're trying to make sure that you have multiple different ways not to be at 1 HP at multiple points in battle. But yeah, I don't know that I'm, like, putting too much stock in that 30% heal, to be honest. Just because of the way that modern Dokkan works, typically speaking, you're either taking your entire bar at once, or you're living. It's very, very rare to see teams that die to chip damage, and just were not able to heal quite enough to be able to outpace the little bits of damage that they're taking here and there from the enemies. That's not really, that's more 2018 Dokkan type of stuff. So yeah, I don't know, units that don't provide a full heal, and units that just give like a little bit of a heal at some point, I don't really put too much stock in it. It's rarely going to save your life. It's mostly just because of the survive KO thing, which is much more speaking to the fact that there will be times where you're going to be at 1 HP because of this guy. Yeah. But again, Daimoforku is the exact same thing about, like, yeah, you're saying Daimoforku's more tanky in slot 1 if you need to put him there, but he is another unit that is going to age out of slot 1 and will not be usable there. He kind of is now, like, usable there in slot 1 now, but that's just not always going to be true, because he's dependent on defense. There's not mechanics that are helping him. He's just tanking. Basic tanking is uninteresting to me, because it does not last. It will always be gone eventually. And so if I'm talking about the stock of, like, you should or shouldn't obtain this character, this is a good character that's going to last long in the meta and have a good lifespan in the game, I'm not sitting here factoring in their defense percentages and how good they are at slot 1 tanking. That metric is simply useless to me. Because it's kind of a fact that most modern units that release are going to have enough defense to be able to handle slot 1 as long as they're built for slot 1, like this guy is, right? So I'm not really surprised that he can, like, handle that slot now. What happens after GDC power creep? Right? If you pair the 30% heal with Kaiku's 59% heal, it's pretty good. But the Kaiku 59% heal is at the end of turn, right? Oh my gosh! Guys! Somebody just set off a love bomb in chat. You see this? If I didn't know any better, I'd think Riberian was here. Where? I don't see it. Nah, the gaslight is real. The gaslight is real. Yeah, Night Shroud. That's why I don't put a crap ton of stock into how characters perform in difficult content alone. Adult Daima Super Saiyan 4 will always be relevant for easy grinding, which I do love to do. That's fair, that's fair. Yeah. No, exactly. And I think that fact of, like, factoring in how good a unit is based on their performance in the modern new content that exists alone is the shittiest way to recommend or not recommend whether people should be spending their money on a unit. And that's the Truth DT's entire YouTube channel. Which is why I have detested the way that he rates units for a very, very long time. Yes, big explosion. I was wondering where you ran off to. You were the highlight of conversation a little bit ago, Pixie, and you missed it. I thought you would have been responding in chat. You must have been off doing some, let me guess, Marvel Rivals, if I had to throw a gander out there. Is that what you were doing? What? You would never gaslight? Yeah, okay, okay. Currently gaslighting. Gaslighting by saying he wouldn't gaslight is crazy. Yes, Edmund Games. I've rainbowed the entire game 45 times. We're good. Don't need to summon anymore. Yeah, of course you were on Rivals. Of course. I knew it. I knew it. I knew you wouldn't dare go play some Dead by Daylight while I couldn't join you. But yeah, no, Edmund Games, I didn't summon. I'm not summoning. Not a summoner over here. Despite what my summon videos playlist would have you believe. Not actually a Dokkan Battle summoner these days. Those days are very, very recently behind me. Despite the 88 videos in my summon videos playlist, most of which where I have spent hundreds of dollars on tickets and summon and Dragonstones. Not a summoner. You love Truth and always will be quick to defend him, but his tier lists just don't do anything for you. Yeah, Truth tier lists are useful if you remember that Truth is making them. Exactly, exactly. Exactly. Truth also does his tier list based on rainbow units when most of us are lucky to have new units at 55%, which is also a gripe I have with them. Yeah. And regardless, like his tier lists are one thing, but also literally his content videos cannot be used as guides. When he bitches at people for being like, why are people complaining about this red zone stage? It's so easy. You just win in 4 turns. Like, there have been certain types of red zone content in the past that, like, ramp up, where, you know, the enemy is getting stronger and stronger throughout the battle, and he is able to flatten the event with all of his Rainbow God-equipped characters that are at Link level 10 instantly. So it's not a problem. But then everybody else using all these units at 55%, missing one of the key units on the team, and they're not all Link leveled, and they don't have all the busted God equips and stuff. Not even to mention not even being able to have the gold slot open because they don't have the unit 79%. You're not going to be able to beat those events as quickly, and so the enemies ramp up higher, get stronger, and then destroy you, and there's nothing you can do about it, right? That was a problem we were having around the time of the Bio Broly fight. And yeah, so you just can't trust, like, Truth's opinion about these fights because he's completely out of touch. He doesn't play the game the way that the most of the rest of us do. So, a little bit unfortunate, but it is what it is. The reason I think it's unfortunate is because of how much of a testicle grip he has on the majority of this community. And that there's so many people that are willing to just blindly listen to him all the time. Seems to be a majority of the player base, and it's just, not helpful. That's part of what assisted me reeling as hard as I did when he tried to get into the beginner-friendly content with Iron Cane. It's like, no, buddy. You don't even know how to sway the longtime players into making the proper decisions around who they should be obtaining and what units they should be using and what types of builds they should be going for. You don't have any business talking to brand new players. You're way too out of touch for all that shit, buddy. Yeah, we prefer not to look at the spending spreadsheet. Yeah, we're gonna leave that one tucked away for now. Sheesh. Hundreds? That's a little low. You thought it was thousands? Did I say hundreds? No. Oh, what I meant was hundreds in each video. Literally, each video is me spending hundreds of dollars, culminating to thousands over time. That's what I meant. Yeah. Oh, yeah. The God Equips thing is a problem, TBH. They're actually just too good for them to be just a super RNG drop, but I don't think it's changing. I mean, yeah. I wouldn't exactly call it a problem. I don't think that it's a problem, but it is something that makes a noticeable difference. It is absolutely impactful. Don't think it's a problem at all. Yeah, no, Delta Ryan, you watched the correct video. You watched the correct video. You're definitely on thousands. I just didn't want to say thousands there because I don't think I've actually spent thousands, plural, of dollars on any one banner specifically. I actually know that I haven't, because the most amount of money that I've ever spent in a singular month of Dokkan is $13,000. $1,300, sorry. $1,300. Yeah, so that would make it physically impossible for me to have spent more than, you know, $2,000 on one banner. That has never happened. Oh, now you're coping. You're just praying they never do alt art characters again. Yeah, that's absolutely returning, bud. That's absolutely returning. Sorry to say, that's gonna happen. There is going to be more alt arts. Unfortunately, you guys all summoned on the alt art banner. So, Dokkan likes money. They're gonna do it again. Yeah. Yeah, no. Not $13,000 on a banner. $1,300. I don't even think Truth has spent $13,000 on a banner. No way. Okay, we got this Gohan done. Sick. I think we're actually finally back to not having any regular characters in the workshop. And all that's left in there is free-to-play dupes now. So that's good. Oh my. I'm slacking over here. I finished so many units just now. Alright, back to the regular scheduled programming. We'll get this guy on the team. How many left? Alright, so I have 12 more of these guys. Alright, he's on level 9. That's good. On a month, though, maybe. Oh, or are you saying, has Truth spent $13,000 in a month on Dokkan? Yeah. Surely he has. In one of his, like, worst kind of shaft months? Surely. If there was a month with, like, 3 Dokkan Fest release, where we had, like, a part 1 of a dual Dokkan Fest celebration, a part 2 of a dual Dokkan Fest celebration, and then a part 3 that was, like, its own thing, certainly. If he got shafted throughout that, he would have spent $13,000 in a month. Yeah. Only Night Shroud would know if Truth has. Yeah, maybe. That's gonna be one of my most difficult decisions, is once I finish cleaning up my box, do I just full commit to link leveling or go for a huge stock of God equips? Good news, Night Shroud. Good news. You can do both at the same time. You can do both at the same time, because the Whis event has a link level rate of 1.25. You can actually gain a sizable amount of power level, just power level grinding on the Whis event. Obviously, it's not going to have you move as quickly as something like 38.7, but yeah, you can absolutely do that. If you just committed to that for like 6 months, you would have all the equips you would ever need for the rest of the game's lifespan, basically. And, you would also still get millions of power level in that time. So, do both. Why not? What? Chewie, you have a character with 1 link left and that link is at level 5? No way. That's always the worst. I think that's the worst I've ever done. I've gotten a few over time where it was like everything was finished and then I had a 6. I've gotten 1 unit ever where it was all links done and then I had a 5. I've never seen all links done with a 4 though. That's criminal. Next level. That is a good point, Night Shroud. On top of whatever he summons, he also blows a lot of stones on the Whis event. That's totally fair. He just took him off the team. It's not his day. No way. You gotta stick with it. You gotta stick with it. Just eat the pain until it's over. That's what I recommend. Yes. Yes, Z Gaming. Someone recently put me onto Ploof, and I did see you and Delta Ryan chatting in his live stream at one point. Like, I was watching a VOD, right? I saw your guys' chats. Otherwise, I would have popped in and said hi if it was live, but I wasn't watching it while it was live. I do intend to pop into his live streams, because I haven't yet. Want to say what's up to him and stuff. Start a dialogue. But have not ever been home and on my PC while he was live. Obviously, the fact that he is not in America makes that a little bit difficult. I think he typically would start his live streams, like, before I'm even waking up, so. Doesn't sound like a bad idea. Probably will do your own mini experiment to see how well you do in, like, a month span. Yeah. I definitely recommend it. I'm not sure exactly how recently you discovered my channel, Night Shroud, but you were talking about, you know, those power level related videos that I posted somewhat recently. Have you also seen my Whis event videos? Because there's a couple that I would recommend you go and watch if you're considering being a Whis event grinder. I've got a lot of good information about the Whis event. Let's see. Where's this thing? Oh, shoot. Oh, here it is, here it is. Yeah, this graphic I go over in heavy detail in one of my videos. The video is entitled Don't Summon, Do Whis. And in that video I talk all about this and how summoning for dupes of your characters in order to strengthen their stat line is a less valuable use of your stones than spending all of those same stones on the Whis event in order to farm up the god equips necessary to raise their stats that way. And I basically prove how it's more worthwhile to use your stones on the Whis event than it is to summon for dupes of characters through this graph here. So I would go check out that video if you haven't seen it. Nice. You're aware of them and you have them bookmarked, you just haven't had the time. Yeah, well, they're not going anywhere. So anytime you feel like going in there and watching them, I always appreciate the engagement in any form you want to give it. You're about to hit rank 1000. Nice. That is awesome. That is awesome. I am stoked for you, Z. Remind me when you started playing again? Because, you know, once upon a time, hitting max rank, which was 999, was... I'll get back to it. I'll get back to it, Chewy. I saw your message. 1 second. Yeah, once upon a time, getting to rank 999 was a huge deal and took people a lot of years. So I'm curious to know exactly how long you've been playing to have gotten rank 999 already. Okay, so what did you want me to... December 2024. Okay, so like a year and a half. Not bad, not bad. That's definitely good. That's certainly a lot quicker than people were getting it prior to Dokkan Day existing. So, kudos, kudos. Alright. What am I zooming in on? Like, HP in what way? There's HP all over the place. Because it's obviously different for every single like typing of unit. Not sure exactly what you're intending to see here. Gotcha. Yes, Fizz gets the most HP. Yeep, 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 yeep. All good? Also, by the way, Chewy, you literally own this graph. Every single one of these right here, all of these graphs that I have put together and created, you have access to all of them. That was in the thingy-ma-thingy that I sent you a while back. So, you can literally go and look at that graph on your own. Yes. Yep. Yes, you do. You do. That whole suite, all those sheets in that graph, those are all shared with you. Z, you're gonna go shower? Alright. Hey, the rule around here is pics or it didn't happen. Just saying. Yeah. So, Chewy, I have 2 different sets of Google Sheets. I have one that is a set for all of my, I have a set that is all for, like, my personal stats and stuff that, you know, like, my incredible gems earned, my, power level potential, all of that stuff, like the Dokkan spending that I did, like the money I've spent on Dokkan, my world tournament wins, like, all of those graphs are in one that are just things for me. And then I have another set that is everything public, everything that's just game information that can be utilized by, like, the public player base. Those are all in one. So anytime I refer to one of those, just know it's in there. And if I ever make new ones, they're also going to be added to that same thing. As long as it's something that should be publicly available. Should be, like, you know, generic information that everyone can utilize the same way. See, Pixie's laughing because she knows the rules, Z Gaming. Power level potential. Well, yeah, one day you gotta do the math for your account. Yeah, that's one of the more recent videos that I posted, was calculating my power level potential. I did that in a whole thing. I did a second one for my Dokkan Awakenings potential as well, which I've already referenced that graph once in here. But yeah. Those are quite fun ways to do it. This is the graph for my PL potential. So I just calculated at various points, you know, my current power level, what it was at the time, the units that were sitting in the workshop that needed to be link leveled, the open box space, all the characters that are 9'd up, ready to be used on the key event, and then everything that I plan to get rid of and replace with different units at any point in the future, and where all those numbers would bring me to. Per doing this team over and over and over again. It's definitely a nice thing to know, though. Having that potential calculated out. Definitely a nice thing to know. Did I already ask you what your box space was, Night Shroud? I don't remember if I asked earlier in the stream. I know we talked about Dinkle earlier, but I can't remember if I asked you. Yeah, exactly. The fact that the day will come when I'm the highest PL and be able to hold it. Yeah, exactly. And considering Dinkelberg kind of just bowed out of the race today, that's a little bit surprising. And I know that, like, I mean, Salad's still going strong, but his box space is so deficient. He's got like 1,000 less than me, so it's going to be a little tough for him to catch up at any point, anytime in the next few years, right? But, like, I mean, the thing is, if he's not going to directly compete, he's never going to beat me. Because if he's not planning to delete copies of units that are in his box now, and, you know, and then replace with Epic Showdown Gokus and actually using the Epic Showdown Goku strat, then he's kind of cooked. He probably won't ever be able to beat me. And then, let's see who else. Okay, so, obviously, Migate's a fish. Once I pass him, he'll never pass me again. Poimao died. So yeah, Salad is so far below me in box space that he just can't compete with me, unfortunately. Lotad, again, we've talked about him plenty. He's the next looming threat. Zaptrix is belly's full. It's seeming like Frenwen's belly's full, too. I don't know. Frenwen's been having a lot of these little, like, cute little minuses by just a little bit, or not a whole lot of gains and stuff. So, I'm not really sure what's going on with Frenwen. Hasn't been as active in my YouTube comments lately. Haven't really seen him too much in the DBC server. To be fair, I haven't been super active in the DBC server lately, but... So yeah, I'm not sure, but it seems like Frenwen is kind of capping out at this point, too. And then a lot of these players below, I don't really know. I would assume that Living Ichigo has more box space than me, just because of how long time a player he was, but he also did take a massive break for years, where he might not have bought Pilaf Trove packs and stuff. But what I can guarantee you is that he is still grinding now. I'm surprised to only see this 5,000 gain from him on this, because I know he is still actively grinding toward power level. At least maybe on Dokkan Day he is. So he is someone else that potentially could join the ranks above me. I don't know who Llama is, off the top of my head. I don't really know anything about this player. I did skip over Danshin and Nini, but I think it's because both of them don't have the box space to compete with me either. Are you still here, Danshin? Are you hanging out right now? Are you lurking? If you are, could you tell me what your box space is? I don't know. And then we talked about Dinkelberg. Fuck Nacho. He's a cheater, so even if he gets first place, it doesn't count. And then kind of... Yeah, I don't really... A lot of these players aren't on my radar down here for me to know, like, anything about them. Look at this scrub. Look at this guy. Oh, apparently this guy's a cheater too, right? I think this is that Japanese cheater account. Yeah, look at this, look at this. 119,000 power level added. He went up 1 rank. What do we think about that, guys? What do we think about that? Valid? Oh, we did talk about this, right? We talked about, Living Ichigo, his box space being way above mine. Yeah. Danshin is 45.95. See, this is why I need the graph. I need you to make the graphic for me, Chewy, so I can remember these, and then I can just refer to it. I'm never going to remember all these different numbers off the top of my head. But yeah, Danshin is considerably lower than me as well. Wait, what do you mean not confirmed but extremely suspicious? Oh, the cheater. Yeah. There's been a lot of extremely suspicious activity with the rate of his gains and stuff. Pay me in box space and I'll do it. You know what? I'll do it myself then. How about that? I'm trying to pay you in clout by allowing you to be my right-hand man. If that's what you desire. If not, then I can find somebody else. How does that make you feel? It's funny you were buying all this box space back in the day, and now you're actually going to be using it. Yeah, that's kind of how I feel, right? I pre-invested in a lot of box space before I realized it was something I was going to need for this power level journey. And, now here I am just wishing I could have more of it. You're surrounded by whales. Yes. Yes, you are absolutely surrounded by whales. That's the reality of my YouTube space. Delta Ryan. I do not have a very large audience, but I do have a consistent audience, and it is all of the top grinders of this game. That's kind of where I made my peace with it. I'm not making millions off YouTube. I don't have everyone's attention, but the people that I do have their attention are the ones that matter. So, love you guys. If it makes you feel any better, though, I'm free to play. Yeah, Top Key is probably the best example of, like, a free-to-play status player that hangs around these parts. Haven't seen him today, though. He just might not be awake yet, to be fair. Bro isn't exactly in America. No. Absolutely not. I'm putting my foot down on that one. That is some bullshit. I am not free-to-play the way that Russia is free-to-play. Russia is less free-to-play than DeTruth. Russia is the singular largest whale on the global version of the game. I guess it's more accurate to say that he is a bigger whale than Goresh, because he literally gains more Memorial Stones per year than Goresh. He is the top grinder, and I'm pretty sure he actually beat DeTruth in Memorial Stones earned before. Per one of Toon's videos that he did about that. So, nah. I do not be spending like Russia. If I could spend like Russia, my box space would be approaching 6,000 right now. Not barely over 5,000. Just saying. Well, I mean, here's the thing. If I'm free to play, then you're the president. I get you there. But I am basically free to play now. I am basically free to play. Like, I don't know. I'm not summoning for characters anymore, and I'm only going to be spending. Okay, so how much are the monthly packs? So hold on. It's $10 for the daily capsule. And then I don't know the other amounts off the top of my head. It's like $4 or like $6 twice for the link scale packs. And then like $12 total. No, it's $4 twice. Okay, it's $20 overall for the monthly packs. For the keys and orbs is $20 altogether. And then another 10 for the daily capsule. So that's 30 from in-game purchases. And then I intend to do another 30 for the web store purchases in order to be able to get the point accumulation to earn the extra link skills and orbs on there. So from this point forward, I plan to be a $60 a month spender on Dokkan Battle. $60 a month. That's what I intend to spend. Which is by far the closest I've ever been to free-to-play since I started spending money on the game. And I will not be using a single dollar of that to summon for characters. Which I think is the biggest indicator of free-to-play, is the point of, like, if you spend money or not. Because or like, if you spend money to summon for characters or not, is really the implication. It's interesting to look at myself as someone who is simultaneously more of a spender than someone who's free-to-play, but also summons 100% less than those players. That's really weird. I mean, I kind of invented the concept of somebody that, like, or that spends money on Dokkan Battle but doesn't summon. I feel like I kind of am leading the charge on that, so I don't really know. We need to come up with a different name for those kind of players, because it isn't really accurate to call me free-to-play, because I spend money on the game. But I also feel like it's not fair to lump me in with dolphins, because I don't summon. And I don't, like, obtain new characters. Pufferfish. What even? I mean, okay, yeah, I did have the asterisk of, like, now. Now, I am more free-to-play or whatever. Which is fair. Power level shark. You only summon with tickets anymore. Just been saving your stones up. Really got no reason to use them. I mean, that's good. That's good. That's certainly going to help with your 6 months of Whis event grinding. That's going to be quite heavy on the stones. Oh, Night Shroud. Since you are new enough to this, you know, toxic Jordan situation, I gotta ask you. And I know that you're, you know, recently getting into power level grinding. What stage are you power level grinding on? What quest stage is your go-to? There is only one correct answer for a player of your status. Just so you know. I will only accept one thing. Not Delta Ryan eating the buttered popcorn in anticipation. Alright, let's do a quick checkup. Okay, they're on 9s. 999. He's got a 7 still. Okay. There's an 8 there. Uh-oh. I'm not gonna like the answer. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That's crazy. Here's the list of high compatibility characters. It's not very many. Yeah, that's, he is on a short list of characters that have it. And, ironically enough, based on the way that this website's filtered, he's not even included, because he's a rare. Wait. No, he should be, though. Hold on. Why isn't he on here? What the fuck? He's not hiding behind... I swear he's not hiding behind my face cam, either. He's literally not on this website. I don't know. Can't be bothered to figure that one out. Huh? He's a pre-awakening state, you goof? Was that only showing... Oh, I was thinking Cop Krillin... No, it's because he's a rare. It's because he's a rare. That's why. That's why. Click the square button, huh? Oh, the filter thing. Hold on here. You were talking about this little filter thing? Filter... The square plus button? Oh, wait, I'm sorry. What? Hey, Chewy, I got a question. Fuck are you talking about? What, bro? Okay, you're right. I don't like your answer. I'm a firm believer in 35-6. But I've been naughty and have been running the recent multiple enemy fights with high link level rate. Yep. You're just wrong. You're just wrong. So, you're a firm believer in earning less power level over time than you could. Got it. Cool, cool. I genuinely don't know what... If you were talking about in this filter thing, I don't see any... I'm so confused, bro. Oh, here we go. No, yeah, it doesn't... Because there are no rares here. That just allows me to filter what's there. I am so confused. I think you've gaslit me again, Chewy. Pretty sure is what happened. So thank you for that. Appreciate it. But the benefits? What are you talking about? What benefits? Please, try to defend this take. I dare you. Actually insane. Oh, you DM'd me the graphic? Good. I wasn't gonna ask, because I know you said you weren't done with it and stuff, and it is your property at this point, so I didn't want to inflict that influence on you if you didn't want, but I do appreciate it. Benefits of wasting time? Procrastinators, listen up. W comment, Ryan. W comment. You will say, only doing the new fights for the rank XP, and that's about it. You are still wrong. You are still wrong. And I almost wish that my account wasn't ranked 2000 so I could fucking bet you. Because you are getting such minimal extra rank increase from the newer stages than you are from 38-7. And it takes you longer, on average, to clear those new stages because of the fact they have multiple enemies. That the extra amount of runs you can do on 38-7 more than makes up for the less amount of XP that you gain per stage, and you will actually get more rank XP over time, and more link levels over time by doing 38-7. Those stages are not better. They are not better. There's just no factor that makes them better at all. Literally, bro, read it and weep. Here. I will get rid of the whole... Let's get rid of that. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. There you go. Take a look. Take a look. Here's what we're looking at on 39.3. Okay? Okay? We got our link level rate, 5 battles, obviously, 27 stamina. Okay? Here's your average amounts of the runs it will take and the time it will take to get you from link level 1 to 2, 2 to 3, so on and so forth. So here's your averages. At the bottom. And then check out 38.7. It's interesting. The time is pretty massively different. Obviously, it's a lot more runs on this. Well, that was 39.3, which obviously isn't what you're using, but here's 35.6. It's still not as good. It is less runs. It is less runs overall. It's a considerable amount less stamina. But, yeah, the time is still ridiculously higher. 38.7 just wins, always. Just wins over everything. And obviously, you even have, like, the new 48. Is 42.3 on here yet? Oh, these down below are the top graphs are from auto grinding, and then the bottom graphs are from manual grinding. Makes sense. Those are just different, calculations. But yeah, literally 38.7, bro. 38.7 is the way. Always. I mean, that's fair. 42.3 is just a worse map version of 48, so it's just 48 but worse. Like, there's absolutely no reason you would use it. But then also... Oh, I guess, okay, there is a peak to... Because 35.6 is an even better version of 40... Wait. Is it, though? Why would you even include 35.6 on this graph? Because isn't 48 better in every way? It's also the same size map, and then there's just 3 enemies instead of 5, and you get more Zenny and more rank XP from 48? Why would you ever do 35.6? Don't you just get more everything? Isn't everything better on 48 entirely? Oh, okay. Yeah. You're right. Less stamina. Because it's 27 versus 29. And then the same link level rate. Okay, that's fair. That makes sense then why you would still have the comparison of both. Yeah. Yep. Glad I could, oh wait, I need to turn back on all my shit. There we go. Yeah, glad I could enlighten you on that one, Mr. Night Shroud. So, what are we going to be doing after Dokkan Day ends? Tell me, please. I need to hear these words. Please. Oh, yeah. Oh, nice. All the links I needed, too. Alright, 11 of these guys left. And then I'll never be link leveling another one of them again. That one's at an 8. Fuck. Yes, sir! There we go. Attaboy. Round of applause for Night Shroud, everyone. Today, on this here Dokkan Day, on 29th of July in 2026, Night Shroud grew. Night Shroud learned. Congratulations, buddy. You're a stronger Dokkaner now. I promise you won't regret it. You'll be fine. Especially over here talking about having nothing to do with all of your millions and billions of Dragonstones. Well, there you go. 38-7. That was always the answer. Oh my. That's crazy. Trying to get me demonetized or something? We're inserting clapping noises. Uh-oh. Sheesh. It's getting hot and heavy, guys. Oh, not with the immediate follow-up of Pixie clapping. Oh. Yeah, Pixie. Yep. Yep, Pixie is currently clapping me. Wonderful. Just prepping it for my editor? My editor is crazy. You think I have an editor? Dude. I'm not even making one person's salary on this channel. What makes you think I got enough to pay somebody else? That's insane. My editor. My editor would refer to the program, the software that I use to edit my own videos, bud. There is not one singular bit of anything that has been created on this channel by somebody else. Literally, to this day, every single graphic and sound and edit and video and everything has been fully created by me. I've had a couple guest stars on here and there. But, yeah. Literally, it is a solo dolo effort. Though, I will say, ladies and gents, that is about to change. Not in like a major way, or permanent, or moving forward or anything like that, but just the fact that I have access to a graphic or two that I did not once have access to, that were not actually created by me. You want to see? You want to see? A little sneak peek for you guys. I'm not sure exactly how I plan to use this yet, but stay tuned. Boom. Look at that. Isn't it beautiful, guys? Isn't it absolutely amazing? It's me! It's me! Yeah. Shout out Pixie. She drew that. It's him! I'm him! Oh yeah, oh yeah. I know, the woe is very accurate. Like, it looks insanely like me. It is kind of wonderful. So yeah, we'll see. Might try and incorporate that. You know how, like, Nano has his little, graphic of him that's like a, you know, whatever? Yeah, yeah. Kind of want to incorporate it somewhere, some way, how, like that. Might even just become straight up my new channel logo. We'll see. Instead of using the talks thing, like, I could probably still use the talks for, like, on Twitter or, Discord and stuff, but maybe this will become my new YouTube logo. We'll see. We'll see, we'll see. But yeah, absolutely, W Pixie. She is so amazing for doing that. Bam, ba-da-dum. L Nano W Jordan? Or the other way around, too. What do you mean? W Nano L Jordan? No. Why would we say that? Hey, yo, the slander! Oh my goodness. That's insane. Did I just lose all credit for everything that I've done? Is that what just happened? With Z right now? That's wild. Your old Twitch profile was a drawing your brother did in the style of DBZ of you? Oh, that's pretty cool. That is pretty neat. Oh, yeah. Yes, Z, I did think of you with the whole Super Saiyan 3 Easy A thing. I know how popular his OST has been around these parts. When that has been a relevant conversation topic. So I can't imagine how insanely hype a bunch of people are right now because of him actually getting an Easy A. Which, I also didn't look at the Easy A kits for Super Saiyan 3 Goku and Hirudegarn. We could probably take a look at those real quick, too. I'd be curious to know what those look like. Yeah, you mentioned that too, Chewy, that your profile pic is also drawn by your brother. I believe it's your, they dodged all you need to know, was you saying the new Easy A's. Gotcha. Yeah, it was your D&D character, that's right. I thought I remembered that. Okay, let me see. Honestly, that's pretty exciting, hearing that they're dodge units. They dodge all over the place. I kind of really do want to take a look at them now. You know, I like me a dodge unit. Which makes sense. They were both dodge kits prior to Easy A, so only makes sense that they would age that way. Alright, we'll edge ourselves here. We'll take a look at Hirudegarn first. We're really only edging me. I'm sure you guys already all know what's going on with these characters. As you're not 2 days behind like me. Or I guess it's only been a day, to be fair. Okay, so 200% for 5 turns. I mean, Res Warriors is a nice leader skill to have. There's not enough units that really lead that category, so it's kind of nice to have another relevant Res Warrior leader. Okay, great chance to evade. Great chance of crits. Okay, when there's another movie bosses or storied figure category ally attacking the same turn, chance of evade enemies attack 15% for 4 turns. Okay, and then damage reduction 60% for 1 turn. Okay. 250% when attacking. After receiving or evading an attack, he gets an infinite additional super. And then for every attack evaded, he gets stackable defense. Defense looking a little low, though, no? And he only has the damage reduction 1 time, and then he basically cannot get hit after that. Well, but he also transforms, so hold on. Okay, so HP 70% or less from the 3rd turn of battle, or just straight up 6th turn of battle, he transforms. That doesn't have a lot of good pairing with Cell Max, which is unfortunate. Just considering, like, movie bosses is going to be the most likely places to use them. Whoa, Delta Ryan, your PFP updated. Nice. What an on-brand thing to do. Okay, he's infinitely stacking defense. Makes sense. Okay, and then the transformation. Okay, great chance to dodge still. I'm really only interested in the dodge here. He still has that same 15% for 4 turns. Oh, but that's good because it resets. So he gets it for another 4 turns after transforming. That's good, that's good. And then for every attack evaded, he gets 10% with it. Oh, GG's. GG's. With a full dodge build, and he's int type, it's over. That's insane. It's just a matter of being able to get him transformed consistently. That's going to be the tough part. Forcing the 70% is going to be a little bit tough. Yeah, that's not the most ideal thing, but okay, cool. We do like that. Alright, and then Super Saiyan 3 Goku, high chance to evade. Okay, additional 200% when receiving, 300% when dishing, 200% more defense when dishing, okay? As second or third attacker in the turn, 30% more, so he's at 80% dodge. And great chance to nullify unarms. Meh. I mean, 250% defense here. 200% when receiving an attack. 200% more. So he's got 400% multiplicative defense. And then 250%. That's like 509%. Yet 509 regular. Okay, he does greatly raise on defense as well. Or on super. And then he has a great chance to launch additional here. And then potentially the hidden potential as well. Hirudegarn's a lot better. Hirudegarn is definitely better than this unit. He's not going to be bad by any means, but I'm not, like, impressed or excited or, like, elated to use this guy. He's just like, okay, is what it is. He'll be a decent, 6th unit on the team option for, like, a unit that can dependably dodge, right? Other than that, he's not, like, a staple by any means, I don't see. Oh, wait, I forgot about the fact he stands by. Hold on. Let's look at this. I forgot about the standby. Because, there's, like, a finish skill with it, right? Yeah, the dragon skill finish. Okay. Got it. So this is a relevant thing. Oh, what was the standby condition? Hold on, balls. I'm bad at reading these kits when it comes to standbys. Standby skill, okay. So when HP is 70% or less from the third turn... Oh, it's the exact same thing as getting Hirudegarn to transform. Which might be a little bit easier on a superclass team. There's going to be a little bit more, like, a lot more options around him that you can potentially deal with, like, HP subtractive type of kits. So it might be a little bit easier to get this off than Hirudegarn. Okay, and then looking at the standby. Obviously unable to attack. 4 Cs. Great chance to evade still for 4 turns. Oh, yeah, so he's at 90% evasion, and if you're below 70%, he's at 110% evasion chance. Okay. And then when the finish effect is activated, he evades the enemy's attack within the turn. So guaranteed evasion after launching the finish skill. Massive stat lines on this. That finish skill is going to hit so hard. Yeah, that's actually... I mean, okay. That's not bad. That's not bad. I guess I'll take that. The standby phase makes him a little bit better. A little bit more survivable with things. And that finish skill is going to do some work, right? So that's kind of cool. I still think I like Hirudegarn better, but he's not bad, yeah. Yeah, that standby is pretty nuclear, I would say. That standby seems like it's gonna do some massive stuff. Yeah, SSJ3 is better because his standby is easier to trigger. I don't know about that. I think I might even still choose standby-less Hirudegarn on a Movie Bosses team over this Goku on a Movie Heroes build. Because the other thing you're not considering is the fact that the game loves to plop a bunch of superclass releases on us. So you have to be even better to be competitive on a superclass team than you do. Like, yeah, I think Hirudegarn is just going to have more use cases. There's going to be more times where Hirudegarn is in the top 6 units that I want to pick to be on that team than this Goku, for sure. I will get way more use out of Hirudegarn. Survive KOs on Beast, Red Ribbon Piccolo, Mini 3-Ku could help that condition. Yeah, that's fair, true. That's very true. Yeah, movie bosses has a lot of healing. You're never seeing turn 3 Hirudegarn transformed. Yeah. But even base Hirudegarn, I think, is still worthwhile enough. Yeah, he might hit very hard on that finish skill, but, like, so do lots of units. There's damage all over the game. I'm not really worried about acquiring damage. I just want to be able to survive. Hirudegarn not on Metal Cooler's team is a complaint, you see. I mean, I don't even have Metal Cooler, so that doesn't really affect me much, I'll say. What even is Metal Cooler's leader skill again? I don't remember. Let me see. Terrifying Conqueror's power absorption. I mean, it makes sense he's not on his leader skill. Why would Hirudegarn be on either one of those? Hirudegarn being able to continuously evade every attack will help him to get age better too. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Hirudegarn is especially better for people that don't have Metal Cooler Army or Turles and want to run Cell Max. Yep. Yep. Very true, very true. That just kind of goes to what I was saying, that there's like a smaller pool of characters to assist yourself with on extreme class builds, so if you're missing one or two of the major options, Hirudegarn slides onto that team much easier than the Super Saiyan 3 Goku just gets a staple slot on every team, right? And also, even if you don't believe that, if you don't agree with me on that now, it's likely that it's going to take a lot longer for there to be enough new units to replace Hirudegarn on a Movie Boss's team than there will be for Movie Heroes releases to replace the Super Saiyan 3 Goku. Yeah, they are overall pretty solid EZAs, I would say. Yeah. Not bad, not bad. The only problem with them is that they're a little bit selfish. They don't really do shit for the rest of the team. They just kind of are what they are. The only team that runs that Super Saiyan 3 Goku is Super Saiyan 3, you think. Well, Super Saiyan 3 isn't even a team, because Power Beyond Super Saiyans exists, so why would you ever use Super Saiyan 3? Hirudegarn isn't even a top Movie Boss's option. Super Saiyan 3 is a top option on Movie Heroes and Mastered Evolution. I disagree that Hirudegarn isn't a top Movie Boss's option. He is 100% in the top 6 units on Movie Bosses. I see what you're saying. It's only going to be relevant for category teams. Well, yeah. I mean, he's usable. The units are usable. That's the main thing. Yeah, you wish Goku's standby support was for multiple turns. That would be nice. That would be nice. Considering the standby lasts for multiple turns, right? That would be cool. I'm downplaying Super Saiyan 3 Goku a lot. Alright. since you're gonna make me do it. 1 second. Here we have the movie bosses category, wherein units that I would consider better than Harudegarn. We have Physical Metal Cooler, Cellmax, STR Metal Cooler, Tech Turles, and Tech Metal Cooler. What I want to say Beerus is better. No, because of the Realm of Gods focus. So he doesn't really count on this team. Who else? Who else? Who else? Yeah, that's it, bud. Those 5. That makes, in my opinion, that makes Harudegarn number 6. That makes Harudegarn number 6 on this team. Which absolutely puts him on the main lineup. I think those are the only 5 that definitely beat him. Movie heroes. Characters that I would consider are better than this Super Saiyan 3 Goku on movie heroes. Both of these new EZAs. His passive is all based around having movie heroes, right? Yeah, the movie heroes here. Oh, he also needs Hybrid Saiyan with... Okay, I'm gonna go off the assumption, because you can, have Hybrid Saiyans, because there's a couple of strong Hybrid Saiyan options on the movie heroes build, including 2 units I'm about to list who are better than the Super Saiyan 3 Goku. I'm gonna assume you have them for the build, so I am also going to include this Piccolo as a better unit than the Super Saiyan 3 Goku, to be fair. So... we have the 2 new EZAs, we have this Goku. I'll even do you the favor, because I know how you feel about him specifically, Z. I won't even entertain Tech Beast Gohan. I will throw him in the garbage and say that he is worse than the Super Saiyan 3 Goku, if you'd like to not even bust open that can of worms. That's fine, right? So, I'll give you that. This physical God Goku is better. Beastless Gohan's better. Orange Piccolo's debatable. It's a bit situational. Honestly, all 3 of these are a bit situational. I would say no. I'll say no on these. Both of these are better. Both of these are better. Oh, you can't see them because of my webcam. Shit. I'm talking about the tag switch superhero units. So that's units 6 and 7 on movie heroes that are better. I almost want to put this guy on there. Is that crazy? Is that crazy? I mean, on a movie heroes build, bro's like providing a shit ton of support, rainbow orb changing, and in better dodge abilities than the Super Saiyan 3 Goku is giving. And just consistently throughout the entire... I might even put him better as a better unit than the Super Saiyan 3 Goku. Maybe I would even consider 10th Anniversary Gogeta better. Just because of, like, the transformation that he's got and everything. And, like, you know, the abilities that he has access to in his kit. He's still a pretty staple unit, especially for on his leader skill alone. Like, there's just been a lot of use case for him. I guess we're talking about specifically on a movie heroes build, to be fair. But yeah, I think I'd still even favor him. So, I don't know. I don't know about any more of these units down below. Probably kind of falling off at this point. A lot of these options are pretty lackluster. Yeah. Nothing else really ringing strong through here. So, it's not like that big of a difference in the competition level, right? In my opinion. It's not absolutely that different. But, like, it still stands to reason that Harudegarn makes the team for me and the Super Saiyan 3 Goku doesn't. So... Alright, now let's see what you clapped back with in chat here. Int Piccolo is not better than SSJ3. Okay, well, feel that way if you want. Int Piccolo is literally a Dokkan Fest LR with his entire kit active, but I guess. Honestly, you prefer the AGL Gamma 2 to the Tag Gamma Orange Piccolo? Yeah, that's because you're allergic to dodge units. I know. That makes perfect sense to me, Nightman. He's not better by any means, but you don't like it when dodge units get hit, so I get it. Golden Frieza Gogeta is underrated as fuck. No, I think he's accurately rated. I think people like him. If anything, I would say that he is overrated, meaning people think he is capable of more than he actually is. Gogeta is great. That's the problem, is that Gogeta is absolutely so freaking amazing. And Golden Frieza is just hot garbage. That's been my experience consistently using that unit. You can make the argument in certain scenarios around Tech Gods and AGL Gogeta too. What argument were you referring to there, Delta Ryan? Just about the kit that they have access to? I definitely don't think that the Tech Gods would be considered on that same level, no. The Tech Gods don't have any Team Protector mechanics. They only have 2 turns of survivability throughout the entirety of their kit. They don't provide Scouter the same way that, like, the Super Saiyan 4s do. They are required to pick up orbs, a hefty amount of orbs of a specific type, every single turn, in order to get themselves to 70% dodge. Which is what a lot of units are given for free these days. So, and the unit in question has 80% for free. So yeah, no, we're not gonna say that the Tech Gods are better than the new Super Saiyan 3 Goku. No. Okay, so Z says, the only units better than Super Saiyan 3 here are the new EZAs. Super Saiyan 3 does 60 million damage. Damage doesn't matter. 60 million damage is irrelevant. Has a nuclear standby, which, again, you have to get that far first. And it doesn't matter how nuclear the standby is if it is doing 400% of whatever enemy's HP. If it only does 100%, then it only needs to be that nuclear. It's not like you're out here attacking enemies that have 2 billion HP at the end of battles with that standby. Again, unless you're talking about taking him into Festival, which is not the conversation at all, right? I don't think that that's too big of a factor. Immortal during standby, sure. I'll give you that. That's absolutely true. And has a super attack nullification. Quick. Name 5 very challenging fights that have unarmed super attacks in the final phase. Go. Or is that, like, a little bit rare and not that common to see? And it's a nice thing that might help you here and there, but Harudegarn being able to dodge every single attack in the game? Like, I would take away a 70% chance to nullify any specific type of super attack if it meant having the stackable 10% chance to dodge within the kit on any unit in the game. Absolutely. AGL Godku 2. Yeah, I kind of, he was on the edge for me. Like, with Tech Orange Piccolo and AGL Godku, those two are teetering right on the edge of if I didn't know if I wanted to call them better than this Super Saiyan 3 Goku. I also personally feel that way about Tech Beast Gohan, that he's right on the edge there. Like, I'd put those 4 in a box together, kind of maybe same level. But I just didn't want to open that can of worms with Z, because I know how badly he despises that Tech Beast Gohan, so we were going to leave that one alone. Yeah, I went over that, Delta Ryan, that Movie Heroes has heaps of options and will continue to get more and more buffs, whereas Movie Bosses is not going to be under that same situation. SSJ3 is not on one team. Okay, okay. I hear you there. He's definitely got more categories that he can be run on. His kit doesn't really restrict him to one team, so that's fair. But I just don't, like, what team? What team are you talking about? Because if he's not on one team, is there... I feel like Movie Heroes is the forgiving roster. If you type Goku's family, he's not even top 30 on Goku's family, right? Like, surely not. Right? Like, what other team are we trying to justify that he's on, that he is top 6, that you need to use him, and he's not, you know? And, again, before you go and say something like Mastered Evolution, I'm not talking about for the random one-off singular red zone stage that happens to have a mission for it. I'm talking about an actual meta-relevant team with a meta-relevant leader skill that you would use him on. No one's running Mastered Evolution. There's no relevant Mastered Evolution leaders in the game that we're doing that for, right? But on the meta-relevant teams, which I would consider Movie Heroes to be a meta-relevant enough team that you might get some usage out of him here, right? Yeah, and there you go. You said Mastered Evolution right away. Movie Heroes. We already went over the fact that he is not top 6 on Movie Heroes. Power Beyond Super Saiyan, Goku's family, and Pure Saiyans. Do you really want me to open those categories and show you the laundry list of units that are better than him on all 3 of those categories? Do you really want me to do that? Come on. Come on. Mastered Evolution just got physical SSJ3. Okay, that's fair, that's fair. We'll go look at Mastered Evolution then, because of the brand new leader. That is totally fair. I did forget about that. That's fine, that's fine. Let's go take a look at Mastered Evo. And we'll do that comparison. But I'm going to save you the embarrassment of not opening up Power Beyond Super Saiyan, Goku's family, and Pure Saiyans. If you are going to even attempt to argue that this guy is top 6 on any of those teams, you are off your rocker, kid. Absolutely off your rocker. Okay. Let's see. What are we working with here? Alright, Super Saiyan 3 Goku, better. Majin Vegeta and Super Saiyan Goku, better. Daima 4 Ku, better. Daima 3 Vegeta, better. Blue Boys, better. I already considered AGL Gogeta better, so I'm still gonna consider him better again here. Tech Vegito. I don't think so. I think AGL Gogeta is definitely aging better. I'm not going to include Tech Vegito. So that puts Super Saiyan 3 Goku as 7th so far. Okay. Yeah. He's like debatably top 6 on Mastered Evolution. And I mean, honestly, if you're factoring in using adult Daima Super Saiyan 3, then we can kind of factor in mini Daima Super Saiyan 3 Vegeta as well. Because of the shared guard and stuff, that makes him, like, much more runnable alongside this guy. So it kind of makes me want to add him to the list above Super Saiyan 3 Goku as well. Yeah. I think that's where I'd place it. I feel safe about that. Alright, I mean, feel how you want to about it. That's totally fine. That's totally fine. You literally... Okay, so, you just spit at me that he's dealing 60 million attack stats, and that he has this bomb of a finish skill. And then you're willing to write off adult Super Saiyan 3 Vegeta entirely? I don't understand. He literally has, like, one of the highest DPSs in the game. You either like damage or you don't. I don't get it. How can the amount of damage that Super Saiyan 3 Goku is doing be so relevant to you to mention, but then you're just, like, angrily upset at the fact that I called Daima Adult Super Saiyan 3 Vegeta good? when he's gonna deal triple the amount of damage as Super Saiyan 3 Goku in an average fight. Where's the logic? Yeah, that and the support is a very big thing too. SJ3 Vegeta also dies very easily. I mean, maybe? He might be a little bit more spongy, potentially, than the Super Saiyan 3 Goku. But he's providing a lot more to the team. And he makes other units more survivable. That's crazy. That's a crazy take. I don't even do challenge content, huh? I don't even play it. Not even interested in that part of the game. Never played a red zone stage in my life. Sorry if I'm triggering you. I'm not intending to upset you, but you came at me with some very, very strict opinions, so I'm just letting you know what I think. You don't have to agree. But I'm saying that, like, you being as steadfast in the opinions that you're dealing out is what's signing you up for the position that you're currently in, which is where me and basically the entire chat is scrutinizing you. Yeah. Like saying things like this, Beast just sucks. No, he doesn't. He does a lot. He's got quite strong mechanics, and some that save the entire fucking team. He doesn't suck. Like, he doesn't suck. Also, I never said that this Super Saiyan 3 Goku sucks. I did acknowledge him as a runnable unit. I am just putting him as, like, couple percent below these other units that I'm naming that are above him. That's it. That's it. And I also don't feel like I'm hating on him. That's the thing. I really don't feel like I'm hating. I feel like I've given him the fair analysis. The only thing that I haven't fairly analyzed is the Power Beyond Super Saiyan category, the Goku's Family category, and the Pure Saiyan category. And that's because I promise you, you don't want me to. Like, I'm not even gonna make you admit that those were bullshit categories for you to mention, because he is absolutely not in the conversation for best characters on those teams. And I just don't even feel like I need to prove it to you. But I mean, like, I'm kind of conceding and giving you the whole, okay, I guess he's the Mastered Evolution Warrior. Great. But you were over here trying to defend the fact that he's got multiple teams. But this is the only one that I can see a reasonable case for him being, like, absolutely top 6. And absolutely a usable unit on said team. I mean, yeah, he leads the team, but he's a 170 lead, right? I mean, technically a 200%, but, like, he's not a 220, right? And what even is his secondary leader skill? Yeah, Kamehameha. Oh, wait, no. Final Trump Card was the other, not Mastered Evo. When I said Super Saiyan 3, I was talking about the Easy A, not the new Dokkan Fest. He's top 6 on movie heroes. I'm just overrating a lot of units and downplaying Super Saiyan 3. Okay. Who'd I overrate? So your first complaint is that I overrated Agio Gogeta. Other than him, who did I overrate? Piccolo? Let me ask you this, Z. What's your top 6 for movie heroes, then? How does your top 6 look with this roster? I'm very curious to see this one cooked up. Blech, why are we over here talking about Frontier? Like it matters. Wait. I thought you hated Tech Beast. I thought, am I completely misunderstanding that? I thought you were absolutely a Tech Beast, like, down player. I did not expect you to list him first. Yeah, I'm a little confused by this. You hate Tech Beast, but he's a top 6 movie heroes unit. Okay. Okay. I don't. Okay, so yeah, you have the New Year's tags, the New Year's hero tag switches on there. That makes sense. You've got the 2 new Easy A's, the Super Saiyan Duo and Bird Coup. That makes sense. And then Tech Beast. And those are the only units that you're campaigning for being around there. I'm curious what comes next for you. Everything Fizz, God Goku, and before, aside from your units, suck. Okay, well, you still didn't acknowledge, God Piccolo, then. Who is not before. Physical Godku. You also said everything oh, Fizz Godku and before. Okay, got it. So, fuck Fizz Godku, fuck AGL Godku, and fuck Beastless and Orange, is what you're saying? Got it. Okay. Well, it's time to be done with this conversation, because you're not even speaking logically anymore. All those units are insanely good. And let me remind you, all I did was campaign for the fact that the units I listed might be some % better, in most cases, than what this Super Saiyan 3 Goku can offer you. You just said all those units suck. You just said that they suck. And then you followed up by admitting that you're a hater, and so you're just biased. So, there's no point in having this argument. You are clearly just set in your ways, so, alright, you do you, buddy. But, I don't really feel like you proved your point much. I feel like you just died on the hill, and that's okay. You're allowed to. Well, okay, you're moving the goalpost, though. You're moving the goalpost. You can't make a comment like, AGL Godku probably isn't even a top 10 TUR anymore. Because you know who else isn't a top 10 TUR anymore? The moment that his EZA came out, he wasn't a top 10 TUR. So what conversation are we even having here? Come on now. Imp Piccolo is good, I just don't like him a lot of the time. Like, again, I wasn't having a conversation about opinions about what I like or don't like. I was just trying to say what's good and not. And you have come at this entire thing with your own personal bias telling me what units you like and don't like. That's not the conversation we were having. I guess. I'll concede to you on that one point that I haven't used him in game yet. Okay. I agree with everything you've said about the character. I am perfectly willing to use your exact stat lines that you've said. That he has an absolute fucking nuke bomb of a finish skill, which, hey, made sense to me because I read the kit and I saw the stats. So, I agreed with that, and I actually said that before you ever did. I'm going along with your idea that he has a 60 million attack stat. I was factoring in the fact that he is going to have 2 or 3 60 million damaging super attacks every turn. I thought of that. I don't need to use him to know those things. And I also understand very well what 80% dodge feels like, because I've used characters that have 80% dodge. I don't understand. Also, I didn't mention it yet, but the amount of damage output he's doing is absolutely hurt by the fact that he is going to be in standby for 5 turns and not do a single point of damage that entire time. So, there's that too. Fizz Godku might be underrated at this point. Yeah, Fizz Godku was underrated the day he EZA'd. He has been underrated entirely. For sure, for sure. Well, he'd only be in standby 1 turn. It ends when he gets supered. Is that true? Am I stupid? I may have actually misinterpreted that part. I thought it was like a finish skill that you have to activate by, you know, collecting charges and then activating type of thing. Is that not how this one operates? Maybe that's part of what I am misinterpreting about this kit. Got it. Activated when enemy launches a super attack against the character. Okay, that's totally fair. That's totally fair. And that should still proc even if he dodges the super attack, right? Should. Interesting. That's actually really weird that he can stand by for 5 turns. That's a little bit odd. Does that actually proc prior to dodges, though? Like, he's guaranteed to stop the super attack. Okay, so that means that, like, the super attack launches, and then during the part of the super attack animation where you would normally get the dodge, like, animation to play, instead, it just plays his finish skill, and then he just does the Dragon Fist and it goes back. Is that how it works? I mean, cool. If anything, that should just, that should increase the stock for someone like Tech Orange Piccolo. Right? Because, like, you wrote off Tech Orange Piccolo and Beastless Gohan. Nullify counter has priority over dodge. But it doesn't... Oh, I guess, because it says nullifies enemy super attack and counters with ferocious power. I see. Gotcha. Yeah. That makes sense. Oh, yeah, so we're not putting any stock into Orange Piccolo, but Orange Piccolo has a giant form mechanic. Which, I guess that's only going to be turn 6 with the Super Saiyan 3 Goku around, because he would need a full superheroes rotation, which he is not on anyway, to be able to get that. I was going to say that Orange Piccolo can give you the giant form, which gives you extra turns of this standby. Which, I mean, I guess is that even a good thing? Do you even want extra turns of this standby? I mean, just for survivability's sake, right? He's not dealing any damage while he's in the standby, but as you said, he is invincible while he's in the standby. There is nothing taking him down, so it is better to have him in the standby longer, because it's just more turns of survivability. So I guess that. But then, using Beastless Gohan with him wouldn't be the worst idea either, because Beastless Gohan counters super attack, counters Ki Blast supers. And then this guy counters, you know, counters unarmed supers. So having the two of them together could be good, because then now you always have someone to answer a super attack. Well, not always, but more times, because you are covering two different kinds of super attacks instead of just the one. So it's funny that you wouldn't even consider using those units alongside him. Giant mode doesn't pass turns. It wouldn't give you more turns. Hey, super attacks get launched during the giant form, and then after the giant form ends, it's only normal attacks, meaning his standby phase won't end because he won't get supered, and then you'll have a second turn of super attacks. But I don't play Dokkan. I don't play challenge content, so I wouldn't know these things. Right, it could be a weapon super or an other super, which is why I corrected myself and didn't say always or every super attack, but then there's more, a larger portion of the game that's covered by those two units. Yeah. Yeah, you can... I mean, yeah, theoretically, you could put him in a different slot as the super, because he has the scouter. As long as you have another unit on rotation that can survive the super attack. That's kind of the part you're ignoring. But yeah, I guess so. Yeah, it definitely depends on the situation, right? Tech Piccolo also has AoE protection with his giant form. Yeah. That's true. That is nice. I mean, technically so does the Super Saiyan 3 Goku, right? Kind of. As long as you're able to get him into the standby form. I guess it'd have to be an AoE Super, not AoE Normals. Because then you could just hit the finish skill to, like, end the turn, instead of having to take any of the AoEs, right? Question for the countering supers points. Wouldn't you just pick between the Ki Blast or Unarmed Nullification based on the event instead of bringing both? I mean, yeah. I guess you would. That's fair. But, like, what about events that have both? But yeah, no, that is a good point. You would just team build around that, right? Which ultimately means if you're taking on a stage where you're trying to use a Movie Heroes team and you're fighting against unarmed super enemies, then yeah, Super Saiyan 3 Goku is probably top 6. If you're taking on a Movie Heroes with the Movie Heroes team against a fight that is full of Ki Blast supers and only Ki Blast supers, then now Super Saiyan 3 Goku is not top 6. Because there's other units that can counter Ki Blast supers, and he cannot. So now, you know, AGL Gamma 2 and Beastless Gohan are all of a sudden just better than him. And there is not a conversation about that. Like, Cell Max, Artificial Lifeforms, Red Zone. In that stage, Beastless Gohan and AGL Gamma 2 are better than Super Saiyan 3 Goku. There's just no discussion. That's a fair point, too, Delta Ryan. That Beastless and Tech Piccolo are getting more buffs on that team because of all the superhero support, which Super Saiyan 3 doesn't get. That's fair. Super Saiyan 3 just has dodge, which makes him better than Beastless. I mean, that's a stance I commonly live by. Can't argue there. I mean, in that case, he is the #1 unit on Movie Heroes. Oh, except for that we have Int Piccolo, who also dodges. Oh, and we have that Int, World Tournament Trunks, that also dodges. Oh, and we have STR Gamma 1 and Piccolo. Or Gamma 2 and Piccolo, that also dodges. Like, are we including the tech gods in the talk, just because they dodge? How much salt are we really putting on dodge? Because you can still make a top 6 of dodge units that dodge decently on movie heroes. I don't know. Like, oh, if we're going to talk about dodge, now we need to talk about Fizz Godku and AGL Godku. They're dodge units as well, right? We aren't running World Tournament Trunks. He doesn't do damage. And that is the epitome of why this conversation is never going to resolve. Is because you are still a young enough Dokkaner that you think damage is a relevant mechanic to consider. It's really not. It's not how you win games. Are you an APT enjoyer, Z? Out of curiosity. Yes, I want to be on the Cell Max boss fight for 60 turns, fobbing this bitch. Okay, so I'm going to take that as a fat yes, that you're an APT enjoyer. You just have a different scope on video games than I do, and that's okay. Ugh. Yeah, that's okay. I don't want to like account shame you or anything. It's just you are saying a whole lot for someone that's been a part of this community, you know, for a very short amount of time. You seem to have it all figured out though. Well, I mean, to be fair, Delta Ryan, he didn't say that Beast wasn't top 7. He just said he hates him. He's been putting a lot of stock in his own opinions around things rather than the actual facts. But, like, he didn't say that Beast was bad. He just said he doesn't like him. I'm acknowledging that there's a difference between those things. What's up? Welcome back. Welcome back. I need to check my units. I bet you I got a couple done. Oh, thanks. Yeah, right as I remembered. I get the unit check reminder. Oh, wait. Was that 3 or 4? 1, 2... Oh, that's only 3. No. Oh, no, that one's done. Yeah, this is tragic. This is tragic. Oof, and that one's done, too. Damn. All this talk got me distracted. That sucks. Was this one done? No, okay. Please. Okay, 9. He's got 2 links left. All right. I've been in the community for a short amount of time, but I've dedicated a very long time to Dokkan. Of that 1.5 years, and yeah, I actually play challenge content. I mean, yeah, I'll give you that. You have only spoke on modern Dokkan, and you've only played modern Dokkan, so, okay. I get you there. But, like, my point is that your comment about how relevant offense is comparative to defense mechanics in modern Dokkan, you can't really make an accurate comparison for, because all you know is modern Dokkan. So how can you speak to the relevancy of attack mechanics versus defense mechanics comparative to previous metas of Dokkan if you only know about the current meta of Dokkan? That's kind of my point. Like, for like the first year or two of this game, it was offense, offense, offense. Basically, ever since then, it's been a defense-focused game. And if you're convinced that it has flipped back now and 2026 Dokkan is an offense-based game, you're just in the pool of players that need to be reminded we have been in a defense meta for 9+ years now, and we are definitely still in it. And using the weak argument that you play challenge content, implying that I don't, is bullshit. I play every new stage that comes out, and most of the missions I get completed as well. I don't bother with some of the ones that are a little bit more tedious, or that require you to use finite teams that don't have great units, and that would take hours and hours of attempts to beat, that most of the community views as like a plague, and that are only available for a limited time in the game. That specific niche of content I ignore. And then also basically most of Frontier, even though I still have most of it done. Which, obviously, Frontier is a completely different conversation that isn't relevant to most of what we're talking about here. So, yeah, I don't know. I think that you should stop making it sound like I don't play challenge content, because that's not helping your arguments here. Big man, you are calling a unit not top 6 on the team, and you haven't even used him. That is LARPing. Okay. You're allowed to feel that way. That's fine. I really can't argue with that argument at all. I already kind of conceded to that argument before, that I was like, okay, I technically have not run the unit. Yeah. I finished his EZA last night, and I haven't even actually EZA'd him yet, so he's not even EZA'd in my account, so you are right. I have never seen him on a team. I have never seen him in action, not one single time. But I have read the entire kit. I gave you the entire, like, I gave you what I was, the things that you said about him, I said that I was going on the assumption that those were true, and agreeing with you about the attack stats he's capable of, putting up in-game. Like, I have talked about the fact that I've used units with the exact same dodge capabilities as him, so I'm familiar with how that stuff works. Like, I'm literally willing to concede about all points of this character that we both agree to be true. We both agree on how good his finish skill is, we both agree on how much damage he's providing to the team, and we both agree on how good his defensive mechanics are. I don't understand why I need to use him for that to be different. Like, if anything, we're not really debating on his power level. Power level mentioned. We're debating on the ability level of all these other units that are kind of around him, and I just view a lot of these other units as higher, and you view them as lower, and guess what? These are units we've both used a shit ton of times, so there's not really, I don't know. Both of you are wrong. Link leveling is the true content king. Yeah, there we go. Good stuff, Osiris. Good stuff. Link leveling is what really matters anyway. Oh my goodness. I didn't even think of this argument yet. Hey Z. Hey Z, I got a question for you. Since you're such a big, gigantic Super Saiyan 3 Goku fan, Did you happen to rainbow him on his release? Considering you started playing Dokkan that year, and you had a fresh account with tons of free-to-play Dragonstones, did you rainbow him on release? Has bro been rainbowed since day one? Is he rainbowed now? And also all of those other Movie Heroes units that we were talking about. How many of them did you rainbow? Or are you being influenced by dupe level, my friend? Uh-oh. Y'all making the Pixie angry. Look at this. Holy moly. I'm not gonna make you apologize for anything, because I don't think you said anything wrong, Z, but holy moly. You're angering the woman. That means you're towing a very, very thin line, bud. Not a threat. Not a threat. Underogatory. Sorry. Like I said, you haven't said anything wrong. Just pointing out. Happy wife and all. I, with a straight face, said that AGL Gogeta is better than Super Saiyan 3 Goku. You are LARPing. Alright. Fair enough. If that's what you believe. Yeah. Yeah. No, it's the same. Like, it's all in good fun. I agree with Z on that. I'm not, like, actually upset or anything. I just like giving the boy shit about it because he's clearly taken it. But it's all good. If you have anything, if you have any fresh takes to give me at this point, I'd be willing to continue the conversation. But for the sake of entertainment of everybody else watching, there's no reason for us to bicker about the exact same topics that we've already talked about. So, is what it is. You clearly have your opinion on the matter. So. But there you go. You did say you rainbowed Super Saiyan 3 Goku on Glorio's banner as soon as I joined the game. So that's me giving you that tidbit as well, that you need to factor in dupe level. Your comparison of his ability in-game compared to everybody else, you gotta factor the dupe level. If you have all these other units at rainbow level as well, then I can hear the arguments louder. AGL Super Saiyan 3 is still usable, by the way. Check out the screenshot I sent in Dokkan General. Every unit in the game is usable. Every unit in the game is usable. Most events can be beaten with 5 characters and a Cyberman on the team. So. I don't think that, like, a singular screenshot use case is, like, indicative of the fact that just because you can win with a unit on the team doesn't mean that that unit did anything, right? I'm not saying that it didn't in that case, I'm just saying that that's not good. That's not a good way to prove that point. He did good, you meant. Okay. I'll take your word for it. I'm sure he could still look good in short-form content. He's got a lot of damage reduction at the start of battle. Tapion and Minoshar are the best unit from the Wrath of the Dragon movie. Wait, isn't this guy from the Wrath of the Dragon movie? Isn't that the whole thing we were talking about? Chewie. You need to sit down, buddy. I'm assuming he means Angel Super Saiyan 3 Goku. I did say myself that equips matter more than dupes, which is almost entirely true. The first dupe is the exception to that. And then the second dupe is technically an exception because it gives you access to the gold equip that you can't use prior to that. So, in some way, you know, you gotta watch the full video for all of the details about what I said about that. It's not exactly that easy of a blanket statement that dupes are, or that equips are better than dupes. But also, is your Super Saiyan 3 Goku fully equipped up? Oh yeah, he's got all God equip lineups? Then the argument's out the window, because you're still comparing him to other units with... But he's got those same, like, you know, stacked up with the dupes and the equips and everything, right? You gotta do the Whis. You gotta do the Whis, Chewie. It's worth it. I promise. I mean, they're strong, bro. Those equips are worth getting. They really are. You beat Bio Broly with STR Super Saiyan 3 pre-EZA with the best God equips possible, Link level 10 Rainbow. You could have beaten him. You could have beaten Bio Broly with STR Super Saiyan 3 Goku, unawakened, SSR, level 1, Super Attack 1, 0 investment, unlocked. You could have beat him with that, because he has dodge in the kit. That's not impressive. That's not a factor. That doesn't matter. That is literally an irrelevant case. That is exactly the same thing as what I was pointing out with your screenshot thing. You could beat Bio Broly with 2 Cybermen, 3 Cybermen on the team, if you're lucky enough with the runs and the placement of his attacks. It does nothing to speak to a unit's strength, the fact that they made it through a Bio Broly run. Especially a unit that has dodge built in inherently to their passive skill. Means nothing. Yeah, sure, you could add fuel to the SSJ3 fire, but I feel like you're about to say what I just said, so... If it's something else, yeah, by all means. You did it first try, didn't need any crazy RNG. I'm like, I guess maybe you didn't understand my point, but, like, I don't know, if he's the slot 3 unit on the team... Okay. Here, I'll give you this, because it's the Bio Broly fight specifically. So let's go into specifics about that fight. Was STR Super Saiyan 3 your slot 1? Was he your slot 1 unit that you had in slot 1 the entire fight? Yes or no? If it changed around, how many turns did he spend in slot 1 throughout that fight? You did the new Seriously Serious fight with your 69% on EZA Super Saiyan 3 Goku. Congrats. Congrats. Why would I put SSJ3 slot 1? He's a slot 2 or 3. He stayed in slot 2. Okay. Which means he only ever had to deal with normal attacks. And if he got hit by them, you would have been fucked. That's the RNG that we're talking about. He didn't get hit because he has 70% chance to dodge, and that happened to work out for you for the 4-ish, maybe, turns that he had to be in battle. And dodge, like, 1 to 3 attacks, depending on what was there. So he got good luck with his ability to dodge, which is true of any unit that can dodge in the entire game. Even if they weren't on the leader skill, you could have just put them in place of that unit. If they had 70% dodge inherently, they would have provided the exact same thing to that team. Because you did say pre-Easy A, which means he wasn't doing shit for damage. Yeah, but he didn't get hit once because he's the GOAT. Okay. Alright. I think that the amount of slander you think I have put on Super Saiyan 3 Goku is more you projecting how much you are dick riding him. I think that's what I would say. Super Saiyan 3 Goku also has guaranteed dodge in his standby after he counters. Okay, question for you. When in the Bio Broly fight are you getting below 70% HP? Curious about that. Or is it that you're waiting all the way until turn 6 to stand by with him? Which is probably more likely. And I guess I'll give you that. Especially if you had him on the team pre-Easy A, you probably didn't have enough damage going around to finish Bio Broly prior to 6 turns. But then that means you do the standby turn, and guess what happens on the standby turn? Bio Broly still heals. And it's not like that finish skill did anything prior to his Easy A, so it's a guarantee that Bio Broly healed more than you damaged with that, finish skill that turn. Though, to be fair, you would have had to put him in slot 1 on that turn for him to get the finish skill to proc, and it's likely that the heal didn't happen in slot 0, so you probably launched the finish skill before the heal happened on that turn. So, to be fair to you, I guess. You actually cleared on turn 5. You got below 70% pretty easily on the Pure Saiyan setup. Okay. I'll take your word for it. I don't know how. By the way, guys, this is why I don't like challenge content. Has this been fun and engaging and productive? And is this what playing video games should feel like? I feel like this has all just been like, this has felt more like voting, like politics, than anything else, you know? And I despise having a YouTube channel that is like, everything that has just happened over the last like 30 minutes is just like the center focus of my entire livelihood. That just sounds like literal hell. I'd rather eat a bullet. I mean, the problem, Z, is that and I get that we're just, no, right, like, same deal, right? Well, okay. I guess it depends on your definition of rage baiting. I'm not rage baiting you in the sense that I am saying things that I do not believe to be true in order to get a rise out of you. I promise that that's not what I'm doing. I am only speaking my honest truth here. No. I'm also not going to say that Z is rage baiting. I believe that Z is just speaking their honest opinions and feelings. That's totally fine. I think we're misusing the word rage baiting here. But like the sentiment that it's all in good fun and that we're just mainly picking at each other because we both know that we're going to engage with it is fine. Like whatever is what it is. I just think that at the end of the day, it should be acknowledged that all this stuff is opinion. Because every single situation, every single team build, plus or minus one unit, creates a difference in the game. Every single run that you do on every challenge like, you can say that I play challenge content or I don't, or whatever, have your own feelings about that. The absolute truth of it is, even if both you and me have run all of the exact same stages, the exact same number of times, with the exact same units that all have the exact same builds, we are still going to have a different outlook on those because of how the RNG played out. Because of our own personal experience within the game. And I think the fact that people will very, very seriously fight tooth and nail about certain powered levels of certain units and stuff is ridiculous to me. I think it's insane that some people base their entire existence around that. Like the Truth DT. I think that's just, I think it's just a ludicrous way to live your life. And is definitely not what I would want to do. So that's why I chose to sink myself into a part of this game that is much less debatable. That's why all of the stats that I make spreadsheets for and the numbers that I run are things that you have to take my word for, because they're fucking proven, and there's literally no countering them. They just exist and they are what they are. So I give people that information because it's not me potentially lying to people's faces based on my own personal experience. It's what the numbers say, right? Yeah, that's a good way to put it, right? I do believe this is what Z believes. I don't think it's rage bait, just personal bias. Exactly. Everybody's got personal bias. Yes, Nightman is probably the best manifester of anyone that I've ever met. Nightman has mastered manifesting. If you guys are interested in perfecting your ability to manifest in your life, speak to Nightman. Because Nightman is so convinced of the things that don't work for him that they don't work for him. Ever. And I've seen it happen live. But it's all because of the energy that he pulls in from the universe, unfortunately. And I feel like, Nightman, you really can't get upset at that statement, even though I know you're scoffing at it, because to say something like, dodge units just don't work for me, is as conspiracy loaded as you manifest that for yourself. So, if your statement's gonna be true, then mine also will be. One or the other. If only you can manifest some bitches. Hell yeah, Dinkle, that's what I'm talking about. With a name like Dinkelberg, you ought to be able to get the bitches. What are you talking about? Are you out here single, my dude? Single with 20 million power level is we gotta change that for you, bud. What the heck? No. Nightman does not stream. Nightman does not stream. Nightman is my IRL friend, so I talk a lot of Dokkan with him. Yeah, Dinkelberg, we gotta talk privately, get you some tips. Oh my, and there's Pixie. No, hey! Don't auction yourself off. You can ignore that comment from Pixie, Mr. Dinkelberg. She is not bitches for you. That is my bitches. Going out in this economy? Yeah. Oh yeah. Aren't you a California dweller, Mr. Dinkle? North or south? North or south? Cause I know spots on both halves of the state. Well, why are you out here? I said the thing about we gotta get you some bitches, and then you said I am bitches. How is that not an offer? That literally sounds like a direct offer. NorCal? Hold up. Also from NorCal myself. I like trees. Oh, so you're like very NorCal then. Like NorCal. Yeah, you might be close. You might be close. Yeah. Sheesh. Are you further north than Sacramento? Out of curiosity? Yeah, wherever in NorCal you're originally from, I promise you Angry Pixie beats it. Practically from Oregon ass up here. You're only one highway away from the NorCal, folks. You're close to Sac, actually? Yeah, that's... I mean, I live in Sacramento, so... That is, we're probably very, very close. Yeah, Chewy is, hundreds of miles, but literally one highway away, so... No, no, no. Nightman. We're not talking about 80. 80 goes across the US. We're talking about California, bro's West Coast. More likely referring to 5 than 80. and then there's Delta Ryan. Who is all the way in the land down under. Aussie, Aussie, Aussie! That's really funny. You have a buddy in Vancouver and you always talk about being literally less than 10 streets away from each other. That's funny, that's funny. Fun fact, there's actually a sign in Elk Grove, which is, like well, it used to be a small suburb, now it's like a massive city, south of Sacramento, that has a sign, there's a road sign that says Ocean City, Maryland, like 2,800 miles away, something like that, for those of you that are outside of Northern America. That was a weird way to say that. Outside the USA. California, all the way on the West Coast. Maryland, all the way on the East Coast. So literally a country apart. There's no reason for there to be a sign there. But there was a guy that was from Elk Grove. And he worked for, like, the highway district that, like, the people that would, like, create all the road signs and map out all of that stuff. He was, like, one of the, like, managers of those projects. That was, like, what he did with his career. And so, upon retiring, one of his retirement gifts that he was able to get was that sign put in place that says, Ocean City, Maryland, however far away, because his daughter moved to and lives in Ocean City, Maryland. So it was like a reminder of the connection that they were able to have. So there's also a sign in Ocean City, Maryland that says Elk Grove, however many miles away. It's really kind of a wholesome, touching moment. But yeah, I literally drove past that sign throughout my childhood, and I looked it up online, because I was like, why the fuck is this Ocean City, Maryland sign here? This is so random. And then I learned that lore. Kind of funny. Yeah, it's super sweet. Y'all should host your own Dokkan watch party. Well, that's the plan at this point. That's not going to be anything special, because the watch party is, you know, it's for a live stream. Like, the same live streams that we typically get that always release do the major reveals for the major celebrations. It's gonna be that exact same stream. That was the whole point of the watch party in the first place. So, yeah, it's just gonna be our regular scheduled programming, where we go live on YouTube and then we watch the live stream together. It's the same thing as it always was. I mean, maybe because they are hosting an IRL event, there will be some other type of twist or something more, you know, exciting going on than, like, our regular streams. Oh, Dokkan froze. Yeah, like, that's already the plan. It's just, it's probably not going to be anything special, but we will do our own watch party thing. Alright, let's double check some units. I feel like I haven't gotten power level in a little bit. Hopefully that's not because someone's done. Yeah, it's just everybody sitting with one link, huh? Fuck, I hate this. Literally everyone has one link, and then ESG at the end has 2. Alright, this is tough. I've heard of Maryland has to be such a W comment. That's so good. America has everything. We even have our own version of Australia. We call it Florida. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. You should drive up to us. Oh, I'm sorry. When you said that we should have a watch party, did you mean like everyone should come to my place? You meant like an IRL watch party. I see, I see. I mean, me, Pixie, Nightman, Dinkle, and if Chewy wants to come up, yeah, we absolutely could. We could also get Kakarot 420 in this bitch. He's from Vegas, so it'd be a little bit of a drive, but he could do it, potentially. I don't know that he would. He was already bitching about having to make the 4-hour drive to Battle Hour, but... Don't link level and drive. That's the worst advice I've heard in 2026. Yeah, gas is pretty expensive. Honestly, you might fly to save money. Could be a thing. Could be a thing. Yeah, you meant an IRL watch party. I didn't even, like... I don't know why I didn't consider that that's exactly what you meant. That would be fun. That would be fun. What? Oh, uh-oh. What? Why are you middle name doxing me on the stream? What did I do, babe? Oh, because I said that, link leveling and drive is an L, or that, what did he say? That you shouldn't link level and drive is a horrible take? Yeah. I mean, yeah, obviously you still focus on the road, but that doesn't mean you can't. You don't have to focus on link leveling. Let's be real. Like, come on. You know what I mean? I'm still looking out the front windshield. Like, my phone is, like, right here when I'm driving. So, if I'm tapping the screen, I can literally see past it through the windshield. Like, it's fine. It's fine. My insurance is gonna love hearing that I link level and drive. Nah, we good. I got a perfect driving record right now. No points on the license or anything. Golden status. If he wants a passenger princess, he needs to pass the torch. I can restart the runs. We tried this, did we not? I have had you in the passenger seat of my car before. Fun fact, you have reset all of one run for me. I did the respectful thing of not being on my phone because it makes you nervous while you're in the car with me. I will always do you that favor if you need me to. But don't be out here claiming to be the link level goddess. Not till you show out. Not till you actually show out for me. Leaders delegate. Oh, it's because I didn't give you the order. That's why you didn't do it? Because I didn't tell you that you had to? Okay, noted. Noted. I see you. I guess I should have seen that one coming. Out of curiosity, have I driven in the snow? Yeah, I've driven in the snow before. Why do you ask? More doxing. More absolute. Well, this is just you kind of exposing me, I guess. Thanks, Nightman. Appreciate that. Yeah, you know, Delta Ryan, we don't need to bring up the old fines or anything like that. You know, we can not talk about those. But legitimately, that shit was like a long time ago. That all went down in like between like 2018 and 2020 was when all that was going on. I mean, I did actually... Okay, I'm pretty sure Pixie's about to expose me on this one, so it's fine. No, no! No. Whoops. You lived in South Dakota for 2 years. Driving in the snow humbled me out of all your bad driving habits. Well, if anything, the crazy driving conditions I have experienced, like driving through the mountains on winding roads, you know, driving in the Delta that's south of Elk Grove, shout out Delta Ryan, the, like, winding roads there with, like, vineyards on one side and, like, the levee into the river on the other side, you know, going, like, way too fast in the middle of the night with my headlights off on those roads and stuff. You can tell him anything you want to tell him, Pixie. That is your prerogative, babe. Yeah, like, I feel like doing all of that in the past has just enriched my driving skills to the point where when I'm driving on straight, flat roads where I can see ahead of me in clear daylight and don't have a ton of cars around me, easy peasy, I'm in a link level the whole time. I might not even have my hands on the wheel, I might just be driving with my knee. Yeah, I don't really mind driving anything. Honestly, I have been pretty scared driving in the rain before, because I used to have a 98 Toyota Corolla. It did not have anti-lock brakes. It weighed like 20 pounds, and that shit would drift all over the place. So when I would drive in heavy rainfall on the freeway, and then make, like, a sharper turn that the freeway has to offer, if I wasn't going, like, 30 miles an hour under the speed limit, my car would just drift across the lanes, and I would have no control over it at all. It was the most frightening thing ever. So yeah, those times were pretty scary, but since having a modern vehicle, I haven't really had too many, crazy moments like that. Always been pretty confident behind the wheel, so. Fun fact, the only time that I have ever made my car touch another surface or thing that it wasn't supposed to. Well, I guess there's 2 times in my life. 2 times. One time was in that 98 Corolla. There was this lady that cut me off on the freeway, and I was raging, and so I was road raging behind her and, like, tailgating her. And she was also weaving through traffic, so I was weaving through traffic, and then we hit a wall of standstill traffic, and I slammed on the brakes. No anti-lock brakes, so I slid into the back of her and rear-ended her in that vehicle. That was back in, like, 2018, I think. And then in 2021, when I lived in Vegas, I was maybe going a little bit faster than I should be, maybe 10 or 15 miles an hour above the speed limit on, like, a main road. And then I went over a hill, and they have these dumb things in Vegas where there are these T-shaped intersections. So not full throughs, right? But there's, like, a through street this way, and then one connecting road that comes at a T this way. So there's people that can turn left onto that road. But there's no one that can actually cross the traffic. There's just people that can join the traffic. So in order to help the traffic patterns out there, what they do is they make the right lane of that through street its own lane. And it has a curb that separates it from the rest of the lane. That way the people that are turning left onto this road can't impede the traffic in this far lane. Which means that that far right lane always has a green light. So that even when people are turning left onto the road, onto that same road, there's only a red light for this lane, and then this lane still has a green light because that traffic can't be impeded, right? So the way that they separate those is they put a curb in between the 2 lanes. So I was going too fast, and then I started changing lanes, crested over the top of a hill, where at the last second I see that there is a curb that has appeared in the middle of these 2 lanes. But I was in the middle of my lane change, and so I smacked the curb at like 55 miles an hour. And that basically fucked up my entire vehicle. It was pretty bad. But yeah, other than those 2 instances, I have never improperly maneuvered my vehicle. And every single time that I have been pulled over by a cop and forced to pay hundreds of dollars for some type of a traffic violation, I was not doing anything unsafe. I was fully in control of my vehicle. I was 100% sure that I wasn't going to cause anybody else an issue. It was just that I wasn't following the rules. So, as far as my driving record, it's not like I'm a bad driver or anything. I'm very, very confident in my driving skills. One of the better drivers out there, I would say. But, yeah. I've just gotten caught a few times, cutting corners. Yeah, you've been tailgated going 85 in the fast lane before? That was insane. Sorry. My bad, bro. Yes, the real Jonathan. I will be grinding power level all day. And by all day, I mean the entire 24 hours that Dokkan Day has to offer. That is all I will be doing with that time. We will just be power level grinding over and over and over again until it's done. You got a ticket for changing your song at a red light. Yeah. No, that's happened to me before, too. I didn't actually get a ticket for it, but I was selecting my music, and then I heard the cop that was, like, near me at the red light over their loudspeaker be like, "Get off your phone, or I'm gonna pull you over." I was like, what the fuck? How about you get a life so someone will sleep with you? How about that? Hate me some oinkers. Public service announcement. If you are a police officer or you support them, you're free to fucking leave. And never return. You got ticketed for your registration being 1 day out of date? That's actually insane. That's actually insane. Yeah, the cop was a bitch about it for some reason. I wonder why. I wonder if that's because they have a horrible, shitty life and no one likes them. Yeah, I don't blame you for that one. Take it to court. Fight it since that was BS. Yeah, I absolutely would too. Hopefully you won. Oh, I missed that comment. Okay, yeah, that one got a little that one got erased by YouTube. If you draw your attention to the screen, you'll see Dinkelberg's wonderful little message right there. Oh, 49. I got a link. Which one of these characters is done now? Who is it? It's him. Okay. Good. Now we can at least get a couple more links back on the team. This is kind of what I was worried about, guys. I think that the overall gains... I'm really worried that the overall gains at the end of D-Day this time are going to be low. Should we do another calc? It's been 6 hours, so we can divide it in fourths. We're a quarter of the way done. I don't actually... I pulled up the calculator, but I'm in a run, and I don't actually know what numbers we need to calc. Or wait, we were at 49, right? 49. So, 279 minus 349 is... That's 70,000? So we're on pace for 280k? Okay, okay. On pace for 280k. So we're just lingering in that similar area right where we were. I mean, it was 268 at its lowest earlier. Now we're up to 280. So we are kind of getting closer to that goal. But, yeah, we'll see. Looking still like it's going to be a little under the 300k. But this is also not factoring the hours of manual grinding that I'm going to do after the stream ends, right? Because once I no longer have all the other factors to pay attention to, I can just really lock in here, and then I'll do a couple hours of manual grinding to get the runs up. Another thing that I haven't really checked too often while we've been, you know, live streaming and stuff, or even throughout Dokkan Day, I don't really go back into the sub page and count how many runs I've done. That would be an interesting way to know, like, how much, like, pace-wise, like, how well I'm actually doing. Because obviously the actual power level gains can vary based on a lot of factors of the units that I'm using and how prepped they are and how lucky I get, but straight up the amount of runs that I've done every Dokkan Day that's like a consistent factor that I can continue to measure, right? But I just don't, I feel like it's a waste of time to back out of the time chamber. I've already found ways to never have to leave the time chamber for the 24 hours. I don't even bother with, like, awakening units or anything like that, like, if Epic Showdown Goku copies finish and stuff. So, yeah, just feels like it would be a waste to back out to the main screen and double-check the sub-page every so often. Which is why I don't. I wouldn't say you're completely cooked, Chewy, but how is that happening? You only got 47k? Have you been grinding the whole time? What's going on? Why are your gains so low compared to mine? Considering the fact that mine are low compared to mine, normally. And you're still, like, a considerable amount below me. Just got Lynx being stubborn, is that it? I mean, I've kind of had the same, right? My power level hasn't really gone up much in, like, the last 30 minutes. Every character's getting stuck at one link. Man, that's really unfortunate. Sorry to hear that. Oh, wait, guys. No way. Oh, okay. I was getting my numbers confused a little bit. No, we're not there yet. We're not there yet. Hold your horses. Hold your horses. I was thinking that we had just hit 9 million away from Migate. But the number that we're actually looking for that is a little different. To hit 9 million away from Migate, we need to be at 479. 479. We're at 349. So, we'll definitely do it by the end of Dokkan Day. But, we are not close yet. Still got a ways to go. Thank you, Delta Ryan, for announcing that you had to pee and that you're back. Yes, your membership is gone, Chewy. I wasn't gonna say anything about it earlier, when we were doing all the shoutouts for the members and I was gonna put the emojis in chat. I was gonna mention the fact that I noticed that we didn't have any members here, which was sad because Chewy's here, but I also didn't know if there was a specific reason why you didn't have the membership, and I am not going to shame anybody for not having the money to spend on me, so you're good. Totally fine if you did that on purpose, but it's sounding like, based on that comment, it was just an accident, so. Hooray if you're gonna resub. I appreciate it. I'm also curious if it's gonna give you the 3. Or not. Or I guess it's only 126 that it does, huh? Or like if it'll reset you back to the 1 because you didn't renew and it like ran out. I'm not sure how that works. Hey, Instinct. Yo, I'm at work. Came by to say hi. Most of you noticed I quit Dokkan. Did you now? Well, here's the thing, Instinct. I thought you quit Dokkan after World Tournament 61. So... did you rejoin since then and quit again? Because the more you quit, the less salt I put on you quitting. You know what I mean? If you have quit once and come back and then quit again, what are the chances you stay quit? Out of curiosity. Gotcha. The reason is you refuse to keep auto-renew on. I mean, that's smart. That's smart. You are a fella that will never need rocket money. That's good. That's good. I, typically do the same thing. Usually when if I have to, like, open up an Amazon Prime subscription or something like that, I always go and auto-cancel my subscriptions, like, the moment that I activate them. And then it's like, I'll have it for the month, but then I don't have to worry about it auto-renewing on me or something. So... Hey! Okay, you do keep the 2. Awesome. Alright, there you go. There you go. So it is a cumulative thing, even if you let it, fall off. That's cool. That's cool. Yeah, that is a good question. Do you still own your account? Is it still on your phone? Are you just saying you quit, but, like, you could literally go log in and play right now if you wanted to? In, like, 10 seconds? Well, you'd probably have to do a data download, I imagine. Because if that's the case, I don't know. I don't know if I want to say you actually quit. Especially considering you're chilling in a Dokkan livestream right now. Sounds like we know where your mentality's at, bud. Sold to someone called Always Me. I see, I see. So your account has been renamed to Always Me, is what I'm hearing. What was your power level? Yeah, also I'm curious how much you sold it for, if you're willing to say. It'd be good to know. For future investments, how much money can you get for a Dokkan account? Yo, can you imagine? Can you guys imagine? I always talk about the idea that if I were ever going to quit Dokkan, I would delete my account. So that I just become this urban legend about people that talk about this once great god of power level that isn't reflected in any of the leaderboards anymore because he bobbed all of his characters and stuff. All of that, right? But I think it would be even cooler to get the #1 power level and then sell my account to someone else who just gets to take that title. That'd be hilarious. Let's see. When you quit, you were just over 16 mil. You sold it for 1.7k. Nice, nice. That's really good. That is actually solid. Because the thing is, like, obviously the account was worth way more than 1.7k per all of the money you spent on it over time, and if you factor, like, the gameplay time that you put into it, and the exclusive stuff that you had access to in that account, with, like, wallpapers earned and units that you can't get anymore, all kinds of stuff like that, right? All of those things can increase the value of an account. But, realistically, ain't nobody dropping 500k on a Dokkan account. Ain't nobody dropping 50k on a Dokkan account. Ain't nobody dropping 5k on a Dokkan account. And that's the real issue, right? And that's basically why I would never sell my account, is because I don't even think I could get back 10% of what I've spent on it. And now that I know exactly what I've spent on it, being $40,000, yeah, I really don't see myself getting, you know, like even 5k back for it. So that's why I would never sell it. But genuinely, if someone offered me $40,000 today for my account, I would have to really pause and consider. Considering the fact that that would actually reverse my entire mistake in life of spending $40,000 on this game. I would be very tempted. I would be very tempted. Alright, let me double check links, because I did just get 3 in one run here. Yep, looks like it was all from those 2 new characters I added. Cool. Smart! You showed up! What's up, man? Right now I'm looking at, like, 75k. I've gotten about 75k in power level. We're just under my goal. I'm on pace to get, like, 280k by the end of Dokkan Day. The goal is always 300k. So, we're right in the ballpark of doing okay, but we're gonna need to speed up a little bit. But that's okay. I've got hours of manual grinding ahead after we end the stream. Which, damn, it's already 11 o'clock. Guys, how have we been live for 6.5 hours today, and I haven't done anything? We didn't do a reaction video. We didn't play Dokkan Duel. We didn't go to GeoGuessr. We haven't done anything. I didn't load up Dead by Daylight. We didn't play Crash Bandicoot. We didn't do shit. I've just been shooting the shit with you guys. This is great. I love this. Honestly, this is my best idea for a stream. This is the way that I want it to work out every time, where I don't need any other activities to keep you guys engaged, but we can just be having, like, a flowing conversation the whole time. That is genuinely what I want out of these Dokkan Day streams. And by the way, me not doing any of that extra stuff in a Dokkan Day stream just means I have more incentive to stream outside Dokkan Day, because I still do like doing those activities with you guys, so if we can spend time outside Dokkan Day doing those things, then great. But yeah, cool. That's fun. I agree that no Dokkan Duel is a bit criminal. Yeah, it is. It's alright, though. Doesn't have to be an every time thing. We genuinely might make it through this entire stream just chatting. This really might be a just chatting Dokkan stream. We'll see. I'm not feeling too inclined to, like, switch it up or do anything else. I talked about the fact that we might do the Shikra, like, reaction video to the next year of History of Dokkan, but meh. Not really feeling it. Just kind of chilling. So. Yeah, the time is going. That's the main, most important thing that you guys have to remember, is me eating this first 8 hours up as quickly as I can is important, because I still have 2 more sets of 8 hours to do after that. That you guys won't be around for, and I'm gonna have to find ways to entertain myself, so. I appreciate you guys for being around for all this. Yeah, no worries, Smirt. Take care of what you gotta, you know? School's important. Education is important. I appreciate you being here now, since you can. New account name is Dokkan. Okay. I'm gonna take a look. Wait, no, it's always me. Oh, at least on the power level leaderboard. I didn't look it up in-game, if that's what you're referring to. But yeah, I just see the always me on here. Cool. I mean, it's a worthwhile account to buy, no? Like, look at this. Would you guys spend 1.7k on this? We've got... We're number 7 in hidden potential. With closing in on 700k. We've got 16,000 power level. We're ranked 2,000. I mean, Dokkan Awakening's meh. But quest clears, that's pretty good too. Handedly above 600k in quest clears. Like, this is not a bad account, right? I'd say worth 1.7k. Obviously, seeing the actual unit pool you're getting and stuff is relevant, but it's a stacked account. We love this, we love this. Good stuff. Yeah, I figured in-game is what you're referring to. Eating up the canes, too. Yeah, technically that is an alternate activity that we did, but I don't know. Yeah, also 3 top 5 World Tournament titles. Exactly, exactly. That's one of those exclusive things I was referring to. Can't get that anymore. I mean, you could go get, you know, the top... You know what I mean. Those World Tournaments have passed, right? Well, I mean, I guess, Delta Ryan, it's easy to say you wouldn't spend the 1.7k, but you also have your own account already, so it's not as useful for you or relevant, right? You were going to start maining Gekishin, but then you realized how shit that game is? Yeah. MOBAs suck in general. If you're maining a MOBA, you need to take some ADHD meds, I think. Yeah, I think, honestly, the only reason I would never buy an account is because I like the idea of it being my baby, right? It's the thing that I have, like, put my all into, and so I get all the credit for what I have, right? And I think that that's probably a reason why it would be difficult to find someone to buy my account that wanted to be number 1 in power level, because, like, even if I sold it at that point, like, that person wouldn't get the same clout that I got for being number 1 in power level, because they didn't achieve that, right? It just existed for them. So. Yeah, I wouldn't say... I can't make a statement like that, Dinkelberg. Like, I could never sell my account. I don't think I could say that. It's not that important to me. Like, don't get me wrong, it's very important to me. It is one of the most important things in my life currently, and that's been true for years. But it's not that important that I just could never ever sell it. I mean, that is a good point. That is absolutely a good point. If I were going to sell my account one day, I should probably just try to sell it to the Truth DT, because that's the guy that's got the disposable income to piss away 50 grand on a Dokkan account, and would also care, probably more than anyone else in the world, about having the number 1 power level, so... And he already has done the work of the power level grinding, and feels like he deserves that spot of the you know, the highlight of being number 1 in power level, so yeah. That could be insane for him to have, like, the most stacked account on JP and the number 1 power level on global. Like, That's interesting. That makes me want to hit him up now. I imagine being able to make a deal about that. Like, truth, if I can get to the #1 power level, would you buy my account for this amount? That could be an insane way to go out. Guys, I'm #1 in power level, and I made back 100% of what I've ever spent on Dokkan Battle, and now I'm set. Pay off my debt, walk away with 30 grand in my pocket. Oh, dude. I would genuinely say, I would do that. I absolutely would do that. If the truth wanted my account, once I am #1 in power level, let's say I hit 50 million power level, and then I would sell my account to Truth for $50,000 if he would do it. Yeah, I would. Someone clip it, send it to him. Bro's not once ever acknowledged one of my YouTube comments or tweets at him or about him, so I highly doubt that this information will ever get to him, regardless of how hard I try, but feel free, send it to him. Yeah, exactly. Then he'd get to be on global for the box space packs. Yeah, Jordan considers it thoroughly. Walks into the sunset with Pixie. Yeah? Yeah? Sounds good to me too, babe. Mwah. You would click link leveling once you hit 69, 69. Yeah. What a meme. Basically impossible. Basically impossible. I mean, I haven't noticed your inactivity. But I also don't pay that close attention to you specifically. I never look at my friends list, so I wouldn't have seen, like, how many days you hadn't logged in or something. And as far as, like, inactivity in Discord servers, I don't think we really communicate in too many of the same spaces. So I wouldn't have noticed these things. Missed you in the last stream, I guess. That's about the level of... Yeah, that's actually what I can say. As far as noticing your inactivity, the very last time that I played the Dokkan OST game, you were nowhere to be found, and that was sad. So I noticed that. I did notice that. What's the max box space right now? It's closing in on 6,000. If you want to know the exact number, go to Goresh. I believe Goresh has the highest box space of anyone in the world. He has the accurate reflection of what is possible to earn on global. Minus maybe like a little bit here and there. But I don't think so. I genuinely think he might have actually all the box space that you can possibly get on global. Close to 6,000, but not yet quite at 6,000. Though, there have been a lot of box space this month. The last 4 releases in a row have had like 25 box space each. So we've been going up by quite a bit. Aw, young love. Aw, yeah. To be a teenager and in love. Ah, yes. To be in our youthful, ripe ages of 12 and 13. An account name like Dinkelberg would be a meme, to be fair. Oh, well, you can change your name. Did you know that, Dinkelberg? You can change your account name? You didn't know that for years? What, that you could change your account name? That's really funny. I have known that forever. Prior to me creating the toxic handle, which was originally created for the Dance Dance Revolution community, based on based on a previous username that I had, which was similar to Toxic. A username that I had in the Dance Dance Revolution community was Toxic Fuzz. Toxic Fuzz. And you can see the little Toxic Fuzz head that you guys have seen recently ever since my face reveal. Yeah, so had that for a long time. But I did the Toxic Jordan thing on Twitter back then as well. And then that was how the whole name of the YouTube was born. Around 2020, when everything went to shit with the government and the police and all of that, I dropped the fuzz because we don't support them. And just became Toxic at that point. Not that it was ever indicative of, you know, that's not what fuzz meant. There's actually a funny little story behind how Toxic Fuzz became a thing. Dumb story, won't bore you with it now, but yeah. Oh yeah, Nightman used to know me as Toxic Fuzz. Considering that was how we met, was through the DDR community before I started playing Dokkan. Dinkelberg, you used to play it on the PS2 with like the pads at home and stuff? Yeah, dude, that was how I got started with that game as well, when I was in elementary school. And then I just took it all the way to being, like, competitive in it, in arcades, for years. But yeah, I thought about making some of these bracelets for my, YouTube channel. I made them once upon a time for the whole Dokkan community thing. I also made some different ones, or Dokkan community, for the DDR community. And I made some different ones that had, like, Sacramento DDR on them. Just representative of, like, my entire hometown and everybody that played DDR here. Ugh. So these ones here. It just says Sacramento DDR and then it has, like, the arrows on either side. Yeah. Those were all kinds of fun. I thought about making more of them, though, to be able to give out to my YouTube audience, but it gets a little bit more challenging because with these, I would actually go to, like, physical events, IRL, and then hand them out to people. But that would be a little bit more difficult for Dokkan because, like, not only do I not know most of my audience IRL, most of you aren't even in America. So even if I were to, like, mass produce these to the point where you could buy them from me and have it be, like, my first YouTuber merch, be these bracelets, it would still be very complicated, and I would, unfortunately, probably have to make them ridiculously overpriced in order to make the money back shipping them overseas and stuff. So, I don't know. I've thought about it. I just don't have a convenient way to make that work right now. But I do love these things, and I would love to produce more of them for my YouTube audience. That would be super fun. If I could find a way to make it work, I would. I would. Oh, but what I was even gonna say, my original thought to bringing these up, with the whole previous username thing, was that when I first started playing Dokkan Battle, I was not yet even Toxic Fuzz in the DDR community. I was actually going by a different alias, which was Creed, like the band. It wasn't in reference to the band. It was kind of in reference to Assassin's Creed, very loosely. So, another lore drop for you guys. When I was in elementary school, I was really into WWE. Back in the Jeff Hardy and Rey Mysterio days. Really into WWE. So much into WWE that me and my younger brother and my childhood friend neighbor would wrestle in the yard together. So we would like, so on junk day, people from around the neighborhood would leave out, like, furniture and whatever other things. We found, like, this baby crib that had a mattress in it at one point. So we took cardboard boxes, put them on either side of the mattress, and then we set up the mattress like a table in the yard, and then we'd get my dad's ladder out of the garage, and we would jump off the ladder and, like, smash each other through the mattress and, like, down onto the grass and stuff. Yeah, we did all the things with the chairs and the whatever. We even had a money in the bank that we, like, tied to a tree and had hanging from the top that we had to come and, like, grab from a ladder. It was a Deal or No Deal board game that had, like, the briefcase, and so we just ripped that thing apart and used it as, like, a prop for that. Got really into this thing. So much so that I started, like, building outfits for us to be able to do, like, entrance music and then walk up and, you know, do the whole thing. And so my alias for that, because of one of the main outfits that I would wear, was, like, this super, like, dark gray, like, flowy outfit that was all, like, ninja-esque and, like, very, like, dark and creepy, and it had this super deep hood with, like, this, like, flowiness on the end of it and stuff, and it was very reminiscent of, like, what's his name? Ezio? Is that the guy from Assassin's Creed? I don't actually super know. But I had already known like, already had the idea that I liked the Creed, like, name, but that was where it stuck. So I made that my alias. That was, like, my wrestler name. I was Creed, the wrestler. And so that was, like, how that developed into then it became my gamer tag later on, once I started getting into gaming and things. So then once I joined the DDR community, I joined as Creed. That was my original name. The, like, original tag that I had in that game. It was Ezio. Okay, cool. I did remember that correctly. But yeah, so Creed was the original username. But when I was Creed in DDR, I didn't also make myself Creed in Dokkan. It just didn't feel like it fit there. It wasn't really like me playing a part or an alias, it was just like an account name. I didn't view it the way that I do like now. So, I came up with something different. And what I actually used was SS Jordan. Because, typed out, it looks like that, which is just Super Saiyan Jordan, basically, because of SSJ, the way that plays with Japanese and stuff. So it was like Super Saiyan Jordan type of thing. But yeah, so I used that for a while, but I didn't like the way that it also sounds like I am a military battleship, the SS Jordan. And yeah, that just kind of was stinky to me, so ultimately ended up changing it to Toxic later on, once that was incepted. It's been a while since I've been through those lore drops. I actually don't know how many of people in my YouTube audience even know that stuff. You guys are probably a part of a elite group now that you know these things. That's so good. I love the Delta Ryan. My brother flung me through a wall. It's... Congrats, bud. Congrats. Oh, yeah. What do we think, Pixie? Toxic version is best version? You're gonna call me a battleship now? Damn right. I'm a power level battleship, baby. Jeff Hardy is pretty cool, though. I got to see him live. Nice, nice. I never actually went to a live wrestling event. Never got to do that. But Jeff Hardy was my favorite wrestler in the time he spent in the WWE, which is one of the reasons why CM Punk is my least favorite wrestler of all time, because of the match that they had, wherein the loser had to leave the WWE, and Jeff Hardy lost that battle. That was a sad day. And then he went to TNA, which obviously, knowing in my adult years that, like, wrestling is fake, sorry to break it to you, and it's all scripted, that obviously Jeff Hardy was just scripted to lose that fight because his contract with WWE was up and he was moving to TNA anyway. But my, like, what, 11, 12-year-old self didn't understand that. So I was like, I hate CM Punk. He got rid of my favorite wrestler, and I've hated him ever since. No, I don't still watch. I had a couple year phase with it back then. Honestly, though, Jeff Hardy leaving and going to TNA caused me to check out entirely. So whatever year that happened, that was the last WrestleMania I ever watched, and the last time I ever cared about it. Spotty drawers. I'm so cold. Sorry about that. Get a heater. Link level grind faster. That always heats you up. Growing up, your fave was Randy and Edge. Who's Edge? I know you're talking about Randy Orton. Edge? Am I just blanking on someone obvious? Who are you talking about? Is his full name Edge? Or are you abbreviating something I'm not realizing? Is his name just Edge? I guess it's just Edge. Why do I not know about this guy? Interesting. Huh. Wait. His face looks familiar, though. Did he always go by Edge? This isn't Triple H, is it? He looks a lot like Triple H. I think that might be who I'm thinking of, but... Wait, yeah, it is Triple H? Oh, okay. Then yeah, I know Triple H very well. I know Triple H very well. I was a huge Shawn Michaels fan, so Triple H obviously goes right along with him. But really funny thing. Really funny thing. My best friend Ruby, who you guys haven't heard about in a long time because she moved away. She doesn't live near me anymore. But my best friend Ruby used to do this thing, which she probably still does to this day. She stretches her back. She's like one of the most crackly people I know. She can crack like every part of her freaking body. No, it's not Triple H. Oh, the delay. Okay, well, here's some lore about Triple H. So Triple H, when he is doing his like entrance thingy that he does, or wait, no, I was saying the thing about my best friend Ruby. So she, when she cracks her back, there's like a certain spot of her back that she cracks, and she makes this motion. She goes like this to do it, and cracks her back, and she does it really quick. So it's like this like pump that happens, and then she cracks her back, and then she like relaxes out of it. And I always make fun of her that she is Triple H, because Triple H, when he is doing his entrance onto, you know, the wrestling ring or whatever, one thing that he does is, while his music is playing, he swigs some water into his mouth, he jumps up on the side ropes, and then he makes that exact same position. He throws his head back, and he goes, and then he spits all the water out in that same exact formation. So every time I'd see her do that, I would just start singing his entrance music. She gets so pissed by it. I think it's hilarious. She just hit the boom, and hit the, it's all about the game. Are you playing? Wonderful moments. So yeah, that was just for you, Delta Ryan. No one else has any fucking idea what we're talking about at all. So that joke was just for you. But you knew what I was talking about before I even finished. So yeah, you're well aware of the water spit. Okay, so I've definitely seen the WrestleMania fight. It was a tag team battle between Edge and someone else then against the Hardy Bros. I do remember that spear off the ladder. I'm pretty sure the Hardy Bros lost that fight. Which is always a sad day, because I was always rooting for the Hardy Boys when I could. But yeah, I remember that fight specifically. That's so weird that, like, I know his face, and I know that I've seen that specific fight that you're referring to, but I just don't remember his name. Like, Edge does not ring a bell to me at all as a WWE wrestler. That's random. Selective memory, I guess. Leave her alone. I'm just jealous that I'm not cracked. Yeah, I guess so. I could get cracked. You want to come over and help me out with that? I could use a good cracking. Yeah, that's wild. Might need to brush up on my ancient WrestleMania knowledge. He also cashed in the very first Money in the Bank on Cena. I didn't know that either. Interesting. Well, yeah, I've been out of the scene for a very long time. Have not known any of that. I heard a little bit of what was going on. Like when John Cena rejoined and The Rock came back for a second and like all that was going on. That was like what? Late 2024? Early 2025 era? I kind of paid attention for a second because all that was going on, but then quickly fell off again. Alright, unit check, unit check. That's not what that means in today's world, Unk. Bro, I know what cracked means. Can a man ask for some crack from his girlfriend? Is that okay? Is that a crime? I know what it means to get cracked today. I meant it in that context. I was trying to be funny. You don't gotta call me Unk for that. I knew exactly what I was saying. Unbelievable. No faith in me. No, no, no. Chewy, you can calm down off that. Holy moly. Nothing like getting demonetized at the end of the stream. All this hard work and effort for the 85 cents I'm gonna get. And you guys are trying to get it taken away from me. How rude. Edge slept with Matt Hardy's girlfriend, and they became an actual couple, which WWE used for a storyline. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's actually wild. To have, like, real life drama impact what goes on in WWE. Insane. No! Don't use the fuzz! Why did I tell you this? Oh! Why did I tell you this? No fuzz. Please, no fuzz. We hate the fuzz. Well, no, we're not ending stream, but I'm just saying, if I had to choose if we're at the beginning of the stream or at the end of the stream, we're at the end. We're definitely closer to the end. What happened to 24 hours? I am not streaming for 24 hours. I'm still fine to go for a while. The conversation's moving, we're having fun around here. But, yeah, definitely no way I'm doing 24 hours. The day that I announce the 24-hour live stream for Dokkan, or for Dokkan Day, you guys will know. It'll be a whole subathon, we'll do a whole thing. That might happen eventually. No promises. I had the idea for it a while back. I thought about it would be fun to do a 24-hour stream, subathon, whatever. But also just haven't fully ironed out all the details for that and stuff yet, so. But yeah, I'm not just gonna up and do a 24-hour stream just cause. That's not happening. It's not happening. If I made real money on YouTube, I would have already done these things. Absolutely. Because, you know, if, put it this way, if the difference between me streaming for 8 hours meant that I made, you know, a couple $100, and then if I could stream for a full 24 hours, and that meant that I made, like, now 4 digits worth of money in some way, 2K, 3K, whatever, then hell yeah, I'd be doing 24-hour Dokkan Day streams every single Dokkan Day, and I would be live streaming at more points throughout the week, because I would be making real money doing this, right? But the fact is, it's literally just a hobby. I don't make enough for a pack of bubblegum, so it's I'm just chilling, right? Is what it is. Is what it is. Oh yeah, yeah, you're bad. You meant Creed. I'll take Creed over Toxic Fuzz, genuinely. I don't mind the lore drop of the Creed every now and then if you want to. But Toxic Fuzz does not exist anymore. It's just Toxic now. Put it this way. Put it this way. Creed is a previous alias that I used once upon a time that we can refer to in fun moments. Toxic Fuzz is my dead name. Don't use that shit. Yeah, you could. I guess you could always teach me WWE lore. That'll be really fun for you, kinda interesting for me, and everyone else will fall asleep. So, that is true. I did get your membership this stream to bump that number up. That is fair. That is fair. Thank you, Chewy. That actually probably tripled the amount of money I'll make this stream. So I do appreciate you for that. You are a real one for that. Oh. And as we're talking about the realest of all my viewers, the fakest of them all shows up. How you doing, D-Hold? What's going on? Mr. doesn't consume Dokkan Battle YouTube content? Don't you have a mud hut to go watch being built or something? How goes the grind for you? You been locked in, Behold, or is this some hypocritical talk? What are you even talking about, bro? Gotta go walk your car. Did you mean to say wash? Was that an autocorrect for wash? You gotta wash your car? 24 hours, as in you're gonna do the full 24-hour grind? Okay, good shit. We'll see if your gain's reflected at the end. We'll see, we'll see. To be honest, you were enjoying the Z versus Toxic debate. Yeah, did I upset him enough that he left? I don't think he's here anymore. Yeah, I think just about everybody got to backseat enjoy that convo. Behold is Migate. I highly doubt that. The bit is you gotta do some random shit to not watch. I see. Yeah. Fair enough, fair enough. Joke's still funny, even though you had to explain it. I'll give you credit. Thanks. I don't think there was really too much context for you to miss, Chewy. It was pretty straightforward. Z was defending Super Saiyan 3 Goku. I was saying that a unit that isn't top 6 on any team shouldn't be defended. And that was where the argument began. Bet. I appreciate the support and engagement. Thank you, Mr. Behold. You didn't even enjoy that conversation a little bit, Nightman? Is that just because I kept finding reasons to flame you about your views on dodge units? Which I feel I was doing a wonderful job navigating, antagonizing Nightman about his extremist views on dodge units, which inherently puts me in defense of dodge units, while also shitting on a dodge unit that Z was trying to defend. I feel like I handled myself very well in that situation. So... Yeah, he is. That's what he's plotting. He's gonna find out how the Asian man has been gaining hundreds of thousands of power level without ranking up at all. Yeah, so for those of you that don't know, that player that I called out earlier on the PL leaderboard, I only am, like, aware of what's going on with this player because of Behold. Behold is Kakarot420, who has been attempting to gain on this player here, who is that one I pointed out has gotten 119k on the last update with only 1 rank up. Which I think is hilarious. I mean, the thing is, we've mentioned the whole thing about 710, right? Like, is it possible that he's actually just link level grinding like crazy on stage 710? Because, is that a possibility? Is that a possibility? The way to know this, hold on. We know one player that grinds on 710. And that is Mr. Lotad. So we need to see, here, let's do this. Oh, right, you can't toggle to previous updates while you're searching, because website needs update. Let's go back here. Let's see, I don't know when Lotad became 2000. So we're gonna need to find that first. Okay, Lotad's already 2000 here. He's done 400k PL with only like 5 levels. Okay, yeah, so basically what I'm attempting to do here, if it's not obvious already, we're gonna see Lotad's gains in rank compared to power level, because we know he uses 710, right? Still 2000 here. Good God. Alright. Let's do this. No! Go back a lot and see... Okay, I wasn't even 2000 there. Okay. Here we go. So, all the way back, we need to go back to, like, March? Or, yeah, like, beginning of April. Okay. Oops. Oh, I guess we can just check the same thing here. Okay. Did I... Hello? Okay, 166k. Oh, this shows your current stats. I can't even open the... Okay. 166... Oh, so I just have to keep toggling back and forth between these? That's actually going to be annoying. Oh, wait, but he got 45 levels here. Hold on. You guys couldn't see it because... Here, I'll turn off my webcam just to make this a little easier. Lotad gained 45 rank levels on this one update. So, that's not 710. What the fuck? He must have been doing 39.3 in order to get rank 2000, I think is what was happening then. So this actually isn't going to be an accurate comparison, because he only would have started doing 710 after being ranked 2000 then. I think is probably what happened. Let's check a couple forward. But if he continues to get chunks at a time, then... That's not... Yeah, another 12. Well, only 12. But there's no way you're getting 12 in that short of a time on just using 710, right? Yeah, and then 50 again. Okay, so, never mind. Never mind. The thing I was going to... No. I promise you that that's not Lotad using 710. That's not 710. There's no way... Because that's like 38.7 gains right there. That's like the amount of levels you'd be getting on 38.7. There's no way he is still getting around that same amount on 710. That's not happening. So yeah, unfortunately we can't judge it that way. Check right at rank 2000 update. When was that? I don't even remember when that was. Give me the date and I'll double check it. Use stat compare tab. Okay. Stat compare tab. Wait, why? Why am I using the stat compare tab? That doesn't make any sense, because I can't check between the amount of ranks that have been earned and the amount of power level at the same time, right? It was Christmas 2025? Oh, I hate the dates are out of order. This shit is so European. It's annoying. You know how nice it would be to see the month at the fucking start of the number? Instead of just this random number that changes all the time and gives you absolutely zero idea where the fuck you are in time? Dates are so backwards. Okay, so like here. This is where it happened. Iron Cane is there. Huh? Am I... Oh, this is power level. Okay, so yeah, Lotad's here. Okay, let's see if... Okay, so it'll be the next update then. Since everybody's at 999 here. There we go. Okay, so starting from this update... Yeah, but the problem is everyone's at such low levels that Lotad's not even going to be on the list yet, right? Like, I might not even be able to find him on this leaderboard. Oh, I mean, I guess I could search him, right? Why'd I put 2 A's? So it was 1110 with no gains. Let's go to the next one. 1156. But it still shows no gains because I'm on the search thing there. Is that what was happening? Yeah, because 1156 should put him... Here. Okay, so plus 46. Yeah, so he was doing not 710 from the beginning of, from the very beginning of the rank grind. So we're not going to be able to check on that, unfortunately. Oh, Iron was in the stats compare tab. That's just because I have previously entered in his information. So these are just all the accounts I've manually added. That's why he's here. Is he here though? When did I get Iron Cane's friend code? You were saying in here? Oh, here. Yeah, when did I get his friend code? I don't even know when I got that. Random. Okay. Just listen to this. He gained 134 levels since the 2K update, while gaining around 10.6 million power level. I mean, yes, those two things are very skewed. So then, let's do this. Let's do this. Not growth. Balls. God damn it, dude. One day I'll find a way to play music that doesn't fucking pause whenever it feels like it. Okay, 710. And I assume we do 710... Yeah, because the link level rate goes up. So, 710 on Z hard. You get no fucking XP at all. Let's see. 5273 times 2. Because it's normally on times 2. So, 10,546. So, 5 mil... divided by 10, 546. You get 1 rank up every 474 runs. This is probably an accurate amount for what you're doing in a day, if you're grinding all day, every day. You're probably getting, like, that many runs in a day is realistic. Because, maybe less than that even, but giving you the benefit of the doubt that you're doing that much grinding, you'd literally be getting 1 rank per day with all of this. But then you have to consider the fact that Lotad has sizable gains, even just running that stage all day, every day, right? So if he's doing that amount per day, which is equivalent to one rank up, he's still getting... Look at the gains. Look at the gains. You see what I mean? This is all on 710. So if you just take like 150,000, what did you say? 134 ranks? So let's take like 150,000 times the 134 ranks. That would be 20 million power level. So obviously I'm overestimating based on these estimations and stuff. But yeah, it does seem reasonable to me that if he's only running 710, he could get 10 million power level in 134 ranks. That doesn't seem out of the realm of possibility to me. It really doesn't. Now, as far as the actual speed of his gains and stuff, that's what I can't speak to. I don't know. Because it is possible that he's using straight up an auto-clicker on 710. So he's saving the stones, not having to spend the dragon stones he would if he were auto-clicking on 38.7. But he's still getting, like, sizable gains over it. So, it's possible. I don't know. I don't know. We'll need to do that round-the-clock watch thing that we did on Nacho. Where, you know, we just have people across the globe who are watching him 24 hours a day to know if he ever stops playing, or if he's constantly gaining. That's the best way to really know if he's cheating or not. We just gotta get a few of us in to be able to double-check on him consistently. Um, 710 is the most stamina-efficient stage to link level on. I don't consider it a good stage. I don't consider it a great stage, but it is a good stage. Yeah. It is considerably slower than some of the other stages that you could do, because the gains that Lotad is able to get do not compare to my gains that I am able to get. And he spends more hours per day link leveling than I do. So, yeah, it is just maximum stamina efficiency. If you want to be able to not buy stones, still be able to gain the amount of stones that are available in your account to be able to summon with, and consistently link level all the time, you should do 710. Because you can play 710 all day, every day, and actually gain stones while still being free to play. But your overall gains in power level will be hurt massively. And if you are someone who is dedicated to all day, every day power level grinding, I would just say the amount of power level you're going to miss out on over time because you're doing 710 wouldn't make it worth it in the end. That's my personal opinion. Look at his gains on 8.5, 26. Sorry, this shit's all out of order. 8.5. Oh, 5.8. Dude! Behold, I ought to ban you for that. I can't believe you just did that to me. There isn't even a... You mean 8.7? 7.5? I'm so confused what the fuck you're even talking about. This? And then the day before. Okay, so 80k. Why is that? What? And 90k. Okay? May 8th? Am I? Oh, May 8th. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. May 8th. Balls. Why would you type it like that? Why would you type it like that? It's just fucking backwards. That's like someone with 13 million power level being like, I have 31 million power level because I have the same numbers in here. You can't just put them out of order and expect it to be the same. Okay. Okay, so, yeah, a 300k gain here. Oh, but you're just saying bullshit because it was only a 3-day gap between the updates? Right, but the thing is that has no chronology. 08/05/26 has no chronology. So, How am I supposed to go backwards? Just tell me to, why don't you just do, you should have done this. That's May 8th, bro. That's actually insane. That you decided to convert your comment to a language neither of us speak. I love that for us. Okay, and then, did he have, like, a massive gain prior or something? Is that what you're also saying? 150k? That's not that bad. I mean, he got, so what? He got 300k in 3 days. He probably just, I mean, if that's the singular case of that, if him getting 300k in 1 3-day period is, like, the big indicator that he's cheating, I mean, keys and orbs exist. And he hasn't had a bunch of massive gains between then, right? I mean, we can look at his fucking chart. Yeah, it's not like he's had, like, these major leaps. He's just moving quick. He's just doing the thing. The levels is what matters. He's done it many times now. Oh. So what you're saying is I should double check that 300k versus how many rank ups he got in that time? Doesn't matter. Bro, we just went over 710. We just went over 710. Yeah, 150k for 2 levels. I just showed you that 150k should equal, like, 1 level, maybe 2, on 710. It makes perfect sense. I think he's just doing 710. Again, I don't know if he's really playing 710 or if he's auto-clicking 710, but it appears to me that his account is just legitimately grinding 710. This is on DokkanStats.com. Dokkan/stats.com. Shame on you, Smirtman. You clearly haven't seen the video. There is a playlist on my YouTube channel that you need to go and check out pronto, bud. Pronto. Right here. Dokkan Battle website reviews. Please go look at this channel. There are many cool Dokkan websites that you need to have access to. I did an entire hour-long video about the website and all of the things that it has to offer right here in this playlist. Dokkan-stats. Yes, not slash. And in fact, I am now realizing I have said that so many times in the past, Dokkan/stats, when I meant dash stats. So thank you, Chewy. Appreciate it. Clearly, dashes and slashes and whatever else are not my forte. Will Lotad catch our goat? Eventually, yeah. If you're talking about me, if I'm the GOAT, then yeah. Yes, he will pass me eventually. Eventually. He already has more box space than me, and that's going to continue to rise, so eventually he'll pass me up, yeah. Oh, yeah, that's not even a discussion anymore, one shot. Nacho is absolutely cheating. We've already literally proven that. Beyond a shadow of a doubt. You spent a stone on a continue. W pace then, I guess. Not bad. Hopefully you get a link level from that run. If you don't, then it was a waste, right? Middle of April, he did 239 for only 2 levels. Well, again, that could have been 2.999 levels, and then it makes sense. You know? Like, based on the comparison to the hard numbers that I just crunched for you, it's perfectly believable if he's running 710 that he is gaining that few levels for how much power level he's getting. It makes sense. You did not. Okay, well then it was a waste of a stone. Congrats. Happy for you. Alright, gonna double check units again. I don't know how long I've been distracted. I think I did just check these, but... Alright. We've got a couple 7s on the first page, which is nice because it makes them easier to check, but... Also annoying that we have 7s when the units are basically done. He could be on 710, but this motherfucker not playing. Over my dead body, he's sitting there grinding. I mean, you never know. You never know. He could be, he could not be. Like I said, the real way for you to prove this is to track the times throughout the day when he's grinding. That's really all there is to it. The unfortunate truth of the matter is that his gains don't look too much better than Lotad's gains. And I know that Lotad is grinding authentically. So, unless this guy is consistently blowing Lotad out of the water as far as gains, then it's reasonable that he is just link leveling all day every day. Just like Lotad is, right? Who's grinding like Lotad? Nobody. Yeah, no one? No one? Not a single player you can think of grinding like Lotad, huh? Yeah. By the way, that's why I was dragging his name through the gutter before he got here, like right when he got here, you guys. This is what my #1 fan behold thinks of me. That no one's out here grinding like Lotad. Not a single person. What does Lotad do? How can he play Dokkan that much? I don't know. He has an office job or something where he can use his phone, so he's just able to grind all day, every day. Probably like 16 hours a day of link leveling. So what? Not no one. And that's not true. Not no one is doing 710. Lotad and Discord have both spent an incredible amount of time on 710, and they are two of the top power level grinders in the world. I don't know. People do it. Careful how you use that word, Delta Ryan. Apparently cracked isn't what it once meant. Us unks have been reminded. But yeah, I'm right there with you. I can't use my phone at work either. I do not have that ability. Wait, what does it mean now? You don't know what it means? Oh. Wait, why did that message get... Okay, that message got deleted from the chat. I guess YouTube knows what cracks mean. Crack means, because Pixie's message that she's still gonna crack me, didn't get added to the YouTube chat feed. That's funny. Zoomers and their corruption of existing words. You say corruption, I say adaptation. Development, rather. Do you think it's reasonably possible for someone locked in, grinding 710 since the start of the year to be outpacing your grind? Do I think it's reasonably possible for someone locked in, grinding 710 since the start of the year, to be outpacing my grind? I would say that that is unreasonable. I would deem that unreasonable. Yeah. Is it safe to look up, or do I not want to? I mean, I don't know. Just look it up on Urban Dictionary. You're not going to get any crazy images or anything. Just, it's pretty simple. Because he is outpacing me from the start of the year until now. Oh! Hold on. From January to April, I didn't get fuck all for power level. So, yes, it would be reasonable for someone, if we're counting from the start of the year to now, yes, because for the first 4 months, so more than half of the grinding, well, I guess at this point it's half the grinding, I didn't really grind much at all. So, yeah, no, I could assume that I would be outpaced in that way. Because I was being outpaced by Lotad. Like, yeah, totally. Sorry, I didn't factor in the part where I haven't been grinding like this all year. My bad. You cannot in good faith actually call it development. Why not? If you were to create a device that had one purpose, but then all of the sudden, through some adjective, it now has multiple uses, this device, what would that adjective be? I think development is a pretty strong adjective to help describe a situation like that. YouTube randomly recommended this because you're also grinding link levels now. And now I see a 36 million power level dude. Respect the grind. Well, 34 million for the moment, but I appreciate it. We'll be above that 36 million soonish. Just keep on watching. But yeah, congrats. If you mean you're grinding link levels now because you're on the time chamber stage on this Dokkan day, then congrats. If you meant that you're grinding link levels now, as in that's something that you do with your life at this point and something you're interested in knowing more about, then you have definitely come to the right place. I've got a YouTube channel full of guides and tips and tricks all about focused power level grinding. So, you have discovered a pot of gold, my friend. Oh my god, Ryan. But it doesn't have multiple anymore. It's still one, and they just change it. Well, that's not true. Because you remember earlier in the stream how I talked about, like, cracking, how ruby cracks are back? There's other meanings for the word. We've just added more meanings, and it's based on the context of the situation that help you determine what the actual meaning is in that use case. It's kind of like when you say the word watch. It's obvious if you're talking about the thing that tells time on your wrist, or if you're talking about looking at something and paying attention to it happening, right? Based on the context of the conversation, those words have different meanings, even though it's the same word. It's hard to compare because the dude has slowed down since April, whereas I have sped up since April. Okay, then do it this way. Take our 4 fastest months. My 4 fastest months and his 4 fastest months, and compare it that way. You're just doing this because of, say, in training, you're only at 7.4 million, but, grinding useless free-to-play cards. Gotcha. No worries. Everybody's got different reasons for it. It's all good. Yeah, the good at something cracked is also an added usage. That's true. That is a perfect example, because people still use that, too. It's like the C word in Australia. Yeah, that one I actually can't say on stream. Don't type that in chat either. That's really funny. Many different meanings, yeah. And that's not how it works when there's a new internet lingo for something and you use the word for its original meaning. Don't you gaslight me about this. I'm literally not gaslighting you about the English language. What? It if you told people in an internet chat, since I guess that's where you have decided that the space of this conversation is happening, if you told someone in an internet chat that you dropped your phone and cracked it, yes, there will be some 9-year-old in the chat that's gonna go, you had sex with your phone? That doesn't mean that the word doesn't have other meanings anymore. That just means that you're giving a little bit too much merit to some shithead online. That's my point. The words have multiple meanings, but it is development of our language. It's not an erasure of what once existed. Unless you choose to follow the same guidelines that they're following. Just fight against it. I'm not gaslighting you. I'm choosing to live on the right side of history, where you want to be. So live there with me. Twitter has gifted you a video of me? Huh? What do you mean? That's the only interaction that you get to have when you use the word. It's not development. That's the only interaction you get to have. And it's probably just because you're not talking to the right people. That's my take. You pinged me on Twitter? You did? Let me see. Not on Twitter, clearly. On Discord. Sorry, Discord being weird because I'm in streamer mode. It doesn't actually show me, like, the things I should be seeing that help me know these things. Sorry. Oh. God damn it, Chewy. Yeah. That's a funny one. I'll show you guys the tweet in question. This is the tweet in question. Too good. It's very accurate. I would say down to the facial expressions. Not sure if you're still looming around, Pixie, but would you, if you are here, would you say this is accurate? I think it's pretty accurate. Yeah, no, Nightman not the biggest fan of 6'7". Yeah. It's pretty safe to assume that anything related to modern pop culture and things that go viral or gain a lot of common public appeal, Nightman is handedly against. At least very or entirely. So, yeah. 6'7" is like pretty much the opposite of Nightman. Those two things would come up as antonyms on the internet if you were to look. Yeah. Yep. The staring in awe was the part that really struck a chord there. It's that part where I'm simultaneously a little bit uncomfortable about the fact that I know I'm saying things that are not even being, like, processed by the person that I'm saying them to, and there's a lot of it going over their head, but also, like, awestruck myself at how, like, at how, like, intently she's paying attention, or attempting to, just because she's lost in the idea of me talking in general. It's kind of a topsy-turvy. Like, I don't know whether to take it as a compliment or an insult, you know? It's kind of both at the same time. Mostly a compliment, if I'm honest. You strongly dislike things that create obligatory interactions. Things like that, or the other meme numbers where it's just expected that someone says nice or blaze it or whatever piss me off. But you don't think the fact that you said nice and then you said blaze it, and every single person in this chat knows exactly what two numbers you're referring to, is development of language and culture. How did we all learn that if there was no development? How do we all know that? You see what I'm saying? That is absolutely development. I'm not saying it's good. I'm not saying you have to agree with the idea that this type of trope should exist in our society. But it is development. By definition, it is. Nah. I refuse to answer that based on what you just called me. Refusal. Refusal! The new brain rot is so funny. I always forget we had stuff like, what does the fox say? It's catchy back then, but now looking at it, so cringy. Yeah. Yeah. Totally. The ones that actually try are the cringy ones, right? Just trying to piece together all of Dragon Ball through your stories. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. We'll be doing some of the watching of it, too. Eventually. That'll be a thing. Remember Annoying Orange? Yes! I do remember the Annoying Orange. That was a good one. That one lives fondly in my memory. No, it's de-evolution. Huh. It's known because of an ad nauseum repetition. Development is positive. Development isn't always positive. Sometimes development leads to catastrophe. You remember the Cold War? You remember AI? Development's not always a good thing. Nightman would hate the Annoying Orange. Yes, exactly. This is a good question. What's everyone's favorite Dragon Ball series? I do like this question. Alright, Pixie's on Super, which makes sense as it's the only series she's seen so far. I think the Android Cell Saga will win you over. I definitely think the Android Cell Saga is going to win you over, Pixie. And you're going to appreciate that much more than Dragon Ball Super. That's just a hunch I have. I think that the storyline and the side characters and stuff are a lot more enriched in original Dragon Ball Z compared to what you get in Super. That is much more, like, main plotline focused. Yeah. Yeah, Z is your favorite, Chewy? Okay. Abridged that just might be one of the most garbage takes I've ever heard in my life. Abridged is, like, okay, let me put it this way. The way that a 6-7 thing can happen, and it's, like, funny to us, but then Nightman is, like, rolling over and wishing he was currently in his grave so that he could roll over in it type of deal. That's how I feel about the type of comedy that's in Dragon Ball Z Abridged. That type of, like, slapstick humor, just, like, stupid jokes that don't land for the sake of not landing, which is why they land, because they're so unfunny that they shouldn't land, that they do. fuck that entire brand of comedy. That's why Will Ferrell should just, like, drive his car off a bridge. Not a funny person at all. I hate every single Will Ferrell movie. I hate that style of comedy entirely, so Dragon Ball Abridged is hot garbage as far as I'm concerned. Yeah, not entertaining even in the slightest. I have been shown at least 50 clips of people's favorite moments from Abridged, and I haven't understood, or if I did understand, did not find it entertaining or funny at all. Just not my thing. Not at all. Yeah, we'll get there soon, Pixie. We'll get there soon. We gotta finish getting through your show first. Nightman, you would honestly probably give it to Super as well, despite the fact that it couldn't exist in its form without everything else, but if we're picking one saga, that's a whole other conversation. Right. One saga versus a... Well, basically, when I was saying the thing about the Cell Saga, is because I know that the Cell Saga specifically will, you know, win her over to DBZ in general, right? Pixie doesn't like Abridged either? I knew I picked a fucking winner, guys. Let's go. Absolutely, let's go. I mean, there's a contradiction. Joke's on you, pal. Casuals love Abridged. Well, guess what? Pixie, I would consider a Dragon Ball casual. More so than, like, a dedicated fan. And she doesn't like it. I can't seriously be comparing Abridged to Will Ferrell. What the hell, man? I definitely understand not clicking with a lot of the popular jokes or whatever, but that's a whole other conversation. No, that's the conversation. Is that people think it's funny, and I don't. Because it's not. Because it's unintelligent. Because it takes 2 brain cells to make the jokes that they make. It's not funny. There's nothing clever about it. It's just stupid. One in the same. One in the same. So what I'm hearing is there will be an added DBZ Abridged marathon to the incentive wheel for any future Subathon style content. No. No, there will not. I will never watch DBZ Abridged in my life. No. Definitely not happening. I have sacrificed a lot of my life for Dragon Ball Z. And that is not one way that I will... yeah, that I will not sacrifice. Another message that got deleted. Pixie going off today. It's a good point. Casuals also don't get laid. Oh my goodness. The sex shaming from the one female in an otherwise male dominated chat is a really funny thing to do, by the way. I'm golfer's clap for that one. Yeah, that's why it would be a punishment. Yeah, no, still not. It's not, no. Nope. Not happening. Not as long as I'm picking the punishments. That's what I'll say. Pixie just owned all of us. Don't worry, Delta Ryan. Pixie only owns one of us. I clearly gotta up my Dokkan account to get the girl like Giga Chad Toxic here. I mean, if that's what it takes, is that what it takes? You tell me, Pixie. Is that what did it for you? Were you on the fence about me until you heard about the power level, and then that was what did it? You gotta let the chat know. What's the secret? Okay, Nightman, wrong portions of it. It has those, sure, but it's 100% not all dumb jokes. You know I don't go for that either. Yeah, but Nightman, you are one of the people who has showed me clips of Abridged that I did not think were funny. That you handpicked to show me. Why would you handpick to show me something unless you thought it was a clever or neat or well done whatever part of the thing? Not one time in my life have I ever seen a singular second of that show that I have appreciated or enjoyed. Just outright. Okay, so I guess as long as, well, jeez. Pixie, maybe you want to up your standards a little bit there. My god. Okay, apparently, guys, all it takes is 9,000 power level. This just in. As long as you've got 9,000 power level, you're good to go. In her eyes. I might be in trouble here. I might have some competition. Oh my goodness. Could we at least up that to 9 million? My god. Brutal. The only thing that you're arguing is that it isn't the same tier as a typical Will Ferrell film. I am not in any capacity attempting to claim you're obligated to like it. Okay. Is that because... Which one are you... Which one are you saying is better? I don't understand. Are you trying to defend Will Ferrell, or are you trying to defend Abridged? No, we have not done Dokkan Dole. We have not done anything. All we have done is sit here and watch me grind power level. That's all we've done. For the last 8 hours straight, in fact. I think that's pretty cool. Yeah, okay. Will Ferrell movies are trash. So you do get my point. Abridged is trash too. Now, here's the thing. Here's the other thing I have to ask you. Is it the fact that people took an already existing series and then they attempted to do something cool with it, and they put all this work into dubbing it over and, correct me if I'm wrong, reanimating stuff here and there where it made sense to, and that it was like not only an art piece but also a work that, like, a lot of, effort went into, and, development time, and, you know, because I guess in your eyes, development always has to be positive. You're just seeing, Abridged as, like, a positive thing because of that? Or are you genuinely saying you have enjoyed watching it, and you think that the plot of it is good, and you think that there is good dialogue created, and good original moments that don't exist in Dragon Ball Z? Like, in what way are you actually defending this? Because, like, I'm not saying that it's a complete waste. I'm saying, like, yeah, it's impressive that this project has been put together, and there's probably a lot of work that went into it, and it probably, you know, deserves the spotlight that it has in the corner of the Dragon Ball community that it lives in. I just don't think that style of comedy is funny. And I think that you have to be at least a little bit brain dead to think that that's funny. And I think that it speaks to your intelligence level if you find things like that funny. I am too smart to find Dragon Ball Abridged funny. There's the hot take. We've finally gotten there. Oh, you're in a Rivals game? Oh, no worries, no worries. Go, Jeff! Go, Jeff! We support Jeff the Shark out here. Man, Jordan and Nightman gotta be brothers from another mother. You have no idea. This is our lives together. This is how we interact on a daily basis when we hang out. Like, yeah. Okay, effort does not equal good. I don't have to give them shit for just putting effort in. I think it's enjoyable, but obviously it's not all masterpiece or whatever. It's just like, it's like a lot of TV series. There are parts that are better than others, jokes that don't land, but some parts that are very well done. Yeah. Okay. I mean, and like I said, I haven't seen the whole thing, so maybe there are parts that are well done, and I'm willing to admit that too, that there probably are parts of it that are well done, right? I don't think that makes it good overall. I think the way that it talks about the plot holes in Dragon Ball and how the abridged versions of those characters deal with it, and it's interesting. Plus, DBZ letting Piccolo keep Nail Kami voices after sight. He fuses with them is a cool idea. Wish that was... Oh, yeah, that's neat. That's cool little, like, plotline thing. Okay, let me make this comparison. Based on the comment you just made, Ryan, about, you like the way it talks about the plot holes in the abridged, and there's, like, a... you know, characters dealing with blah, blah, blah. That's like saying, I really like the messages that Eminem, the rapper, is attempting to portray to the public eye by calling attention to a lot of messy topics that people don't typically enjoy delving their mind into. So he's giving you a more acceptable and palatable way to listen to a message like that. And I think that those messages are very strong, and that his words should be listened to. A lot of people can't get past the violent concepts and the profuse amount of profanity in his music to even begin to, like, palate his music on a level like that. So they just go, oh, Eminem is gross and nasty, and I would never let my kids listen to him because that's so inappropriate and all of this. They're just seeing it for the surface level of what it is, and you can't dive any deeper if you just have an inherent problem with the way that surface level is. And that's me with Dragon Ball Z Abridged. I cannot ever appreciate it for anything deeper because of the surface level of what you are forced to engage with while interacting with that content. I find so fucking miserable and not entertaining that I cannot get past to any deeper level to understand anything that might actually be great about it. Just because of what they have masked with it on the surface. It's that simple. Spotty drawers. I don't know if I can agree with that. That's a little bit ageist, no? You thought Abridged was for middle schoolers and nerdy high schoolers? I mean, it could be for anyone of all ages. Dragon Ball is not limited to one generation of folks. You proud of me? I told him. Is this a bad time to say 8 Mile is my favorite movie? I'm actually not even joking. That's hilarious. No, that's the perfect time to bring that up. Yeah, 8 Mile's a great movie. Great movie. Oh, man. My throat's starting to hurt. I've been yapping a while, huh? Oh, uh-oh. What is... Okay, guys. That's great. Look at the inspiration that I have inspired. Behold! I got under his skin about the Asian man, so now he's actually gonna be tracking him. Love that. My bad, bro. My bad. Yeah, alright, we got the water. Actually, I'm not even through one of my... My god. I haven't even drank 32 ounces yet. Maybe that's why I'm, Maybe that's why the throat's hurting, huh? Also, the blue raspberry. Remember, we're drinking an energy drink right now. This has blue raspberry in it. So it's very, potent compared to water. You've seen 8 Mile 25 times? That's a bit excessive. Have I seen my favorite movie 25 times? Yeah. Easily. I've probably seen my favorite movie, like, 50 times? 70 times? Maybe that's too much. 50's probably an accurate guess. What do you guys think my favorite movie is? Oh, there's actually 2 of you here that actually know, so that might spoil this game real quick. DBZ abridged Broly. I'm gonna climb through the computer and wring your neck, Chewie. God damn it. Your favorite movies are not in your top 10 most watched, but that's just because your wife likes to have things on repeat. That's fair. That's fair. Can you get a genre as a hint? You can guess genres as a hint first, and then I'll just give you yes or no's if you want to try and 20 questions your way toward it. That's fine. But yeah, like, thinking about it now, my first favorite movie, I have seen 50 times, easily. My second favorite movie, I have seen thrice. So, I understand that, sentiment. Okay, here's your first hint. It's not a Dragon Ball film. It was not created by Akira Toriyama. To make that easy on you. Nor is it based on a Dragon Ball work in any way. No, it is not horror. Anime that's not Dragon Ball. No. It is not an anime. The Goonies. I respect the hell out of that for just like a one-shot, like, just random guess, but no, it's not The Goonies. It's not The Goonies. Great movie. Not in my favorites list. The Matrix. No. Also not my favorite. Okay, I kind of have to give you this one because you're dancing right around it. It's not animated, but it is cartoon. And I know that some people will get confused by that. It's not an animated film like Toy Story or Bug's Life or Frozen or any of those, like a Pixar film. It's straight up cartoon. It is a cartoon movie. Because I know if I just said that it wasn't animated, some of you would be pissed off when you found out that it was a cartoon later because I said it wasn't animated. But it is not an animated film. It is a cartoon film. Howl's Moving Castle. No. Is that a Studio Ghibli film? Right, yeah, it's still animated. Cartoon is a type of animation. That's why I literally had to clarify, because I didn't know if he meant animated as in actually animated with animation, or if he meant, like, you know, just in general, that it's not like real people acting on a film screen, that it's, like, drawn. Yeah. It is Studio Ghibli. Yeah, I have actually, fun fact, never seen a Studio Ghibli film. Haven't seen My Friend Totoro, haven't seen Spirited Away, haven't seen any of that shit. They probably are great films. I've heard that I would love them. But, yeah, nah. Haven't seen them. Never seen them. Disney, yes. It's a Disney film. My Name? Huh? Oh, you mean there's actually one called Your Name. I see, I see. I was like, Toxic is your favorite movie? What? Oh, Creed! I see what you did there. Is that what you were talking about when you said Your Name? Just to clarify, Is that what you were talking about? Michael B. Jordan's fine ass in the boxing movie? Is that what we were referring to? I bet it's Cars or some shit. Cars would be animated, and I did clarify it is not animated and that it is cartoon. Not a tune about cars, it's a cartoon film. Come on, Behold, get with it, bud. Your Name is a movie. Oh, he wasn't talking about Creed. And I thought I was onto something here. Damn. Okay, well, whatever. Your Name, honestly, is a nice romantic movie. You and Pixie should watch it if you haven't already. Yeah, I've never heard of it. So I'll check it out. I'll take a look. Thanks for the recommendation. I appreciate that. You don't know the difference between animated and cartoon. Okay. I like how we established it is a Disney film, and then not one singular Disney film has been guessed yet. That's really funny to me. I do find that a little bit amusing. I assume Nightman's not playing along, because when I said there's 2 people that know it, Nightman's one of them. I don't know if that's something he remembers, but it is definitely something that once upon a time he has been told. The other person would be Pixie, by the way. You can't think of a Disney not animated movie. Okay, Cars is animated. Cars is not a cartoon. That's the issue you're having, Behold, is that you don't know what a cartoon is. And you can't think of a single Disney cartoon. No? Chewy? No? Not like, I don't know, Cinderella. That one didn't come to mind? Not one single cartoon, even though that's how Disney, like, made its claim to fame and began for decades. You don't know what I define a cartoon as. Okay, so clearly everyone... What? 2D animation is a cartoon. Animated means 3D animation. That's what animated means. 2D animation is a cartoon. It is a 2-dimensional cartoon film. No, it's not Hercules. Bro, animated means like... I gave the examples already. Cars, Bug's Life, Frozen. Those are animated. Treasure Planet is a cartoon. Not the movie in question. Not the correct answer. Great movie, by the way. But yeah, not the right answer. Atlantis, which is really funny. It is impossible for anyone to ever say Atlantis and not say Treasure Planet in the same sentence, or vice versa. So it's really funny that you just went Treasure Planet and then Atlantis, because after you said Treasure Planet, I was waiting for someone to type Atlantis. No, it's not Atlantis either. It's also not Aladdin. Fun fact, that was one of my favorite Disney movies growing up. I've watched Aladdin a lot. I also played Aladdin in a play in high school. I was Aladdin. I was that guy that could show you the world. Shimmering, shining, splendid. What is Titan AE? Titan AE. I don't know that one. Correct, it is not The Lion King. Nor is it any sequels of The Lion King. Aladdin is Disney? You didn't know that. Bro, you don't know, like, the original, like, Disney princess lineup that goes back, like, so many fucking decades? Princess Jasmine being, like, among them, right up there with, like, Cinderella and Snow White. No, it's not Snow White. The Hunchback of Notre Dame. That's a good guess. No, it's not that either. Good shout, though. Now you're on the right track. Princess Diaries. Love me some Anne Hathaway. Love The Devil Wears Prada, but, yeah. No, it's not the Princess Diaries. Pixie, you think you know what it is? Have we been to a store with the name of one of the characters? What? Have we been to a store with the name of one of the characters? I don't think so. Like, you're saying the name of the store is the same as one of the names of the characters in the movie? No. I don't think you're thinking of the right movie. Unless I'm just not picking up what you're putting down. No, it's not Tarzan. No, it's not Jungle Book. Oh, in Old Sack. Oh, you're talking about the store that we went to? In Old Sack? No. There wouldn't be a character in this movie with that name, no. Yeah, no. That's what I'm assuming too, is that the reference is the costume store, in which case the answer would be no. No, it is not the Little Mermaid, though I do love me some Ariel. She is definitely one of, if not my favorite Disney princess. Peter Pan, no. It is not Peter Pan. Lilo and Stitch, missed that shout. No, it's not Lilo and Stitch. You don't remember? You're gonna know. You're gonna know. When you hear the answer, you're gonna go, oh. We definitely talked about it. Like, we definitely talked about it. Dalmatian movie. As in 101 Dalmatians. No. It's also not 102 Dalmatians. No. Lady and the Tramp. No, it's not that either. Great movie as well. Not that. Is it old or new? It's old. The really dumb thing is you're blanking on the name of that costume store. The costume store is called Evangeline's. What's the one with Zachary Levi? Tangled? Tangled is animated, not cartoon. And no, it's not Tangled. It was funny that he... Oh, well, to be fair, he did say 2 movies right there, huh? The Hound and the Tramp is technically The Fox and the Hound or The Lady and the Tramp. And no, it's not either of those. No! Oh, you were saying Princess and the Frog. No! We weren't talking about your favorite movies. We're talking about my favorite movies. Why did you think that Princess and the Frog was my favorite movie? I mean, it has come up for multiple reasons, but I've only ever seen it once, to be honest with you. Yeah, it's not Princess and the Frog either. Does Winnie the Pooh have a movie? If he does, it's not that. Oh, Mulan is so good, but yeah, it's not Mulan either. So, wait. Nightman and Pixie, neither of you actually know my favorite movie. I'm a little disappointed, I gotta be honest. Because we have talked at length. I have talked at length with both of you, and Nightman specifically, in 2026 alone, about this movie. We have talked about it. In fact, Nightman, I'm pretty sure that we talked about the conversation I had with Pixie about this movie. So the fact that neither of you remember is crazy. Is absolutely insane. It's gonna be some obscure movie I've never heard of. No. I'm pretty confident. Well, okay, some of you, again, it was a good shout from, I think, Nightman a little bit ago that some of y'all aren't from America, so I guess maybe the movie history would be a little bit different, but I'm pretty confident every single one of you will know what this movie is. You would need to look at a list. Something about a peach. James and the Giant Peach? No. No, it is not that. Pinocchio, no. Aristocrats, great movie. Aristocats, great movie, not that. Oliver and Company, not that either. Is it The Tiger? What? I'm not sure what movie you're referring to. I don't know. There's no tiger in this movie, I don't think. The Iron Giant. Amazing movie. Not that one. Oh, Osmosis Jones. Is Osmosis Jones a Disney movie? I don't even know if that one is it Disney? Also great movie. No, not the movie in question. Goofy movie. Also fantastic movie, not the movie in question. Pixie, you thought we bonded? What do you mean? Over, like, The Princess and the Frog being favorites? Maybe you misunderstood. I don't know. I'm a fan. I like Tiana. We talked about the ride at Disneyland, maybe? How Splash Mountain had been rethemed into the Princess and the Frog ride, and how that was, like, special for my childhood, because I had only ever been on Splash Mountain once on my 5th birthday, and my mom redubbed the Zippity Doo Dah Zippity A song to be My Oh My, It's Jordan's Birthday, and it was a huge thing. And then I attempted to go on Splash Mountain again the last, like, 5 or 6 times I've been to Disneyland as an older and older person, and Splash Mountain had been closed or under construction or not available to me for different reasons every single trip moving forward, and then I never got to ride it again until it was eventually rethemed and reopened as the Princess and the Frog ride, and then I went on it then. That's what I maybe would have said to you about Princess and the Frog, but I don't actually have, like, any special attachment to that movie. Sorry, babe. She got it. Pixie got it. She remembered. Congrats. It's The Emperor's New Groove, guys. That is my favorite movie. The Emperor's New Groove. That feels fitting. Yeah. Guys. I literally have the poison. The poison for Cusco. The poison chosen especially to kill Cusco. Cusco's poison. That poison? Yeah. We out here. Somewhere around here. I think it's in a box upstairs. But I have a remote control Cusco llama. That I could, like, drive around my desk or something if I wanted to. Still in the box. I've never opened it. Somewhere else I have a little trinket of, like, a little Cusco figure, too. I don't know what happened to that, actually. That should be out, now that I have my whole shrine set up. I need to find that. What do you mean, no idea what that is? Y'all don't know what the Emperor's New Groove is? That's very sad to me. It's just an amazing movie that you gotta go see. Guy has the Fortnite llama. I wonder if the Fortnite... Can someone tell me what the Fortnite llama is? Is that actually Cusco? Is Cusco in Fortnite? and now he's known as the guy from Fortnite? Is that what just happened to me right now? I got my first taste of that. That's actually insane. Oh my god. How did you get here before us? I don't know. Logically, it doesn't make any sense. That is a very deep cut line to pick from the movie, I will say. Nightman, that's incredible. But yeah, of course you remember that now. And Pixie, you remember too, right? The conversations that we had about this movie, and the fact that I can, like, recite the entire thing, and I do the impressions and stuff from it. You do recall the conversation we had? I wasn't just talking to no one. This wasn't like when I blab about Dokkan and you just stare at me with your pretty eyes. That is your favorite line from the movie? Of everything you could pick, that's your favorite line? That's wild. We should do a watch party for that movie at some point. Sure. IRL. We can't stream it, because, obviously... streaming a Disney movie? Like, yeah, right. I don't know what platform's gonna let you get away with that. I'm under 40. I'm 30. In fact. 30 on the dot. Discord stream? Yeah, sure. That could be a fun one. Maybe I could do like a members only thing at some point. That'd be cool. Let's see. Let me look up and see what year this thing came out. It came out in the year 2000. Emperor's New Groove came out in 2000. Yeah. December of 2000. That movie came out before you were born. So you've never seen a movie that came out before you were born? You've only ever seen movies that came out as they were new? That doesn't make any sense. I wasn't even a thought then. That's funny. Yeah, you know, most Dragon Ball fans weren't a thought until they were actually existent. If you catch my drift. You just feel young now? Oh my goodness, yeah. Well, I'm usually pretty good at that. Pretty good at making people feel young, I'll say. If that was a reality check, you're 25 now. Yeah. You guys want to guess my second favorite movie? I can promise you none of you will ever get there. Unless I gave you, like, a massive hint and you use the internet to figure it out. I'm pretty confident none of you would guess my second favorite movie. Because it's a deep cut. Especially if you didn't know Emperor's New Groove. I mean, bro. Alright, Delta Ryan, I think I'm seeing the problem. I think I'm seeing the problem here. Maybe this is like an intelligence thing. Alright, I'm giving Nightman the pass, because him in pop culture, him in streaming service, him in modern things like that don't really mesh. So sure, I'll give him that one pass there, a little bit, just a little bit. But Delta Ryan, my guy, especially being in the younger generation, being underneath the millennials in any kind of a way. I'm gonna give you a fat hint here. Emperor's New Groove? It's a Disney movie. It's a Disney movie, like we just talked about. What streaming service do you think might offer the Disney movie? Any guesses? Okay, here's the thing, Nightman, about even giving clues or whatever. You didn't hear the question? The question was, what streaming platform might the Disney movie Emperor's New Groove be able to be viewed on? If you had to gander a guess. Yeah. The problem with guessing my second favorite movie is that I'm pretty confident that none of you have ever heard of it. So that won't be a very fun guessing game, because it'll just be you guys throwing out completely incorrect guesses forever, and no one ever getting it. Unless, again, I give you a pretty specific hint that allows you to search the internet for a list of options, and then you would just go from there. But I'm pretty sure that you guys haven't heard of this movie. You should hear of this movie. You should watch this movie. I recommend that people watch my second favorite movie even more than I recommend that they watch my first favorite movie. I mean, it might be on other streaming platforms. I just think ever since Disney Plus became a thing, Disney films being on different platforms outside of Disney Plus has become increasingly more rare. So. But also, the movie came out in 2000. I don't know that you need to buy it. It might even just be on YouTube or something. Makes you wonder. Okay, then fine. Let's play the guessing game. We'll go back to square one. We're now guessing my second favorite movie. You guys can start with questions about like genre or whatever else. Go for it. Yeah, you guys can thank you, Chewy. Unit check real quick. We'll hit that. I'm pretty sure everybody's rocking one link. Yeah. Yeah, Pixie, I'm not just gonna give out hints for free. You guys gotta start to get there on your own. So ask some general category-based questions and whatever, and then I'll go from there. Is it another fucking Disney movie? No. It is not a Disney movie. Yes, it is a live-action film. And for the dunce caps in the chat, that means that it's not a cartoon or animated in any way. That means that it has real people and real actors that are being filmed on a screen on a studio set. That's what a live-action film means, by the way. Just so that there's no confusion on that simple-ass question that seemed to lead everyone astray last time. No, it is not a horror movie. Also, that's a fair shout. Yeah, if it was another Disney movie, I probably wouldn't be saying that no one's ever heard of it, right? Was it released after or before 2000? My hunch wants to say before, but I'm going to look that up just to make sure that I know for sure. So give me 1 second. Before. Animated movie or flesh movie? We just went over the fact that it is live action. It is live action. It is a flesh movie. Oh my god. I allow you guys to play 20 questions, and you just play one question. Is it a cartoon? Can we ask some other questions? Oh my god. You're tuning in and out. Okay, fair enough, fair enough. I'll give you that. I don't take you to be the one head in the chat, typically, Chewy, so that's why that's especially alarming to me. Yeah, would be funny if it's the live action. Yeah, it's the live action Emperor's New Groove, guys. No. You're enjoying reading DBC? Oh, uh-oh, is Behold still going off over there? Oh my god, Cozy got in on the action. Wow, they're so obsessed with hating this power level grinder. I love it. I didn't comment on... Oh my god. Oh my god. Men in Black. No, it's not Men in Black. You got it. Alright, let's see. Dragon Ball Evolution. No, it is not a Dragon Ball film. It is also not related to Akira Toriyama in any way. Was it guessed previously? No. No, it was not. Is it a comedy? No. Is it sci-fi or fantasy? No. Twister. No. The Last Airbender. Fuck no. Did you know that was gonna get under my skin? Do you know me to be an Avatar The Last Airbender fan? I guess I've worn my Avatar Aang jersey on chat before. On chat? On stream. 20 first dates. No, it is not. And it's also 50 first dates, you Gen Z motherfucking... I love the almost guesses by Chewy. They're so funny. No, it's not Sleepless in Seattle. It's not Jumanji. I like how we didn't even nail down a genre yet, and you guys are just going off I like guessing all these movies. I'm going off memory, I don't watch movies. Fair enough. You did not, but you watched the new Avatar movie, and it was so on the mind. Fair enough. Yeah, I actually haven't seen that one. Like, the Avatar Aang movie, that animated movie that came out recently. I need to watch that, because I've watched the entire live-action, live-action, the Last Airbender series that came out. Which I thought was pretty neat, honestly. I kind of liked what they did with it. A lot of people really, really hated it. That they turned it into, like, an Avatar The Last Airbender-esque, like, soap opera-type drama thing, and they didn't really follow the plot of the show. It was really odd what they did. Because in Season 1, it was, like, copy-paste. The cartoon just made live action. And then Season 2, they just did whatever the fuck they wanted. It was really interesting. It is action. It is an action movie. Behold, in your defense, you gave up on Asian Man, but Cozy and Luca brought you back. Fair enough. Fair enough. Fast and Furious. Okay. I will say, the Fast and Furious movie franchise is actually, coincidentally, my favorite movie franchise of all time. If I had to pick a collection of movies, a series of movies, the Fast and Furious films would be my favorite films. But I don't pick out any one of them that is like a peak, film alone in itself to actually call my favorite film. So they're not considered. So, honorable mention for guessing the Fast and Furious films. Huge fan. But, no, that is not the movie in question. It's not one of the Fast and Furious films. Yes, it is an action film, Pixie. Die Hard. No, it is not a Die Hard film. Am I an industry plant to encourage long hours on the game? I wish. In fact, I have been so, forward about how much money I have wasted on this game and how little I've made playing it that you know for a fact I am not an industry plant. No, it is not Rush Hour. No, it is not Rambo. Martial arts action or closer to Fast and Furious action? That's... What do you mean by martial arts action? Do you mean like a Jackie Chan film? Do you mean like IP Man? Like Kung Fu? Or the Kung Pao, that movie? Like, straight up martial arts, like straight up like ninjas with black belts, like using punches and kicks and swords and stuff. In that case, it is definitely closer to Fast and Furious action. Yes, that's what you meant by martial arts movie. Okay, just making sure. Just making sure. Everybody seems to have their own definition of all of these subtexts of movies, so I was just making sure. Yeah, no, it's not Rambo. The Rock? The Rock is a movie? What are you fucking talking about? Are you just saying shit now, Chewy? What's going on? Did you mean Rocky when you said The Rock? Did you mean Rocky? Because you did just say Rambo, so I think you meant Rocky, not The Rock. You didn't mean Dwayne The Rock Johnson, the movie. You meant Rocky with Sylvester Stallone? No, it's not that movie. Terminator? No, not that movie. Transformers? No. Chewie The Rock. It's so good. IP Man is an amazing movie, yeah. But it's not that movie. Not that one. You did the Googling. The Rock is a movie. Okay, well, it's not a movie I've ever heard of. Ghostbusters, no. Not Ghostbusters. I will also remind you that while I am flaming the guess of The Rock, technically, it's the closest one so far, because I did say that I don't think any of you have ever heard of this movie before. So all of these, like, really, really cliche, obvious guesses, how the hell was it ever going to be Rush Hour? When I said that none of you will have ever heard of this movie before. Big Trouble in Little China. No. Okay, these are all sounding like martial arts films. Chewie, I said it is much closer to a Fast and Furious type of thing. Hello? Chewie, not Siri. Why did my... Y'all saw that little AI woman in my phone come up, right? Y'all saw that. Fight Club. No, it's not Fight Club. Back to the Future? No. It's not Back to the Future or Back to the Future 2. Scorpion King. Ooh, that's a deep cut. I like that one. No, it's not the Scorpion King. That's a cool guess, though. Con Air. Also great film. Shout out Nicolas Cage. No, it's not that. Air Force One? Like the shoe? No, it's not Air Force One. Hobbs and Shaw. Because I said it wasn't Fast and Furious, you went for Hobbs and Shaw? No, it's not Hobbs and Shaw. Also, remember, I said that the movie was older than The Emperor's New Groove. Demolition Man. No. Fight Club is probably too mainstream, but you're guessing it anyway. I think the better reason why you shouldn't have guessed Fight Club is because Pixie just guessed Fight Club like 2 minutes ago. And it's not that. It's also not Speed. Another great movie. Shout out Tom Cruise. But no. Not Speed. No, not Starship Troopers. Fifth Element. No. Alright, you guys want a hint? I think it's hint time. I wanted to give you guys a little bit of time to play around with this before we went straight into the hints, but I genuinely think you're going to struggle. So, let me give you guys a little hint. We're going to start with a very abstract hint, so that this continues on longer. Here's my hint. Here's my hint. You ready? The hint is... me and Pixie. That's your hint. Me and Pixie. I cannot wait to giggle at some of the shit you're about to say. I already know. I already know what you guys are plotting. Stop it. Stop it right now. Behave, all of you. Did it come out in the 80s? No. Not a popular movie before 2000s is tough. Pause. 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 I did not say that it was not a popular movie. I only said that I am pretty confident none of you have heard of it. There's a difference. No, it is not Hook. No, it is not Kill Bill. No, it is not Beauty and the Beast. Did it come out in the 90s? Yes, it did come out in the 90s. It is a 90s film. The Predator. No. Wait, the Predator? That was your guess after I gave you the hint of me and Pixie? Okay, Chewie. I see how it is. What the fuck? Bro. No, it's not Heat. No, it's not Conan the Barbarian. Is it a remake of an old movie? No, it's an original film. That's crazy, bro. God damn it. It popped up in your Google, it had to be guessed. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Titanic. No. That's a really cute guess, though. I like what you did there. No, it's not Titanic. Point Break. No. You thought your guess was good? Beauty and the Beast? Oh! Oh! Hey! Yeah, how dare you call her a beast like that? That's crazy. Titanic, the action movie. No. What? Oh, I see. You're acknowledging the fact that Titanic was guessed when it's an action movie. Yeah, I see. I see. Santa muscles? Santa muscles? What is Santa muscles? I want that to be my favorite movie. What the fuck is that? No, it's not Santa muscles. No, it is not Mission Impossible. Though Mission Impossible is a better hint given the whole or better guess given the hint I gave you than you could possibly understand. Bad Boys, no. Wait, did we get a genre? Yes, it's action. It's action. It's an action film. Basically, the only things that you guys have locked down so far is that it is an action film from the 90s. And that it is a deep cut, in a sense. Still massively popular and successful for its time. But it is a deep cut. It is live action. Not cartoon or animated in any way. And it is not related to Dragon Ball Z or Akira Toriyama in any way. No, it's not Desperado. Clear and Present Danger. No. GoldenEye, no. Babe, I said it's an action film. 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 It is an action film. It is a film that has action in it, and it is an action film. And the genre of it also would be that it is action, and it's an action movie, as well as an action work under the action genre. And if it were to win some type of an Oscar, it would be for action. Action movies. It does have some comedy. It's kind of multi-genre, if I'm being real. Were there any Bond movies in the 90s? Yeah, there were. No, it's not a Bond film. Stone Cold, no. Cliffhanger, no. The Mask of Zorro. Ooh, there's a good shout. No, it's not that. RoboCop, no. My Cousin Vinny. Now, I'm gonna remind you about the hint I gave you, which was me and Pixie. Why did that make you think of My Cousin Vinny? What's going on there? Pandemic hit you hard, huh, Delta Ryan? The Matrix was already guessed before you showed up, Osiris, and no. This old head lingo pissed me off. You're tapping out. Have fun. All right, Smirt. Thanks for humoring us as long as you did. Appreciate you. Have a good night if you're dipping out. Firestorm, no. Pokemon, the first movie, would be a cartoon, no? No, it is not. The Negotiator, no. Braveheart, no. I feel like we're gonna at least get through 50% of the movies that were made in the 90s before you guys guess this, if we continue like this. I'm gonna need to give you a little bit less of an abstract hint to help you get there, but again, I don't think that it's gonna click anything in your brain to go, oh, this movie. I think you're genuinely gonna have to be on Google search results to find something. I think even if I gave you the director of the film, there would still be more than 10 guesses before you get the movie. American Ninja, no. Captain America, no. Total Recall, no. Can we get a single actor? Well, that's the problem, is that as soon as I give you an actor, now everyone's just on the IMDb page, and you're just going to be guessing the list of films that are there until you get it, right? And that's going to be easy enough, because unless I say Nicolas Cage, who's been in hundreds and hundreds of films, most people have a small selection of films, especially of a specific genre. I feel like giving you the director or giving you an actor in the film or something is, like, too difficult. Or makes it too easy. Makes it too easy. So we're not going to do that yet. We're not going to do that yet. Just because I know some of you are cheating. And you're on the internet. Death Warrant, no. I Come in Peace, no. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, no. You're literally scrolling through movies on Wikipedia year by year for just everything released that year because, well, I definitely won't come up with it out of hand. I might recognize it. I see. I said specifically you'd need to Google, yeah. But my point was, because even if I tell you the director, you are all going to recognize the name of the director. If I say it, you will all absolutely know who that is. And you would probably be able to name movies off the top of your head by this director, and there's no fucking way you'll be able to name this movie. If you guys would be willing to agree to not use the internet, I will tell you the name of the director. If you want to do it that way, if we want to play it fair, honor system that you're not going to use the internet to cheat for the name of the movie, I will tell you who the director is. Okay, is the plot line a deep cut because of our situation? No. It was a hint at the movie title. Before Sunrise, no. Buffy the Vampire Slayer, no. Alright, well then, let's do this. As long as you guys agree not to look up the director and find a list of his movies, we're not doing that. The director is Quentin Tarantino. King of Beggars, no. Groundhog Day, no. The Master, no. Well, you're not supposed to just get the hint immediately. It's a hint. It's not supposed to be that obvious. That's fine. I'm more okay with the fact that Quentin Tarantino, as a guess, or as a hint, does absolutely nothing for you, rather than just spoiling it and giving it away right now. So, cool. I'm okay with that. But it is a Quentin Tarantino film. I think the literal only thing I know Tarantino directed is Kill Bill. Well, it's not Kill Bill. That was guessed very early on, in fact, which I thought was kind of surprising, given the director being on point with that one. You actually know more of Tarantino's movies after 2000s. Exactly. Exactly why it is still a massively famous film that did extremely well for itself, and people old enough to understand would know this film for sure, but it is not, like, popularized in our generation because of everything Quentin Tarantino has done post-2000s. That has overshadowed this film. The good, the bad, and the ugly. No. Pixie. No. No. It's not that. Oh my god. I can't. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, you're free to do that, Chewie. You're free to do that. I mean, you can even look at the director of the film, so that if you see it's not by Quentin Tarantino, then you would know not to guess it. That's fine. Just strictly don't go look up a list of Quentin Tarantino films. That's the only thing I don't want you to do. But you can refer to the director, if you want, as you're searching through films randomly. I mean, yeah, it was funny. It was funny. That's why I laughed. Okay? It was funny. That was a good joke. Inside joke, if you couldn't tell, guys. Lethal Panther 2 Partners-in-Law, no. Blown Away, no. The Bodyguard from Beijing, no. From Dusk Till Dawn, no. Alright. You guys ready for another hint? Hellbound, no. Seems like you guys might need another hint. I'll give you maybe, I guess I could give you an actor name now. If that, maybe. Not even done with 3 years since you started out of the whole 10? There's a lot of fucking movies, isn't there? Batman Forever, no. It is not a superhero film. To make that easier on you. Mortal Kombat, no. Alright, we're ready for an actor name. Which is also probably not gonna help you guys. If we're going with, again, the same exact rule set that you cannot search said actor's name up and look for their IMDb page and the movies that they have been in. Not an acceptable thing to do. That would be cheating. Started with 99, just now got to 96. I see. One Tough Bastard, no. Waterworld, no. Alright. An actress, in fact, starring in this film, is, 1, Patricia Arquette, who happens to be one of my favorite actresses. And this film is one of the peak things that made me fall in love with this actress. Independence Day, no. Iron Monkey 2, no. You don't know that you've ever heard that name before. That's fair. I don't know that you would. Based on the things that she's in. Probably not. Like, you know the ironic part about this, Nightman, is that knowing you, if you would have ever seen anything with her in it, it'd be this movie. This is probably the most likely thing that you would have seen with her in it. Police Story 4. First Strike. No. Chewie has thrown all the hints out the window and is just straight up naming movies at this point. I'm loving it. Alright, simply because it is genuinely not going to help you guys at all, the other co-star alongside Patricia Arquette is Christian Slater. They are the two lead roles in this movie. That's fun. That's fun. You've heard the name. I'm not surprised you've heard the name Christian Slater. That's fair. That makes sense. All right, we're gonna move on to the character names. So Patricia Arquette and Christian Slater play characters named Alabama and Clarence. Those are their names in the movie. So at this point, if you've seen the movie, you should know what it is. Which, again, I was pretty confident none of you have ever heard of this. And that's what it's looking like at this point. If you don't already know by this point, then, yeah. Tapped on guesses unless you look up the actor or director or whatever. Alright. Those are certainly names. Exactly. Like, there would be no mistaking it. If you've seen the movie, you'd fucking know at this point. Right? Knowing the actors of the two lead roles, the director of the film, the decade in which the film released, and the two main characters' names in the film, surely you would know it if you knew it. So, alright, I guess we're gonna do the internet search thing. Am I letting them get it? Wait, what do you mean? Do you know it? If you know it, please, by all means, you can play as much of the guessing game as you want. If you got the right answer, throw it out there. I need to show you this movie? Okay. Do you know the movie at this point? You know it? Guys, my hint is that he's being cheesy and cute with the hint about me and him. I mean, yeah. Oh, you know it. So this is your way of saying you looked it up, is what you're telling me right now. Okay, you looked at the movie list. Okay, all right, and any success? I mean, yeah, fair. Okay, so we all know what it is because it's very obvious if you're looking at a list of Quentin Tarantino films which title could possibly be anything related to the hint me and Pixie, right? Go for it, Pixie, let it rip. What's the movie? And then it's just like Django Unchained. Great film. Not the right answer. True Romance, baby. Hell yeah. Yeah, would have taken a very long time to get there. So, can I in fact confirm that none of you knew what that movie was at all? None of you have heard of that movie before. I was correct in saying that originally. Yeah, you didn't, but you don't know movies. Exactly, yeah. Yeah, you would have never guessed it because that name would not have suggested anything action adjacent. Exactly. That's one of the cool things about, like, putting that movie in, like, a guest situation, which is why I kind of wanted to do it. Because, yeah, a movie called True Romance, you would never assume, is an action movie. But it is primarily an action movie, and secondarily a love story. So, it's pretty interesting. Especially considering that it's by Quentin Tarantino, which is normally just like a Western-style shoot-'em-up director. It's very different. It is easily the best movie he has ever made. Heard of it, never seen it. Yeah, well, we're gonna definitely watch that together. I think you will very much enjoy it, Pixie. It is definitely your brand of film. You'll enjoy it. You'll enjoy it. Guys, it's been over 9 hours. We're creeping toward halfway done with Dokkan Day, and I'm still live streaming. I think it's probably time to end in a few minutes here. What do we think, chat? Has it been long enough? Did we get through the first successful Dokkan Day stream where all we did was power level grind and literally nothing else the entire time? Not enough live streaming. It has been over 9 hours, just a lot. Ooh, DBD! DBD! Yeah, are you planning on staying up? It's almost 2 in the morning. Are you planning on being awake still? We could play some DBD, I don't mind. I mean, I'm not doing anything else. I'm just gonna be sitting here, power level grinding, so we can do that. I was honestly surprised that you were still up. I assumed that you were at least waiting for me to, be done with stream so that you could say goodnight or whatever, but, yeah, if you want to stay up more, then I'm down. We could play. Probably won't bother doing it on live stream, mainly so I can take a break from fucking talking, because when I like, play DBD on stream, I have to, like, explain a lot of what I'm doing, just because the viewers don't really know it that well, but, yeah. We can play after I end, if you want. You're preparing for the movie tomorrow night. Oh, I see. So you're trying to fuck up your sleep schedule on purpose. Because you're going to be up at 1 in the morning. Pixie's going to see the new Spider-Man movie tomorrow night. That'll be exciting. Just getting, like, a I don't know if it's like an early release or just like the actual premiere, but like at 1 a.m. tomorrow, she's going to be able to see it. Pretty exciting. Yeah, that's fair. No, you're not the viewer that doesn't know anything about DBD. Most of my viewers don't know anything about DBD. I was lucky to have someone here last time that knew a little bit about it. You actually like DBD content creators. The game sucks, though. Need to tap in. I mean, I guess. Yeah. Some of my favorite content creators are DBD content creators. So that is a very, very lukewarm take. I love that from you. That is one of the most agreeable things that you've ever said. And also, I completely understand with, like, thinking that that game sucks. Especially if you're not someone that plays it or has invested a lot of time into it. It's very easy to see it being a shitty game from the outside. And I think, other than the one, like, always defendable fact that it is, like, one of the most original games of all time, and there's no other games out there like it that compare on its level, and it will always be leading in its genre of, like, 4v1 asymmetrical killer escape horror genre games. Other than that, yeah, it is kind of a shit game. I'll give you that. Cool in concept, best of its kind, but yeah, it is kind of a shit game. Just because it's built on shitty code and the real problem is that Behavior is a horrible developing company for video games. They're really bad at what they do, in general. But, yeah. In concept, it's a great game. It only sucks because you're a scaredy cat. Well, I guess. It's not really a scary game anymore once you've played it for a couple hundred hours. The way that, like, Phasmophobia is inherently always a scary game because that's the whole point, is to be, like, jump scared and to, like, sneak through, like, dark corners that, like, they play up all those scary movie tropes and things like that, right? This game is not that way. You're only scared for, like, the first 100 hours that you play it. And then after you understand how to play the game, you're no longer scared. It's not a horror game. It just becomes, like, every other, you know, arena fighter or any other type of game you play. You hate being chased? Don't even got a Glock in game? You got a beamer? You got a flashlight? You can do a lot with that. You can stab the killer with a knife sometimes, depending on your... There are certain perks that allow you to do things like that. You can freeze the killer and make a move slower. All kinds of stuff. Also, you could just play as the killer, if you wanted to, instead of the survivor. And then there is actually a killer that has a Glock. Not literally a Glock. It's a spear gun with a chain, and then he, like, spears you with it, but it's a gun. Yeah, I understand the gameplay loop not being very, interesting. I get that. Sitting, holding a singular button on a generator, waiting for it to be done, isn't exactly the most fun. But I think that the interaction you get between Survivor and Killer, that gameplay loop is very, very fun. But yeah. That's really funny. You've watched hundreds of hours of DBD content and you don't play the game? Interesting. Alright, guys. It's been 9 hours and 15 minutes. Ugh, my voice is starting to feel all hoarse again. I have to pee. And now I got girlfriend tugging at my shirt because she wants to play some games before she eventually heads off to bed. So, I think this is where we're going to call it. So we did pretty good today. Let's pull up the calculator one more time. So we started with, what was it, 279 at the beginning of the stream, right? We're now at 374. So we have gotten almost 100,000. We are handedly below our goal at this point, right? 2 a.m. would put us at, it's been 9 hours. Well, that makes sense, because when we started the stream. Yeah, so 9 hours of grinding. And we're 95k through. That's not great. Not super great. Not super great. We're definitely under. I think we have fallen further behind the 280k. She's under the camera? Oh, pause. Oh, because I said she's tugging at my shirt. Yeah. Yes. She's been underneath the desk this whole time, by the way. That's why I've been giggling so much. I don't know if you know. Anyways, it's been a fun stream, guys. I had a great time. Thanks for hanging out, everybody. Thanks for stopping by and making this Dokkan Day a great one. Anyways, that's everything I got for you guys. See you guys next Dokkan Day. Maybe we'll try and sneak in like a stream or two, you know, between now and then. I know I didn't exactly do any streams between, you know, the last Dokkan Day and this one. Shame on me, but life happens. Life be lifing. So, yeah, we'll see. All right. Oh my god. Alright, I gotta let Pixie up for some air, guys. She's been choking for a little while, so I gotta end the stream before she passes out. My bad. Alright, see you guys later. Yeah. Okay, babe, you can get here. Hold on. Sorry.